Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 1 Young Zhou Chun. Half asleep, Zhou Chun was awakened by a commotion. He struggled to open his eyes, turning his head towards the source of the noise. A few feet away on a gravelly beach, two gray-blue wolves were devouring a human corpse. The noise he heard was the sound of the wolves chewing. This gruesome scene sent chills down his spine, and he quickly closed his eyes. But as soon as he closed them, a flood of memories, not his own, rushed into his mind, instantly shaking him to his core. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide again. He had transmigrated. He had been reborn into a world of immortals and heroes. Zhou Chun couldn't doubt the authenticity of these memories, because the wolves now devouring the corpse, the ancient-looking clothing he wore, all confirmed it was real. At this point, pondering why he had transmigrated while simply sleeping was pointless. The most pressing matter was ensuring his survival in this world. From his memories, this was a world of cultivation, filled with immortal techniques and supernatural powers, and the original owner of his current body was also a cultivator. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun immediately searched for useful information within his vast memory database. Soon, his eyes lit up slightly as he found a way to drive away the two wolves. He laboriously reached into his robes and pulled out a waterproof foil paper package from a pocket. "Beasts, look here," Zhou Chun growled, instantly startling the two wolves, who immediately stopped eating and turned to look at him. When they saw the lifeless body on the ground glaring at them, a flicker of fear crossed their eyes. However, they quickly realized that the person on the ground seemed to be bluffing, unable even to stand up. This caused a flash of ferocity in their eyes, and they immediately pounced on Zhou Chun from both sides. Just as the two wolves were about to pounce and strangle Zhou Chun, he forcefully raised his arm and scattered the opened oil paper packet. Instantly, a cloud of yellowish-brown powder with a pungent, fishy smell sprayed out, covering half of Zhou Chun's body. The two wolves that were pouncing, upon smelling the pungent stench, trembled as if struck by lightning, then turned and fled, whimpering, quickly escaping the ravine. In this way, Zhou Chun, relying on a packet of beast-repelling powder left behind by his predecessor, successfully drove away the two wolves and averted danger. This made him even more convinced of the abilities of the cultivators in his memories. Half a day later, Zhou Chun, whose body had gradually recovered, had crawled to the stream and drunk his fill of water. He had also sorted out some of his memories and understood why he was here. It turned out that his predecessor was also named Zhou Chun, a disciple of the Three Absolutes sect, a cultivation sect. The Three Absolute sect is a strange sect. Although it is a sect that recruits mortals with spiritual roots as disciples, the true power has always been held by the three cultivation families of Li, Zhou, and Yu. This is because the so-called Three Absolutes sect was jointly founded by the ancestors of these three families. After more than 1,700 years of inheritance, the Three Absolute sect is now facing a great crisis and has to relocate to avoid disaster. Zhou Chun and Li Han, the dead man whose body was half-eaten by wild wolves, were disciples of the Zhou and Li families of the Three Absolute sect, respectively, and they knew each other. After meeting during their migration, the two quickly agreed to travel together. However, these two friends, who were originally supporting each other in their escape, turned against each other with swords because of a treasure they found along the way, and fought fiercely, ultimately dying together in an unknown mountain stream. If Zhou Chun's soul hadn't suddenly transmigrated and possessed their body, the corpses of the two cultivators would probably have been fed to the wild wolves. After understanding the whole story, Zhou Chun not only lamented the treacherous nature of the cultivation world but also secretly warned himself. He would always be cautious, no matter who he was with, to avoid repeating the mistakes of those two. Having grasped the basic situation, Zhou Chun quickly entered a meditative state to recover his magical power, relying on his memory and muscle memory. The previous life or death battle had completely depleted his magical power, otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to use beast-repelling powder to drive away the wolves. After about 3 hours of meditation, Zhou Chun finally recovered approximately 60% of his magical power. His cultivation level was originally the 6th level of key refining. 60% of his magical power was enough to support him in casting some spells. At least he no longer needed to worry about being injured by wild beasts. When Zhou Chun finished his meditation and opened his eyes, he felt a faint stinging pain from his internal acupoints, as well as a surge of unexplained agitation. Is it because directly absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has tainted your magical power with turbid and malevolent energy? Zhou Chun gently rubbed his temples, forcibly suppressing the urge to vent his rage. His eyes narrowed slightly. He was perfectly clear about the cause of this situation. Ever since the ancient war between immortals and demons tens of thousands of years ago, the spiritual energy of this world had been polluted by turbid and malevolent energy. If a cultivator absorbed and refined spiritual energy containing turbid and malevolent energy, their own magical power would be polluted and difficult to remove. Moreover, if too much turbid and malevolent energy was absorbed, not only would it easily lead to demonic possession during cultivation, but the cultivator's mind would also become mad and twisted under the erosion of the turbid and malevolent energy, turning them into a mad and evil cultivator. Therefore, nowadays, unless absolutely necessary, no cultivator would absorb and refine spiritual energy in a place without the protection of a purification array. However, setting up a purification array is not easy, and maintaining and operating it is extremely costly. Only powerful cultivation sects and families simply do not have the resources and manpower to do this. Therefore, even now, being able to cultivate in a place protected by a purification array is no easy feat for cultivators. Even a sect cultivator like Zhou Chun has to pay a price for it. Knowing this, Zhou Chun's insistence on meditating to recover his mana first naturally stemmed from his own plans. Firstly, he was in unfamiliar territory, devoid of mana, making him very unsafe. Secondly, purifying the turbid ki within his body might be difficult for others, but for him, now possessing that treasure, it was incredibly easy. Zhou Chun reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a dark blue stone jar. Opening its wooden lid. This dark blue stone jar was only about a foot tall, with dark green patterns inside and out, and a curved handle on each side for holding. Inside, the jar was filled with spiritual water shimmering with a blue light. Looking at the spiritual water inside, Zhou Chun didn't hesitate to pick up the jar and gulp down a large mouthful. The slightly cool spiritual water flowed down his throat and into his stomach, quickly dispelling the suppressed rage within Zhou Chun. As the effects of the spiritual water spread, the stinging sensation in his acupoints also rapidly faded and dissipated. The so-called turbid and malevolent energy was completely removed and purified by the spiritual water's powerful purifying abilities. Indeed, this stone jar, capable of producing purifying spiritual water on its own, was the very culprit that led to the falling out between Zhou Chun and Li Han, these two close friends. They discovered the object together, but Zhou Chun obtained it first. Once they discovered its uses, the seeds of their conflict were sown. According to their experiments, as long as the stone jar was not covered and left outdoors, it would automatically produce a jar of spiritual water every 7 days. This spiritual water possessed powerful purifying properties, easily purifying spiritual herbs and ores contaminated with turbid and malevolent energy, as well as demonic beasts polluted by it, and even cultivators tainted by turbid and malevolent energy. The two men were acutely aware of the significance of such a treasure to cultivators today. Although they claimed they would present it to the three absolute sect upon reaching their new base in exchange for a reward, they were actually plotting to kill each other and claim the item for themselves. Neither of them anticipated that they would end up perishing together. Now, it had all fallen into the hands of Zhou Chun, who had been reborn from another world. At this moment, Zhou Chun used the purifying spiritual water to cleanse the turbid energy within his body, then carefully put away the dark blue stone jar and began cleaning up the battlefield. He stored the few magical artifacts he had left behind in his storage bag, buried the remaining half of Li Han's corpse, and took his storage bag and some useful items. Then, based on his memory, he found the carcass of a blue-furred leopard in the nearby woods. This beast, named Wind Shadow Leopard, was a spirit beast tamed by Zhou Chun, and its strength was comparable to that of a 5th-level key refining cultivator. However, due to Li Han's sneak attack, this loyal spirit beast, before it could even unleash its full power, fell forever. Zhou Chun, looking at the spirit beast's corpse that had died protecting its master, was deeply moved by its loyalty and immediately bowed respectfully. Then, he cast a spell to cremate it on the spot, preventing its remains from being devoured by other wild animals. After doing all this, Zhou Chun strode out of the forest. This is a family-based cultivation novel that Zhou painstakingly conceived over 6 months. The book will entirely revolve around the Zhou family, featuring not only the heroes and talents of the Zhou family, but also selectively developing certain important figures among the Zhou family's allies and enemies. Readers can treat this as a cultivation-themed Xiangxia novel. The plot involving the protagonist's solo adventures will be significantly reduced. We hope you enjoy it. Chapter 2 Decision, Yunlin Mountain. Jingguo, Yunzhao, Kangyan City, Wangjiang Tower. Kangyan City is Immortal City in Yunzhao, southern Jingguo, built on the banks of the Kangyan River. It boasts well-developed water transport and a large population. Wangjiang Tower is the tallest restaurant in Kangyan City, with 5 floors. Sitting on the top floor, one can see the entire city below through the windows. Zhou Chun arrived in Kangyan City shortly after leaving the mountains and forests, staying for over a month. Wangjiang Tower was the place he visited most often. Immortals do not dwell among mortals. Although Kangyan City has a permanent population of over 10,000, Zhou Chun observed for half a month and saw very few cultivators. Even when he did see cultivators, they were mostly just stopping by on their journey, with no intention of staying long. Therefore, Zhou Chun was certainly safe here. However, a mortal city like Kangyan City, with its mixed population and shallow spiritual energy, was not a suitable place for cultivation. Even with a stone jar that shielded him from the corrosive energy, Zhou Chun couldn't possibly stay here to cultivate for long. In fact, the main reason he'd been staying for over a month was to recuperate and process the memories of his predecessor. Now, after more than a month, he had almost completely digested and processed the memories of his predecessor's 21 years. Zhou Chun had a general idea of how he should proceed in this world of cultivation. I came, I conquered, that was the thought of a naive teenager. But since he had arrived in such a magnificent world of cultivation and had become one of the cultivators, Zhou Chun definitely wanted to experience its wonders. If possible, he wanted to know, to see, whether immortals truly existed, whether anyone could live forever. And to do this alone as a role cultivator was undoubtedly extremely difficult. So, after thinking for a few days, Zhou Chun decided to follow the original owner's plan and head to Black Soil Ridge in Lanzhou, Jing Kingdom, to return to the embrace of the 3 absolute Sect. However, the journey from Kangyan City to Black Soil Ridge in Lanzhou was still 1,000 miles, and the road ahead might not be peaceful. Zhou Chun needed to figure out the best way to get there. 2 days later, several cargo ships bound for Yushan City in Lanzhou departed from the Kangyan City dock, sailing upstream and slowly leaving the city. On the lead cargo and passenger ship, Zhou Chun, dressed in white and carrying a sword, stood gracefully on the deck, arms crossed, gazing at the river scenery on both banks. Young hero Zhou, although the route is generally safe, there's no guarantee that some river bandits won't harm the fleet. If we encounter such a situation, we hope you will draw your sword to help. The fleet will reward you afterwards. Behind Zhou Chun, a short, wiry, bald man with a short blade at his waist looked at him with awe and whispered the fleet owner's request. I understand. Zhou Chun didn't turn around, simply replying. The bald man, having received this answer, dared not ask further. He simply bowed slightly and turned to report back. Indeed, Zhou Chun was now playing the role of a martial arts hero, preparing to challenge other martial arts masters in Lanzhou. The bald man's awe stemmed from Zhou Chun's earlier subjugation of the fleet with a single move to gain their trust. At that time, Zhou Chun had merely cast a low-grade first-tier spell. Lightness technique. Because the first half of the journey was upstream, the fleet's progress was slow, covering less than 100 li per day. It wasn't until after more than 10 days, when they entered a downstream waterway, that the fleet's speed increased due to favorable winds and currents. Half a month after Zhou Chun boarded the ship, the fleet finally left the predominantly plains of Yunzhao and entered the mountainous territory of Lanzhou. During this period, the river bandits the bald man had mentioned did not appear. That afternoon, as the fleet passed a river bend, a whistle suddenly sounded from the reeds on both sides, and 7 or 8 small boats rushed out, charging straight towards the fleet. Oh no, bandits! On the cargo ship, the bald man cried out in alarm upon seeing the men on the boats wielding bows and knives. At his shout, several arrows simultaneously rained down on him, causing him to drop to the ground and scramble back into the cabin. Zhou Chun, who had been resting in the cabin, quickly came out after hearing the bald man's shout. Looking up at the water, he frowned upon seeing that there were 30 or 40 bandits. With so many enemies, and armed with bows and arrows, he feared he would struggle to deal with them without using magic. But if he did use magic, he could no longer remain on the fleet. Well, we're already in Lanzhou territory. Even if we take the land route, it'll only take a few days to reach Black Soil Ridge. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Chun quickly made a decision. He immediately formed a hand seal and cast a spell, quickly conjuring a blazing flame in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the flame transformed into a fist-sized fireball that shot towards a small boat. Instantly, a deafening explosion rang out, and the entire boat was blasted to pieces by the fireball. The 6 or 7 bandits on board, engulfed in flames, screamed as they plunged into the river. This scene terrified the remaining bandits. It's magic. Magic. There's a cultivator on the fleet, a seemingly knowledgeable bandit couldn't help but exclaim loudly, then immediately knelt down and kowtowed to the cargo ship where the fireballs were flying, pleading, "Immortal Master, spare us. Spare us. We had no intention of offending you." Upon hearing this, the remaining bandits were also terrified and quickly knelt down and kowtowed as well. "Please, Immortal Master, spare us." Intimidated by the powerful reputation of the cultivator, they didn't even dare to run away. Seeing this, Zhou Chun coldly shouted, "Get out of here. Don't let me see you again." He didn't want to commit any more killings. After the bandits left, thanking him profusely, the merchants, guards, and boatmen on the cargo ship, who were equally shocked, suddenly realized what was happening and all looked towards Zhou Chun. Soon, the fleet's owner, a merchant surnamed Wu, arrived before Zhou Chun with a bald man. "I was unaware that the Immortal Master was here. I have been negligent and offended you greatly. Please forgive me, Immortal Master." The portly merchant surnamed Wu bowed deeply upon seeing Zhou Chun, expressing his gratitude for what had just happened. "Mr. Wu, you are too kind. I have been able to cultivate in peace thanks to the caravan's care throughout my journey. This is merely a small token of my gratitude." Zhou Chun waved his hand lightly, indicating that he did not mind. Then, looking at the merchant surnamed Wu before him, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly said, "Mr. Wu, have you met other cultivators before? I see that you do not seem to have the same reverence that ordinary people have for cultivators." His words directly exposed the insincerity in the merchant surnamed Wu's words, causing him to panic. He hurriedly cried out, "No, no, no, Immortal Master, please forgive me. I have absolutely no intention of disrespecting you." After saying this, he knelt down before Zhou Chun on the spot. Seeing this, Zhou Chun shook his head and said, "Mr. Wu, there's no need for that. I was just asking casually. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to." The merchant surnamed Wu dared not take his words seriously. After wiping non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, he quickly replied respectfully, "I wouldn't dare deceive you, Immortal Master. I've traveled far and wide and have indeed seen several Immortal Masters, and I've even witnessed them using magic." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask, "Oh, then do you know of any markets nearby where cultivators gather?" He was just asking casually, not really expecting the merchant surnamed Wu to actually answer. After all, only cultivators knew about and could enter such markets. How could mortals possibly know? Unexpectedly, the merchant surnamed Wu hesitated slightly upon hearing his words before replying in a low voice, "I once overheard a rumor that Immortal Masters are often seen in Yunlin Mountain in Lanzhou. Perhaps the market the Immortal Master is looking for is there, Yunlin Mountain? Is it far from here?" Zhou Chun's eyes lit up, his gaze fixed intently on the merchant surnamed Wu. "Not far at all. After landing here, it's about 200 li to the northeast," the merchant surnamed Wu quickly estimated in his mind before giving his answer in a low voice. 200 li is indeed not far. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, then said directly to the merchant surnamed Wu, "Thank you for the information, Mr. Wu. I will not travel with you any longer. Farewell." Without waiting for the merchant surnamed Wu's reply, he immediately cast a first-tier mid-grade spell, Wind Control Technique, and then, with his robes fluttering, he rode the wind, flying across a stretch of water several dozen zang wide without his feet touching the water, landing on the riverbank. Then, with another powerful push off the riverbank grass, his body leaped into the air again, soaring several dozen feet into the forest, quickly disappearing completely from the sight of the mortals on the ship. Riding the wind, 10 feet in a single step, truly the work of immortals. On the cargo ship, the merchant surnamed Wu watched the direction the figure vanished with envy, and exclaimed in admiration. Updates will be at 6:30 a.m. daily for your convenience. I hope you, my fellow readers, can spare a little time from your busy schedules to read and offer your guidance. Chapter 3 Qingyang Valley. Yunlin Mountain in Lanzhou is rumored to be inhabited by immortals. Woodcutters and herb gatherers often claim to have seen traces of immortals while venturing into the mountain. This has attracted many aspiring mortals to seek immortality and enlightenment. However, Yunlin Mountain is treacherous, teeming with venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. Most of those who venture into the mountain to seek immortality perish before even catching a glimpse of the immortals. Even those who do manage to see the immortals quickly discover they lack the spiritual roots required for cultivating immortality and are ultimately rejected. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, after parting ways with the merchant's fleet, used his wind control technique to traverse mountains and valleys, arriving at Yunlin Mountain in less than a day. Knowing there might be a market for cultivators here, Zhou Chun dared not travel as carelessly as before. Otherwise, if he encountered someone with malicious intent hiding in the shadows and ambushing him, he wouldn't even have time to react. It was also his luck that, after traveling in the mountains for a while, he encountered a cultivator from Lanzhou in Jingguo. The cultivator was also on his way to Qingyang Valley in Yunlin Mountain to exchange cultivation resources. From this cultivator, Zhou Chun learned that there wasn't actually a true cultivator's market in Yunlin Mountain. It was just that 3 reclusive Foundation establishment stage cultivators lived in seclusion in Qingyang Valley, and for the convenience of their cultivation, they had gathered some other cultivators there to form a resource exchange point. Normally, only some key refining stage cultivators from Lanzhou would visit this place. There were quite a few places like this in the cultivation world. After all, cultivators need to absorb and refine pure spiritual energy, and even a Foundation establishment cultivator cannot maintain the operation of a purification array on their own. Therefore, even if some cultivators reach the Foundation establishment stage, if they didn't choose to join the cultivation sector family, for the sake of their future cultivation, they would definitely seek out places with spiritual veins to establish purification arrays and then gather manpower to maintain their operation. Zhou Chun followed the cultivator, traversing several peaks in the mountains before arriving at the edge of a misty canyon. Without needing prompting, Zhou Chun, using his key observation technique, could discern that the mist deep within the canyon was actually a formation created by an array, not genuine water vapor. However, his cultivation level wasn't high enough to directly penetrate the mist and see this scenery within the canyon. After lingering outside the canyon for a while, the cultivators inside discovered their identities and began questioning them through the array. The rogue cultivator, needless to say, had been to Azure Cloud Valley before and was easily released after questioning. Zhou Chun, with only the 6th level of the key refining stage, posed no threat to the rogue cultivators within Azure Cloud Valley. Therefore, after a brief interrogation and paying a deposit of 3 spirit coins, he was also allowed entry into the valley. These silver-white spirit coins resembled a type of coin called silver dollars from a certain era in his previous life. They were crafted by cultivators using special metals and possessed extremely high anti-counterfeiting techniques, making them very difficult to imitate. The spirit coins in Zhou Chun's hands were issued by the Moonwheel Sect, the only major power in the Jing Kingdom capable of refining and issuing spirit coins. The crescent moon pattern on the reverse side of the coin was their Sect's emblem. These spirit coins were used among cultivators, and the fixed value of each coin was enough to allow one to cultivate for 1 day within the Moonwheel Sect, or any sect, family, or market in the Jing Kingdom. That's right, 12 hours of cultivation per day. To be honest, Zhou Chun was quite surprised when he first learned of this. He hadn't expected that such a fiat currency would exist in this world of cultivators where power resided within oneself. But upon reflection, he felt immense admiration for the cultivator who invented this spirit coin. Clearly, in this world where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was polluted by turbid evil energy, the emergence of this fiat currency was absolutely the most suitable product of the times. Major cultivator factions that issue fiat currency can use it to plunder resources from smaller factions and independent cultivators. The majority of cultivators, the independent cultivators, also benefit from the emergence of spirit coins, solving the problem of being unable to cultivate without the protection of a purification array. Most importantly, although spirit coins appear to be fiat currency, their practical value, 1 spirit coin equal to 12 hours of cultivation per day, means they are immune to devaluation. Even if a major faction overissues spirit coins, as long as it's not completely uncontrolled, there's little need to worry about credit collapse or currency devaluation. In this situation, even if the Moonwheel Sect, which issues these spirit coins, is destroyed, the spirit coins will still be valid. This is because the faction that destroyed the Moonwheel sect must acknowledge the original value of the spirit coins, otherwise, they would become the enemy of all cultivators holding them, and their issued spirit coins would be unacceptable to them. Therefore, after understanding the various benefits of spirit coins, Zhou Chun dared not underestimate the cultivators of this world. Without a doubt, in terms of wisdom, these cultivators who pursue immortality are absolutely no less intelligent than the so-called highly educated people of his previous life, and may even be more so. Upon entering Qingyuan Valley, Zhou Chun looked around and saw that only the first half of the valley, with its shops and pavilions, was open to outsiders. The deeper parts of the valley were still shrouded in a rain mist, making it impossible to see clearly. Perhaps because it wasn't a proper market, Zhou Chun didn't see many cultivators here, only occasionally could he spot one or two customers in a few shops. He hadn't come here to buy or sell anything, but to gather information. The Three Absolute Sect was originally a sect in Fen Kingdom, south of Jing Kingdom. Whether they could successfully establish themselves in Jing Kingdom after this cross-border migration was still unknown. Zhou Chun needed to find out this before deciding whether to truly return to the sect, so, after wandering around the valley for a while, he saw several cultivators sitting around a table in a tea house, enjoying tea and conversation. He followed them in and ordered a pot of spirit tea worth 1 spirit coin. While he seemed to be drinking his tea, he was actually eavesdropping on the conversation of the cultivators at the next table. They were discussing the famous deeds of some renowned cultivators in Lanzhou, as well as some hearsay about the internal affairs of cultivation sects and families. As they talked, the matter of the Three Absolutes sect, a sect from Fen Kingdom, relocating to Lanzhou in Jing Kingdom naturally came up as a topic of conversation. Hey, fellow cultivators, you must have all heard about the Three Absolute sect's exploits recently, right? I just learned a couple of days ago that under the auspices of the Azure Lotus Temple, the Three Absolute sect has been split into 4 parts. From now on, there is no more Three Absolute sect, tisk, a cultivation sect with a history of over 1,700 years, with 3 golden core cultivators still alive, has been destroyed and its lineage severed. It's truly lamentable. At the tea table, a man with a yellow robe and a mustache raised his eyebrows, gulped down his tea, and then smugly shared the information he knew. Hearing this, the other rogue cultivators were initially shocked, but then, like the mustache-weary man, they began discussing the matter with schadenfreude. Clearly, as rogue cultivators, they were extremely pleased and relieved by the sudden destruction of these usually high-ranking cultivation sects. Even if the Three Absolute sect was a sect of the Fen Kingdom and had never oppressed them, it still wouldn't evoke any sympathy for the sect's plight. After all cultivation sects in the world are the same. They are all rentiers who maintain their nobility by exploiting the vast number of independent cultivators. As oppressed independent cultivators, they naturally had to put themselves in their proper place. However, when Zhou Chun heard this news, he was shocked, his heart churning like a stormy sea. This outcome was undoubtedly the worst possible result for him. The Three Absolute sect no longer existed. What was the point of him returning to the sect? Did he have to continue working for those cultivation sects and families to earn cultivation resources, just like these independent cultivators? Even after transmigrating and being reborn, he couldn't escape the identity of a laborer. Zhou Chun was momentarily confused, unsure of what to do next. Fortunately, he had his back to the people at that table, so they wouldn't see the change in his expression. Then the man with the mustache continued to share the information he had learned, and his words gradually brightened Zhou Chun's confused eyes, rekindling his hope. Chapter 4: The Cruelty of the Cultivation World. The Three Absolute sect is gone, but the Zhou family still exists. The Qingyuan Temple, a major cultivation sect in Jingguo, split up the Three Absolute sect, but didn't completely destroy it. The split Three Absolute sect became 4 forces: the Li family, for alchemy; the Yu family, for talismans; the Spirit Beast Manor; and the Zhou family, for spirit beasts. The Li and Yu families were originally the Li and Yu families of the Three Absolute sect. They have become cultivation families in Jingguo, and many of their disciples are even preparing to join the Qingyuan Temple, a major sect in Jingguo. The Spirit Beast Manor was founded by Zhou Jinghua, a golden core cultivator from the original Zhou family. Most of its disciples are former members of the Three Absolute sect, but not from the original clan. This former son-in-law of the Zhou family has now reverted to his original name and should be called Yu Jinghua from now on. The Zhou family is a cultivation family composed of most of the original Zhou family members from the Three Absolutes sect. The reason for saying most is that many members of the Zhou family were recruited by Yu Jinghua, a golden core cultivator, and joined the so-called spirit beast manor. Meanwhile, having lost Yu Jinghua, a golden core cultivator, the Zhou family of the spirit beast clan, now with only a purple mansion cultivator to lead them, became the weakest of the four forces after the Three Absolute sects split up. Therefore, Zhou Chun now actually has two options. One is to go to the so-called Spirit Beast Manor and become a member, the other is to return to the Zhou family and travel the cultivation world as a member of the Zhou family, a family of cultivators. Zhou Chun hardly needs to consider which option to choose. Since Yu Jinghua abandoned the Zhou family to establish the Spirit Beast Manor, it's clear he wants to completely erase the Zhou family's mark from him. For Zhou Chun, a direct descendant of the Zhou family, to join the Spirit Beast Manor would be extremely difficult, as he would likely not be valued. However, the Zhou family of the Spirit Beast clan was founded by direct descendants of the Zhou family. If Zhou Chun returns to the Zhou family, as long as he has the strength to rise to prominence, gaining the family's favor will not be difficult. Given such a clear difference, the choice is obvious. Thinking this, Zhou Chun waited until the group of rogue cultivators left before following them out of the tea house. He then stopped the man with the mustache halfway out and inquired about the whereabouts of the Zhou family, a powerful clan specializing in spirit beasts. To his disappointment, the mustache man only knew that the Three Absolute sect had been split into 4 factions, but didn't know their specific locations. However, Zhou Chun still managed to glean the address of the cultivator market in Lanzhou from the man and prepared to go there to gather further information. Thus, Zhou Chun quickly retrieved his 3 spirit coins deposit and left Qingyuan Valley. However, not long after leaving Qingyuan Valley, Zhou Chun frowned, his eyes darkening. He raised his hand, and a fist-sized, sharp-beaked sparrow landed on his wrist, chirping incessantly. This bird, called the red-beaked sparrow, was extremely intelligent, possessed exceptional eyesight, was small, and being an ordinary bird, it was not easily noticed by cultivators. Therefore, it was often tamed by low-level cultivators skilled in beast-taming techniques as their eyes and ears, used for tracking and vigilance. While recuperating in Qingyuan City, Zhou Chun, during a casual stroll, discovered this red-billed sparrow captured and sold by hunters in the city's bird market, and bought it to tame. Now, under his taming using beast-taming techniques he had acquired from his memories, the little bird had become quite intelligent and could act as his vigilant protector. Zhou Chun was able to find the rogue cultivator who had guided him in Yunlin Mountain because this little bird had spotted him first. And just now, this little bird, which had been watching over him in the air, suddenly told him that someone was following him, and there was more than one person. Who could be following him? Zhou Chun recalled his experience in Qingyuan Valley and quickly came up with a general idea. As for whether it was what he suspected, he would find out soon. Immediately, Zhou Chun swiftly hid in the nearby bushes, his hands forming hand seals as he cast a mid-grade first-tier spell, Wood Concealment Technique, which allowed him to conceal his aura and form using the scent of vegetation. A moment later, a man in a yellow robe and a young man in black came into Zhou Chun's view. It was indeed him. Zhou Chun looked at the man in the yellow robe with a mustache and immediately confirmed his guess. The young man in black beside the yellow robe was also the same rogue cultivator Zhou Chun had seen earlier in the tea house. Clearly, the man in the yellow robe was cautious. Even if he harbored ill will towards him, he feared he couldn't defeat him alone and had specifically sought out the young man in black as an accomplice. Where is he? Where is that kid? Why has he suddenly vanished without a trace? In the forest, the man in the yellow robe looked around in surprise, his tone quick and urgent, filled with anxiety. The young man in black also looked around warily, saying in a deep voice, "I'm afraid he's discovered that we were following him." Cultivators from these sects and families always seem to possess spells that ordinary rogue cultivators like us can't learn. His words were filled with envy and resentment. Hearing their words, Zhou Chun immediately understood why they had come. It was his eagerness to inquire about the Zhou family's situation that had aroused the suspicion of the man in yellow robes, thus bringing this danger upon himself. However, this also gave him a direct experience of the treacherous nature of the cultivation world. Just for asking about a piece of information, he had attracted someone's jealousy and been attacked. Was this the cruelty and wickedness of the cultivation world? Zhou Chun's eyes darkened as he looked at the two men in the forest, a surge of malice rising within him. "Since you want to kill me, Let's see who kills whom. With malice in his heart, the desire to kill arose. Zhou Chun reached into his sleeve, and a black iron cone appeared in his pocket. Then, aiming at his target, he raised his hand and struck. In an instant, a streak of dark light flew from his hand, piercing through a large tree and striking the chest of the black-clad youth, whose view was obscured by the tree. "You scoundrel!" A furious shout erupted from the yellow-robed man. He hurriedly slapped a talisman onto his body, forming an earthen yellow circular shield to protect himself. Then, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, immediately summoning a purplish-red copper hammer magic weapon and smashing it towards Zhou Chun's hiding place. However, since Zhou Chun had chosen to strike first, he naturally left the spot swiftly afterward. By the time the copper hammer missed, he had already summoned another pale gold throwing knife magic weapon, slitting the throat of the heavily wounded, fallen black-clad youth. Having seized the initiative and eliminated one enemy, Zhou Chun looked at the panicked yellow-robed man in the forest, a cold smile creeping onto his face. With a cold smile, he said, "Isn't this fellow doused eye? You've been secretly following me, perhaps hoping to invite me for tea." As he spoke, Zhou Chun had already formed hand seals, retrieving the two magical artifacts that had killed the black-clad youth. The yellow-robed man panicked even more upon seeing this. He glanced furtively at the lifeless corpse of the black-clad youth, his eyelids twitching slightly. He hurriedly shouted at Zhou Chun, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, let's talk this out. I was only momentarily blinded by greed and harbored ill will towards you. Now that I've come to my senses, I beg you to give me a chance to atone." Zhou Chun coldly replied, "No need for atonement. After all, death absolves all sins. Even if you have committed a grave offense, death will put an end to everything." With that, he formed hand seals again, unleashing a fierce attack on the yellow-robed man using the two magical artifacts. In terms of cultivation level, the yellow-robed man, at the 7th level of key refining, was only one level higher than Zhou Chun. However, in terms of the quality and quantity of magical artifacts, Zhou Chun, having obtained Li Han's relics, completely overwhelmed him. Moreover, the yellow-robed man had already lost his courage before the battle even began, making it difficult for him to unleash his full strength. After a fierce battle, Zhou Chun finally managed to break through the yellow-robed man's magical shield before exhausting his magical power, piercing his brow with a pale golden flying knife. The strong prey on the weak, survival of the fittest, this is the world of cultivation. Looking at the yellow-robed man's unseeing corpse on the ground, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, raised his hand to retrieve the flying knife, and then quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Half an hour later, after looting both corpses, Zhou Chun burned them to ashes with a single fire, then quickly left with his spoils. Good morning, fellow readers. Chapter 5, Cultivation Progress, Red Cliff Market. Beside a pool on the outskirts of Yunlin Mountain. After Zhou Chun killed two rogue cultivators who had attempted to ambush him, he traveled dozens of miles until he confirmed with the help of the red-billed sparrow that there were no traces of humans nearby. Only then did he stop to rest at this pool. He first meditated for over 2 hours, restoring his magical power to its peak. Then, as usual, he took out the stone jar and used purifying spiritual water to cleanse the turbid evil energy within his body. Only then did he examine his spoils. The two rogue cultivators didn't have much of value on them. Besides a total of 34 spirit coins, only 2 low-grade first-tier magic artifacts were barely worth a few spirit coins. All the other miscellaneous items added up weren't even worth 10 spirit coins. With such meager possessions, it was no wonder that after guessing that Zhou Chun was a lone Zhou family cultivator who had migrated here, the two were tempted by his wealth and decided to kill him to steal his treasure. Even excluding the priceless stone jar, Zhou Chun possessed 135 spirit coins, 2 mid-grade first-tier magic artifacts, and 2 low-grade first-tier magic artifacts. His other miscellaneous items were worth at least 40-50 spirit coins. This is what it's like to be a lowly rogue cultivator at the very bottom of the cultivation world. Most of the spirit coins I earn are spent on meditation time. How can I possibly save any money, like those burdened with mortgages and car loans? Even if they work overtime like crazy, how much money can they save in their accounts? Zhou Chun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This also strengthened his resolve to return to the Zhou family. In this dangerous world of cultivation, the situation for low-level cultivators is completely different depending on whether they have organizational protection or not. He quickly determined his direction and headed towards the area of the market he had inquired about. Early morning, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged on a mountaintop, beginning his daily meditation practice. Just as he was halfway through his meditation, the first rays of sunlight appeared in the east, bringing with them a purple aura that he absorbed and refined into his body. A soft pop sound suddenly rang out from within him, indicating that another acupoint had been opened. Key refining, foundation establishment, purple mansion, golden core, nascent soul, and deity transformation are the 6 known cultivation realms in the world of immortality. The key refining stage involves refining essence into key, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth externally and one's own internal essence, combining these to condense magical power. The level of a key refining cultivator's magical power is measured by the number of acupoints they have opened. The human body has 108 major acupoints. For each additional acupoint opened by a key refining cultivator, their magical power deepens. Furthermore, because the quality and quantity of a key refining cultivator's magical power slightly change after every 9 acupoints are opened, cultivators further divide the key refining stage into 12 levels. The key refining stage is divided into 4 levels as the early stage, 5 to 8 as the middle stage, and 9 to 12 as the late stage. Zhou Chun is currently at the 6th level of the key refining stage, belonging to the middle stage. With the opening of a new acupoint, he now has 47 acupoints open. At the age of 21, possessing the 6th level of the key refining stage is quite impressive. However, his spiritual root aptitude is not outstanding, only a mid-grade one. It can be said that his cultivation at this age is entirely due to his own hard work and diligent practice. Yes, Zhou Chun has gradually adapted to his new identity. In his subconscious, he has already identified himself as the cultivator Zhou Chun, and his daily habits and way of speaking are also aligning with that of the cultivator Zhou Chun. Sensing that his cultivation has improved again, Zhou Chun was overjoyed and immediately continued to circulate his cultivation technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refine it into mana to fill the newly opened acupoint. The cultivation method practiced by the disciples of the 3 absolute sect is mostly the 5 key rising to the sun scripture, a foundational cultivation method suitable for almost all spiritual root aptitudes. The magical power cultivated through the 5 key rising to the sun scripture is balanced and harmonious, with pure energy, making it easy to switch to any cultivation method after reaching the foundation establishment stage. This method is not unique to the 3 absolute sect. Many cultivation families and even sects use it as a foundational cultivation method for their disciples. The best time to cultivate the 5 key rising to the sun scripture is at sunrise. At sunrise, all things revive, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, under the balance of yin and yang, is most active and most suitable for absorption and refinement. The cultivation effect from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. is equivalent to 4 or 5 hours of cultivation at other times. This turbid and malevolent energy is truly annoying. No wonder nowadays, without the protection of a spirit purifying array, no one dares to cultivate outside. At this moment, Zhou Chun woke up from his meditation, slowly exhaling a breath of white air, and couldn't help but frown and complain. Although he could use the purifying spiritual water in the stone jar to remove and purify the turbid and malevolent energy within his body, the influx of this energy during cultivation still caused a constant stinging sensation in his acupoints and meridians, making it difficult to concentrate on meditation. He couldn't experience the blissful, ethereal feeling of cultivation he remembered. This showed that even with the stone jar, Zhou Chun could only cultivate peacefully in a place protected by a purifying array. Having finished his cultivation, Zhou Chun got up and stretched, took some dry rations from his storage bag and swallowed them with water, then fed the red-billed sparrow a handful of its favorite dried fruit before continuing his journey to the cultivator market in Lanzhou, Jingguo. Lanzhou only had one cultivator market, the Red Cliff Market. Located in the Red Rock Mountains in central Lanzhou, this market was managed by the Qinglian Temple, a major sect in Jingguo, and was the preferred place for cultivators in Lanzhou to buy and sell cultivation resources. However, the entire Red Rock Mountains were also an extremely dangerous place. Because of the market's role in attracting cultivators, many cultivators who make a living by killing and robbing lurk in the wilderness outside the market, ready to ambush cultivators entering or leaving. Although the market sometimes sends patrols to investigate and crack down on these bandit cultivators, it's difficult to eradicate the problem completely and prevent such incidents from happening. Therefore, when Zhou Chun arrived at the outskirts of the Red Rock Mountains, everyone became highly vigilant. Not only did he no longer use the wind control technique to travel recklessly, But he also tried to conceal his aura and move slowly. The places he passed through were all areas that the red-beaked sparrow had repeatedly scouted beforehand. Even so, he always held a wood spirit shield talisman in his hand, ready to activate it at any time. In fact, most of the time, key refining stage cultivators would travel in groups when entering or leaving the market for safety reasons. A key refining stage cultivator like Zhou Chun traveling alone was either extremely confident in his own strength, or, like him now, suddenly finding himself in an unfamiliar place with no trustworthy friends to accompany him. In this respect, the activity range of key refining stage cultivators is also limited. They generally don't easily stray too far from a familiar market town, nor do they easily venture into unfamiliar ones. For 2 consecutive days, Zhou Chun traveled within the Red Rock Mountains, covering less than 100 li, approximately 50 kilometers. Along this short journey, he heard 3 explosions from magical battles between cultivators. Each explosion ended quickly, lasting no more than a quarter of an hour. During this time, the red-billed sparrow scouting ahead warned him 7 times, each time causing him great anxiety, prompting him to choose a detour to avoid it. Relying on the red-billed sparrow's warnings and his own caution, Zhou Chun finally arrived safely outside the Red Cliff Market on the afternoon of the 3rd day after entering the Red Rock Mountains. When he saw the market area shrouded in a rain mist ahead, his heart finally settled. Then he recalled the red-billed sparrow that was on alert in the air, and gratefully held the little creature in his arms, saying, Little Red, you've done a great service these past few days. Once we get to the Zhou family, I'll definitely treat you like royalty." He then fed the little creature until it was full and carefully put it in his pocket. Next, just like when he entered Azure Cloud Valley in Cloud Mist Mountain, Zhou Chun, having never registered at the Red Cliff Market before, faced a background check before entering and had to pay a deposit of 5 spirit coins. Only after the deposit was paid was he allowed to enter the market. Chapter 6, Selling Magical Artifacts, Buying Spiritual Ginseng. Compared to a small place like Qingyang Valley, Honggaya Market was much larger. This market was built on a mountain peak 200 to 300 feet high, encompassing the entire peak and several nearby hills, with over 100 shops inside. As Zhou Chun entered, he easily spotted cultivators moving about on the mountain. Such bustling activity truly lived up to the name market. The market was naturally safe. After looking around for a while, Zhou Chun slowly strolled through, looking for an opportunity to inquire about the Zhou family's whereabouts. Having experienced the previous attack, Zhou Chun needed to be much more careful when gathering information. He absolutely couldn't let anyone easily associate him with the Zhou family and harbor ill intentions towards him. After wandering around the market for a while, Zhou Chun quickly found a shop that looked decent and went inside. The shop, named Wu's General Store, wasn't large. There wasn't a single shop assistant in sight, only an elderly man in blue robes sitting in a chair reading a book. Upon seeing Zhou Chun enter, the old man glanced at him, and after realizing he wasn't a regular customer, lazily said, "Greetings, fellow Taoist. Everything we sell is listed there. Prices are fair, and we treat everyone honestly." He then gestured towards a white cloth covered in black writing on the wall. His manner showed absolutely no regard for the customer is king mentality. But Zhou Chun knew this was the norm in this world. Those who could open shops in the market were either highly skilled, wealthy, and possessed special skills, or their shops were run by sects or families, managed by disciples of those sects or families. In either case, they were far more prestigious than ordinary rogue cultivators. Under such circumstances, expecting them to treat a key refining cultivator as God was unrealistic. Moreover, even in his previous world, very few street-side shops could do this. It was already good enough if they didn't bully their customers. Zhou Chun, of course, wouldn't mind the old man's attitude. He didn't look at what was written on the white cloth, but simply cupped his hands to the old man and said, "Greetings, shopkeeper. I have a few discarded magical artifacts. I wonder if your shop would be willing to buy them." "You want to sell magical artifacts?" The old man in blue was taken aback, then put down his book and squinted at Zhou Chun. Looking at Zhou Chun's young and handsome face, he frowned slightly, seemingly unable to believe that such a young junior cultivator would be the kind of bandit cultivator who made a living by killing and robbing. But if he wasn't a bandit cultivator, how could someone of Zhou Chun's age and cultivation level have extra magical artifacts to sell? The old man in blue robes had a flurry of thoughts running through his mind. After a long pause, he nodded slightly and said, "Then take out the items and let us see." If there are no problems, our shop can consider taking them back. Their general store sold and bought everything. Zhou Chun didn't say much and immediately took out the magic artifacts he had obtained from the 2 rogue cultivators, as well as the 2 low-grade first-tier magic artifacts he carried. Magic artifacts, spells, talismans, pills, and formations used by cultivators are all graded. Generally, they are divided into first, second, and third tiers, and then further subdivided into 3 smaller levels: low-grade first tier, mid-grade first tier, and high-grade first tier. Basically, first-tier magic artifacts are used by key refining stage cultivators, second-tier magic artifacts by foundation establishment stage cultivators, and third-tier magic artifacts by purple mansion stage cultivators. The value of a magic artifact, besides being closely related to its grade, is also significantly influenced by its use and performance. The magical artifacts Zhou Chun presented were all single-purpose offensive weapons, lacking any remarkable special abilities. They were merely tools used by novices who had recently entered the world of cultivation. Therefore, after some appraisal, the 2 artifacts he obtained from killing the 2 rogue cultivators were returned to him by the old man in blue, leaving only the 2 artifacts he and Li Han had truly discarded. Then, looking at him, the old man said, "These 2 artifacts are of decent quality, showing the refiner's skill is quite good. Our shop is willing to buy them back for 20 spirit coins each. As for these 2 artifacts, fellow Taoist, you should take them to the market stalls in the marketplace. Perhaps some fellow Taoists who have recently entered the world of cultivation will be willing to buy them as their first magical artifact." This result somewhat saddened Zhou Chun for the 2 rogue cultivators he had killed. It turned out that even a general store wouldn't accept the artifacts those 2 guys used. It showed just how miserable their situation was. For now, he could only do as the old man in blue suggested, accepting the 2 returned magical artifacts and then counting and accepting the 40 spirit coins the old man gave him. After leaving Wu's general store, Zhou Chun indeed went to the market stalls in the market district, just as the shopkeeper had advised. Market stalls were a must-have in every market district in the cultivation world. They were places where cultivators traded freely, and also places where counterfeit goods were rampant. For a mere 1 spirit coin paid to the market stall manager as a stall fee, one could stay in the market for a whole day, and even meditate and cultivate. The prerequisite was that someone truly had the heart to enter a meditative state and cultivate in that environment. When Zhou Chun arrived at the market stalls in Red Cliff Market, he found that the number of cultivators had indeed increased significantly, with the number of cultivators setting up stalls and those patronizing the area roughly equal. Because most cultivators preferred quiet, unless there was a disagreement about prices, the market stalls weren't particularly noisy. Zhou Chun indeed saw several rogue cultivators who had casually set up stalls and pretended to meditate. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment, then paid a spirit coin to rent a stall, setting up 2 magical artifacts and a few miscellaneous items. Of course, Zhou Chun's real intention wasn't actually to set up a stall, but rather to use it as a pretext to chat with other rogue cultivators at the same stalls, trying to subtly glean information he wanted to know. In less than 2 days at the market stalls, Zhou Chun successfully sold 2 magical artifacts for 13 and 14 spirit coins respectively. However, his efforts to gather information were not smooth. Many rogue cultivators at the stalls had heard about the 3 absolute sect being split up. But no one knew where the Zhou family had gone after leaving the sect. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only patiently continue waiting for an opportunity in the market. On his 3rd day at the market, a rogue cultivator with a key refining stage 10 cultivation suddenly appeared at the stalls. The elderly man, his hair streaked with gray, set up his stall and laid out over a dozen items, including freshly picked spiritual herbs, spirit ores of unknown origin, and slightly damaged magical artifacts. Upon seeing this, many of the other cultivators at the stall looked at the old man with strange expressions. Generally, cultivators who sold everything were likely bandits who specialized in killing and robbing. Or, even if they weren't bandits themselves, they had close ties to them, handling their stolen treasures for them. But while they might think this way, unless someone they were close to wanted something from the stall, no one would interfere. In fact, most of the time, because the items the bandits were selling were slightly cheaper than market prices, it attracted many bargain hunters who would rush to buy them. However, when these bargain hunters inquired about the prices, they immediately stormed off in anger. Although the old man was running a street stall, his prices weren't significantly lower than market prices, leaving little room for resale and profit. The crowd that had gathered quickly dispersed. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stepped forward to inquire about the price. "Fellow Taoist, may I ask how much this spirit ginseng is?" He pointed to yellowish-white spirit ginseng on the stall, its whiskers still covered in soil, and asked the price in a low voice. "A wild spirit ginseng over 150 years old, only 24 spirit coins, no bargaining." The old man glanced at Zhou Chun and stated the price calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun frowned and said, "The wild spirit ginseng is filled with turbid and malevolent energy. To use it as medicine, this energy must first be removed. 20-odd spirit coins is really too high." The old man, hearing this, immediately snorted coldly, his face full of displeasure. "HMPH, if the methods for removing the turbid and malevolent energy from these spiritual objects weren't controlled by those sects and families, would 100-year-old spirit ginseng only cost so few spirit coins?" He then glared at Zhou Chun and said, "Junior, if you want to buy, buy. If not, just watch from the sidelines. Don't try to amuse this old man." "Hey, I was just saying, fellow Taoist, why are you angry? In business, people always have to bargain." Zhou Chun shook his head, then glanced at the other spiritual herbs on the stall and said, "How about this? I'll buy all of your herbs, fellow Taoist. You give me a discount. How about a few spirit coins?" Hearing this, the old man remained cold and said, "No, not a single spirit coin can be missing. If even one is missing, I'll send them all to the pharmacy." Zhou Chun's tone softened immediately, and he looked at the old man with pleading eyes, saying, "Please, have mercy and help me out, okay? Earning spirit coins at my level isn't easy. You also started as a junior cultivator, you should understand. How, if I help you out, who would help me out?" The old man sneered. Then, looking at Zhou Chun with mockery, he said, "Stop playing the victim in front of me. Judging by your young age and cultivation level, you must be from some cultivation family. You want to buy spirit herbs at low prices in this market and resell them to your family at a higher price? I knew this trick more than 10 years ago. Ahem, fellow Taoist, you're overthinking it. I had no such intention." Zhou Chun coughed awkwardly twice, quickly denying it. Although he did have this idea, it was completely different from what the old man said. However, the old man obviously didn't believe him, only letting out a cold laugh and saying nothing more. In the end, Zhou Chun could only buy the spirit ginseng for 24 spirit coins. Chapter 7: The Ingenious Use of the Stone Jar. A meeting of clan members. At the Red Cliff Market, at the welcoming Immortal Inn. After buying a wild spirit ginseng from the market stalls, Zhou Chun temporarily closed his stall and opened a cultivation room at the welcoming Immortal Inn. In markets like Red Cliff Market, inns are officially operated, charging according to time and room class. For example, a Class B cultivation room for key refining cultivators costs 1 spirit coin for 12 hours, and can be accumulated. For instance, a key refining level 6 cultivator can only meditate for 2 hours a day. After paying 1 spirit coin to register on their first day, they can come for 2 hours of free cultivation for the next 5 days. During his time in the market, Zhou Chun had already opened a cultivation room at the inn. Frankly, the feeling of cultivating in the room was far superior to that outside. Without the interference of turbid evil energy, the ethereal pleasure of cultivation was truly captivating. If it weren't for the limitations imposed by his own meridians and acupoints, restricting his daily cultivation time and the insufficient spirit coins in his wallet, Zhou Chun would have loved to stay in the cultivation room every day, cultivating to the 12th level of key refining in one go. However, Zhou Chun's current purpose in entering the cultivation room wasn't cultivation. He activated the small soundproofing array in the cultivation room and then took out the stone jar from his storage bag. There was still half a jar of purified spirit water inside. Looking at the spirit water in the jar, Zhou Chun hesitated slightly before soaking the wild spirit ginseng, which had cost him 24 spirit coins, in it. The purified spirit water in the jar could purify and remove the turbid and malevolent energy accumulated in wild spirit herbs and spirit mines, information Zhou Chun had obtained from the original owner's memories. He didn't doubt this, but now that he had the opportunity to verify it, he naturally wanted to try. After a while, the blue spirit water in the jar lightened slightly. Once the color of the spirit water stopped changing completely, Zhou Chun took the wild spirit ginseng out again. The wild ginseng now appeared much more striking, its yellowish-white skin even shimmering with a faint glow, emitting a delicate ginseng fragrance. The impure energy within had been completely removed, making it essentially equivalent to ginseng grown in a spiritual field. Ginseng of this quality, at the same age, could more than double in price. In other words, any wild spiritual herb that fell into Zhou Chun's hands, simply soaked in the spiritual water in the stone jar, could double in price. Thinking this, Zhou Chun's breath caught in his throat, then he looked at the stone jar with excited anticipation and exclaimed, "A treasure trove! This is a real treasure trove." A flurry of ideas raced through his mind, as if he could see himself buying low and selling high with a stone jar, making a fortune as a middleman, and living a life of luxury. But as he pondered, a very real problem suddenly confronted him. How could he explain the origin of the spiritual herb in his hands to others? The old rogue cultivator who sold spirit ginseng earlier also mentioned that the methods for removing and purifying the impure energy from wild spirit herbs in the cultivation world are only known to those cultivation sects. If Zhou Chun were to sell these purified spirit herbs alone, how could people not suspect their origin? Even if he could wait until he joined the Zhou family and sell them under the family name, wouldn't the sheer volume and variety of his shipments be enough to attract scrutiny? Moreover, as far as he knew from his memories, even if a cultivation family had a large number of spirit herbs planted in their herb fields, most of those herbs belonged to the family as public property and couldn't be handed over to any one person for individual sale. They were usually used directly by the family, traded in bulk with other forces, or sold in the family shop. So, unless I can sell them through legitimate channels or anonymously in the future, I still can't easily sell these spirit herbs? Thinking of this, Zhou Chun's joy vanished, and he quickly regained his composure. Then, after examining the ginseng in his hand, he carefully placed it in a jade box, a container designed to prevent the loss of its medicinal properties, and stored it in his storage bag. He then cultivated in the cultivation room for over an hour before returning to the market to gather information. 3 more days passed before Zhou Chun finally learned the Zhou family's whereabouts from a newly arrived rogue cultivator. According to the cultivator, the Zhou family of spirit beasts had now occupied Jilfang Ridge in eastern Lanzhou as their base, and had even fought a fierce battle with a group of rogue cultivators who had previously occupied the area, killing 2 Foundation establishment stage cultivators. Upon learning this, Zhou Chun had no desire to stay in the Red Cliff Market any longer. He barely made it to the morning of the second day, quickly packed up his stall, and headed straight to a shop in the market. At this shop famous for its magic talismans, Zhou Chun purchased over 100 spirit coins worth of magic talismans in one go, and then prepared to leave the market for the so-called Jilfang Ridge. Just as he reached the vicinity of the market entrance, he suddenly encountered a group of 3 cultivators entering from outside. As he casually glanced at them and prepared to leave, a shout made him stop. "Is that Chun Jie from the Leopard Garden?" Zhou Chun hurriedly looked up and saw a long-faced youth, 3 or 4 years older than him, with a noticeable black mole below his right ear. This instantly matched a familiar cultivator from his memory, so he couldn't help but ask, "Are you Young Jie from the Monkey Garden?" Hearing this, the long-faced youth's face lit up with joy, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, it really is you, Chun Jie. It's so good you're alright." This long-faced youth was Zhou Yuang, a disciple of the same generation as Zhou Chun, also at the 6th level of key refining. Previously, both of them worked in the 3 Absolute Sex Beast Garden, but Zhou Chun was in charge of the Leopard Garden, while he was in charge of the Monkey Garden. Because they worked in the same place, the two had a fairly good relationship, which is why the long-faced youth recognized Zhou Chun at a glance. After they were recognized each other, and with Zhou Yuang's explanation, Zhou Chun gradually recalled the names of the other 2 based on his memory. After all, they were all cultivators from the Zhou family, although they might not have had any real connection. They had attended some important family gatherings and had generally heard of each other's names. The eldest of the 2 was named Zhou Fei, a 47-year-old elder with a cultivation level as high as the 10th level of key refining. The other was named Zhou Jingwen, a 35-year-old female cultivator, somewhat short in stature, with a cultivation level of the 8th level of key refining. After this recognition, Zhou Chun's mind raced, and before Zhou Yuang and the others could ask about him, he immediately exclaimed with great joy, "It's wonderful to see Uncle Fei and Brother Yang here. I just found out that the family has settled in Jilfang Ridge, and I'm preparing to go and serve the family." Hearing this, Zhou Fei and Zhou Yuang's faces instantly lit up with smiles, clearly pleased with his words. This saved them a lot of talking. So Zhou Fei immediately replied, "Chuner, you're so kind. Since we've met here by chance, We'll naturally take you back to see the clan leader and elders after we finish our business." Another elder, Zhou Chun, nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes, the family has just settled in Jingo and is in need of manpower. If a clansman as talented as you, Chuner, returns to the family, the clan leader and elders will definitely be happy and won't mistreat you." The two elders are right. "Chuner, just come back with us without worry. The family will definitely not mistreat you," Zhou Yuang chimed in. Judging from the attitudes of these three, Zhou Chun seemed to have a better understanding of the current situation of the Zhou family. Clearly, after the split, the Zhou family now cherished every returning member. This was similar to what he had anticipated. A cultivation family that had just broken free from the constraints of a sect would inevitably focus on winning over its younger members to strengthen family cohesion and reassure them. In that case, he shouldn't have to worry about being treated like a beast of burden when he returned. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8: Returning to the Family, Encountering an Ambush. Hongai Market. After finalizing Zhou Chun's return to the family, Zhou Fei proactively explained their mission in Hongai Market. It turned out that after establishing their family base at Jiufang Ridge, the Zhou family began developing their businesses. The mission of Zhou Fei and his companions in Hongai Market was to gather intelligence on the market's commerce, identifying which goods sold well and which areas the Zhou family could potentially enter into. Upon learning this, Zhou Chun offered to help with the investigation. The four then split up, staking out various shops and conducting their own investigations. After spending approximately 7 days in the market, they had essentially gathered sufficient basic commercial intelligence and were ready to return to the family. This time, with 3 Zhou family cultivators accompanying them, Zhou Chun no longer needed to worry about encountering bandits. Once the 4 left the market, Zhou Fei immediately activated his spirit beast pouch, releasing a dark blue-green wolf over 10 feet long to scout ahead. At the same time, Zhou Jingwen took off her spirit beast pouch and flung it out, releasing more than a dozen crimson birds the size of doves. These birds scattered around the 4 of them, taking on the role of sentry. With its coordinated ground and air reconnaissance, most bandit cultivators would have no chance of ambushing them. Even ordinary bandit cultivators would avoid them upon seeing this formation, lest they become their prey. This situation was a stark contrast to the perilous journey Zhou Chun had taken when he first arrived at the market. This also made Zhou Chun secretly resolve that once he returned to the Zhou family, he would definitely acquire 1 or 2 more spirit pets. It should be noted that when the Zhou family was still part of the 3 Absolutes sect, it was renowned for its beast-taming techniques, with almost every disciple possessing 1 or 2 spirit pets. These spirit pets could not only greatly enhance the strength of cultivators but also provide transportation, sentry duties, and other uses when traveling. Therefore, when the 3 Absolute sects still existed, the Zhou family was almost always the strongest of the 3 families. Although the Zhou family, now divided, is far weaker than before, providing Zhou Chun with 1 or 2 more demonic beasts as spirit pets shouldn't be a problem. Thus, relying on their spirit pets to clear the way and provide cover, the group swaggered off using the lightness technique. They didn't use the faster wind control technique because it consumed too much mana, and Zhou Fei and the others dared not absorb spiritual energy from the outside world to replenish their mana like Zhou Chun did. Even with the lightness technique, the group left the Red Rock Mountains in less than a day. Once they reached flat terrain, Zhou Fei found several superior war horses in Immortal City for them to ride. He then gave the horses a secret medicine to stimulate their potential, increasing their speed by 40 to 50%, as if they had inexhaustible stamina. However, the consequence was that after only half a day and 300 or 400 miles, the horses collapsed from exhaustion. If this behavior were in Zhou Chun's previous life, once exposed, the group would likely be executed immediately. But in this world of cultivation, even human life is disregarded, let alone the lives of a few animals. We're less than 300 li from Nine Peaks Ridge now. Let's use the wind riding technique to travel. Without even glancing at the corpses of the war horses lying by the roadside, Zhou Fei simply looked up at the sky and solemnly announced their next plan. Less than 300 li, and with continuous use of the wind riding technique, they could cover it in less than a day. Once they returned to their family's residence, protected by the cleansing spirit array, They could naturally meditate and recover their mana in peace. Zhou Chun had been eagerly anticipating this. He had endured the excruciating pain in his rear and mental state while galloping along the way, using his mana to avoid being discovered by the others, barely managing to avoid embarrassment. If they were to use the wind riding technique to travel, relying entirely on the power of magic to move, they would expend very little physical energy, much like taking a normal stroll. The group immediately formed hand seals and cast spells, each riding the wind like immortals on a journey, their flowing sleeves dancing gracefully through the mountains and fields, their movements incredibly free and unrestrained. Occasionally, farmers working in the fields witnessed this scene and were so astonished that they knelt and kowtowed, thinking they had encountered real immortals. After traveling nearly 200 miles on the wind, just as the group was about to reach the Zhou family at Nine Peaks Ridge in one go, a piercing howl of a wolf suddenly rose from the mountain several miles ahead. Not good, danger ahead. Zhou Fei, the leader, paled and immediately stopped, letting out a long howl to summon back his scouting wolf spirit pet. At this moment, Zhou Chun and the others, alerted by his warning, stopped and began casting protective spells or taking out magical artifacts and releasing their spirit pets to prepare for battle. A short while later, Zhou Fei's demonic wolf spirit pet returned to his side, having knocked down several trees as thick as a wrist. After hearing the wolf spirit pet's low growl, he said to Zhou Chun and the others with a grave expression, "They are cultivators, and there are 5 or 6 of them." Hearing this, Zhou Jingwang immediately analyzed, "We're less than 100 miles from Nine Peaks Ridge, and when we passed through here on our way here, we didn't see anyone living on the mountain. These guys probably aren't specifically coming for us, whether they are or not. Let's prepare for battle. They'll be here soon anyway." Zhou Fei shook his head slightly and immediately reached into his storage bag to retrieve a magical artifact. Sure enough, only a few dozen breaths later, 6 figures dressed in various colored clothes chased after them from the direction the demonic wolf spirit pet had returned from. Upon seeing each other, Zhou Jingwang immediately exclaimed, "They really came specifically for us. These guys are all former rogue cultivators from Nine Peaks Ridge." On the other side, seeing the 4 Zhou family cultivators, a burly man in black robes roared with bloodshot eyes, "You Zhou family scum, you occupied my cave and killed my fellow cultivators. Today, you will pay for your crimes in blood." "That's right, pay for your crimes in blood. We must let these outsiders from the Zhou family know that we, the rogue cultivators of Jing Kingdom, are not to be trifled with. Pay for your crimes in blood. Kill them." The 6 rogue cultivators roared and shouted, launching a direct attack on the 4 Zhou family members. These 6 rogue cultivators were all quite powerful. One, like Zhou Fei, was at the 10th level of key refining, another was at the 9th level of key refining, 2 were at the 8th level, and the remaining 2 were at the 7th level. Faced with the attack of these 6, the Zhou family members could only fight back with all their might. However, before the actual confrontation, Zhou Fei, just to be on the safe side, quickly launched a communication firework into the sky. This communication firework wasn't powered by gunpowder, but rather crafted using the techniques of cultivators. It could fly hundreds of feet into the sky, and the pattern formed after the explosion could last for a quarter of an hour, with the sound reaching 100 miles away. This place was less than 100 miles from Nine Peaks Ridge. Once the communication firework exploded, the Zhou family cultivators on Nine Peaks Ridge would definitely notice, and reinforcements would surely arrive immediately. Upon seeing the communication firework explode, the rogue cultivators instantly realized the danger of the situation. Therefore, they attacked without holding back, using all sorts of methods to quickly kill Zhou Fei and his group and then flee the area. In this situation, Zhou Chun suddenly became the most unlucky one. Because he was the youngest and his cultivation level seemed quite high, he was directly mistaken for a genius disciple of the Zhou family by the rogue cultivators and was besieged by a key refining level 8 cultivator and a key refining level 7 cultivator. The 2 men, clearly intent on killing him, immediately unleashed a barrage of magical artifacts and talismans at him. Zhou Chun, who had only cast an earth elemental protective spell, Earth Spirit Shield, was terrified upon seeing this and hastily activated his expensive diamond shield talisman, which he had purchased from the market. A burst of explosions and the sound of heavy blows rang out. Zhou Chun's initial Earth Spirit Shield vanished instantly, and even the diamond shield he had placed behind it shook violently. With his shield broken, Zhou Chun felt a tightness in his chest and nearly vomited blood. At this moment, several Zhou family cultivators realized the rogue cultivator's intentions. Zhou Yuang, who was fighting a rogue cultivator at the 7th level of key refining, shouted, "Brother Chun, hold on. I'm coming to help you." He then instructed his spirit pet, Red-tailed Monkey, to abandon its attack and instead help Zhou Chun restrain one of the enemies. Meanwhile, Zhou Jingwen promptly dispatched 5 crimson birds to assist. Zhou Yuang's spirit pet, the crimson-tailed monkey, was a mid-grade first-tier demon beast, equivalent to a mid-stage key refining cultivator. It could unleash several fire-based spells and possessed the immense strength to cleave tigers and leopards. Although Zhou Jingwen's 5 firebirds were only low-grade first-tier demon beasts, their combined strength was comparable to a mid-stage key refining cultivator. With the help of these 2 spirit pets, Zhou Chun focused on defense and quickly stabilized his position. No matter how hard the 2 rogue cultivators attacked, they couldn't defeat him in one fell swoop. He even had time to observe the other battlefields. He saw Zhou Fei alone facing both a key refining level 10 rogue cultivator and another key refining level 8 rogue cultivator. Zhou Fei himself and a demon snake spirit pet he released were dealing with a key refining level 10 rogue cultivator, while the demon wolf spirit pet was fighting the key refining level 8 rogue cultivator alone. Both sides seemed to have the upper hand. Zhou Jingwen was dealing with the rogue cultivator at the 9th level of key refining, whose cultivation was a level higher than hers. With the help of 9 firebirds, she was holding her own and beating her opponent mercilessly. Only Zhou Yuang, having sent his spirit pet Red-tailed Monkey to help Zhou Chun, was struggling a bit against a rogue cultivator at the 7th level of key refining, and the fight was evenly matched. All of this seemed normal. After all, the Zhou family members were all formal disciples of the 3 Absolutes sect, and their spells, magical artifacts, and spirit pets were far superior to those of rogue cultivators. If they were to be defeated by a few rogue cultivators like this, it would truly be a disgrace to the 3 Absolute sect and the Zhou family. After fighting for a while, seeing that they couldn't gain any advantage and worried that reinforcements from the Zhou family of 9 Peaks Ridge might arrive at any moment, the rogue cultivator fighting Zhou Fei suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "This is tough. Brothers, let's retreat first, and find another opportunity to get revenge next time." After saying that, they retreated one after another. Seeing this, the other rogue cultivators dared not linger any longer and immediately followed suit, quickly abandoning their opponents and fleeing into the mountains. Zhou Fei, witnessing this, did not choose to give chase, but merely let out a cold snort and said, "HMPH, trying to run? Do they really think they can escape?" Chapter 9 Peaks Ridge. Zhou Chun initially didn't understand the meaning of Zhou Fei's words. However, after an elderly man from the Zhou family, dressed in red, arrived on a red fire crane, he understood. This was because the elderly man in red was a foundation establishment stage elder of the Zhou family, ranking 3rd among the 3 elders. This elder, named Zhou Quan, arrived and, after learning the situation from Zhou Fei, immediately patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist with a cold expression, releasing a brownish-yellow spirit pet resembling a groundhog. He then gave the pet a few commands, and the pet ran to the spot where the rogue cultivators had been and began sniffing intensely. A moment later, the little creature squeaked at Zhou Quan, then transformed into a yellow phantom and dashed into the forest. Upon seeing this, Zhou Quan immediately instructed Zhou Fei and the others, "You all return to the clan and report the situation to the patriarch. I'll go and wipe out those ignorant rats." Then he rode his 2nd-tier demonic beast, the fire crane, and gave chase. This was because the Zhou family had migrated from another country, and the local rogue cultivators had no idea what methods they possessed, which is why they dared to be so foolish as to attack Zhou family members near the Zhou family's mountain gate. If it were rogue cultivators from Fen Kingdom, after hearing the name of the Zhou family of the 3 Absolutes sect, they would absolutely not dare to ambush Zhou family members near the Zhou family's mountain gate without being absolutely certain of silencing them. Because in the past, those fools who dared to do so ultimately became food for the spirit pets tamed by the Zhou family cultivators. Seeing Zhou Quan's figure disappear into the sky above the mountains on his crane, Zhou Fei quickly regained his senses and waved to Zhou Chun and the others, saying, "Let's go, let's return to the family first." With the 3rd elder personally taking action, those fools are surely doomed, so the group continued along the predetermined route, and after traveling more than 70 li, they finally arrived at the current location of the Zhou family's mountain gate, 9 Peaks Ridge. 9 Peaks Ridge is located deep within towering mountains, a place of spiritual beauty composed of 9 exquisite peaks, stretching more than 20 li from east to west and 17 or 18 li from north to south. Originally, this place was the lair of a group of rogue cultivators in Lanzhou. Each of the 9 peaks was guarded by a foundation establishment stage rogue cultivator, and 200 to 300 key refining stage rogue cultivators resided and cultivated there. After the 3 absolute sect was dismantled, the Zhou family, having nowhere else to go, quickly set their sights on this place. After some investigation, and learning that this group of rogue cultivators had no significant connection with the major sects or families, the Zhou family marched the entire clan to 9 Peaks Ridge and forcibly occupied this precious cultivation ground. At this time, less than 3 months had passed since the great battle involving hundreds of cultivators, and traces of that battle could still be seen in many places inside and outside 9 Peaks Ridge. For example, the burned forests and mountain peaks with partially collapsed sections. According to Zhou Yuang's account, although the Zhou family had a purple mansion stage cultivator in charge and many second-tier spirit beasts comparable to Foundation establishment cultivators to assist them in the battle, they still paid the price of more than a dozen clansmen dying in the fight to achieve victory. Now, in Zhou Chun's view, the area where 9 Peaks Ridge was located was only a vast expanse of white array mist, making it impossible to see the true scenery inside. Led by Zhou Fei, their group walked around the area for a while before arriving at the entrance of a valley between 2 mountains. Upon arriving, without them uttering a word, the Zhou family cultivators guarding the entrance and exit within the valley mist recognized Zhou Fei and Zhou Yuang, greeting them and inquiring about Zhou Chun's origins. After receiving Zhou Fei's explanation, with Zhou Jingwen and Zhou Yang providing corroboration, the Zhou family cultivators inside quickly manipulated the array, causing the array mist leading into the valley to surge, revealing a passage wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. The 4 walked along the passage for less than 100 feet before their vision suddenly opened up, and their view of the world within was no longer obstructed. Within this world of the array, 9 spiritual peaks of varying heights were distributed in the 4 cardinal directions, surrounded by dozens of smaller hills. Forests, streams, lakes, waterfalls, secluded pools, grasslands, ravines, deep valleys, all kinds of terrain and landforms could be found in this small world. In the forests, one could see monkeys frolicking in the treetops, and tigers and leopards leaping and bounding with agile movements. Beside the stream, deer, sheep, cattle, and horses grazed peacefully on the tender green grass, while black bears swam and fished in the water. In the lake, giant turtles basked on the surface. Beneath the waterfall, several terrifyingly large, dark blue-green pythons coiled themselves around pillar-like rocks, letting the rushing water wash over them, seemingly enjoying themselves immensely. On the grass, seemingly underage Zhou family boys chased and played with giant wolves, while a young girl groomed and caught insects with a white fox larger than herself. By a secluded pool, 2 elderly Zhou family members used a stone as a chessboard, each holding 2 black and white pieces, locked in a fierce battle. Not far away, a wild boar-like monster with a single horn grunted and strained its head against another blue ox monster. After an initial discomfort, Zhou Chun quickly grew to love this place. The harmonious coexistence of humans and nature, animals and humans, offered a place that could purify the soul and bring immense relaxation. Before coming into this world, such a place, such a life, was the dream of office workers like Zhou Chun, a place that only existed in their fantasies. Brother Chun, don't overthink it. Although this place can't compare to our old 3 absolute sect in Fen Kingdom, it belongs exclusively to our Zhou family. As long as our Zhou family manages and develops it well, it might not be worse than what we had at the 3 absolute sect. Walking through the pathless mountains, Zhou Yuang noticed Zhou Chun seemed a bit off and assumed he was disappointed with the situation at 9 Peaks Ridge, so he quickly comforted him. Seeing his misunderstanding, Zhou Chun shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No, Brother Yuang, you're overthinking it. This place is very good, very good. I'm very satisfied." Ha ha ha, satisfied is good, satisfied is good. Zhou Fei, who was leading the way, laughed heartily upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, clearly pleased with his answer. After walking for another quarter of an hour, they finally arrived at the main peak of 9 Peaks Ridge, the Pagoda Peak, where the Zhou family patriarch's office was located. Pagoda Peak, as its name suggests, resembles a round pagoda standing on the earth. It stands over 470 zang tall, its peak covered in ancient trees, rich in spiritual energy, making it the best cultivation place in 9 Peaks Ridge. Climbing a cleared path from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, the view suddenly widens, revealing a cluster of palaces and pavilions built against the mountainside. Before Zhou Chun could properly observe and examine these palaces and pavilions, Zhou Fei led them into a hall with a plaque reading Zhongping Hall. Soon, Zhou Chun met Zhou Guyi, the patriarch of the Zhou family, deep within the main hall. Like most sects and families, the patriarch of the Zhou family was not the one with the highest cultivation. Zhou Guyi's cultivation was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. However, he had become the patriarch of the Zhou family back when the three absolute sects still existed. For Zhou Fei, Zhou Chun, and other Zhou family members, this patriarch commanded even more awe than the current Purple Mansion stage Grand Elder. The Zhou family patriarch was a robust man with a resolute face and an imposing presence, clearly a long-time figure in a high position. After Zhou Fei and the other three bowed, he didn't rush to inquire about Zhou Chun's affairs. Instead, he first had Zhou Fei report on his investigation in Hongai Market and then took a copy of the summary he had written to review. After quickly reading through the book in less than 15 minutes, he put it down and nodded slightly, saying, "You've handled this matter quite well. I will record your achievements." Then, he turned his gaze to Zhou Chun and said, "Now tell me about yourself. If I remember correctly, your name is Zhou Chun, right? You used to work at Leopard Garden, didn't you?" As the Zhou family patriarch, he already knew the names, appearances, and whereabouts of all the adult Zhou family cultivators by heart. He had recalled Zhou Chun's information shortly after meeting him and didn't need Zhou Fei and the others to introduce him. Hearing the conversation turn to him, Zhou Chun quickly and respectfully replied, "Clan leader, your insight is truly remarkable. This junior is indeed Zhou Chun." He then recounted how he had fled from Fen Kingdom to Jing Kingdom, and how he had met Zhou Fei and the others. However, he omitted the part about his falling out with Li Han, a cultivator from the Li family, and instead told them that they went their separate ways after hearing news of the three absolute sects split. His account, mostly true and partially false, was naturally not something Zhou Guyi would expose, and he believed Zhou Guyi wouldn't delve into the matter. Sure enough, Zhou Guyi only praised his escape experience, commending his determination to return to the clan despite the hardships, and didn't ask any further questions. Instead, after observing him for a moment in contemplation, she nodded slightly and said, "The clan's mountain gate is newly established, and everything is in its early stages of development. This is precisely the time when we need capable people. Zhou Chun, you have braved hardships and dangers to return to the clan. This sentiment deserves commendation. Since your original spirit pet has perished, this rock turtle spirit egg will be given to you as a new spirit pet to cultivate. I hope you will cherish and make good use of it, and serve the clan well in the future." With that, she patted a storage pouch at her waist, took out a white jade box, and handed it to Zhou Chun. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun's face lit up with joy, overjoyed beyond measure. He held the jade box in both hands, his face beaming with joy, and immediately bowed deeply to Zhou Guyi, saying, "Thank you for the reward, clan chief. I will certainly do my utmost to serve the clan and live up to the clan chiefs and the clan's kindness. Alright, you can now go to Baozi Peak to cultivate. You can inquire about the current situation of the Zhou family, as well as the rules to be observed within the clan, from the Peak Master of Baozi Peak, Zhou He." After speaking, Zhou Guyi waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. Zhou Fei and the others quickly bowed and took their leave. Chapter 10 The First Spirit Pet. 9 Peaks Ridge, Baozi Peak. After the Zhou family occupied 9 Peaks Ridge, they appointed a peak master for each of the spiritual peaks, except for the main peak, Pagoda Peak, where the supreme elder and the clan chief resided. The peak master of Baozi Peak was named Zhou He, a female cultivator of the Zhou family at the 12th level of key refining, who is already 67 years old. Before Zhou Chun arrived at Baozi Peak, there were 12 Zhou family cultivators residing and cultivating there, including Zhou Yuang, with whom he had a good relationship. After returning from Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun, led by Zhou Yuang, first went up the mountain to pay his respects to Peak Master Zhou He. As an elder of the Zhou family, Zhou He was extremely pleased to learn that a worthy member of the clan, Zhou Chun, had returned to the family and joined his ranks. He even brought out his own precious spiritual honey tea, which he usually couldn't bear to drink, to entertain Zhou Chun. Afterward, he personally led Zhou Chun to a secluded courtyard and arranged for him to live in this mountain retreat. Afterwards, he took Zhou Chun to visit the other Zhou family cultivators on the mountain, letting everyone know that Zhou Chun had become a new member of the clan. This warm hospitality made Zhou Chun feel flattered and deeply touched. It wasn't until late at night that he was able to return to his secluded courtyard and calmly reflect on the day's events. Undoubtedly, his experiences today fully demonstrated the correctness of his decision to return to the Zhou family. Returning to the Zhou family would indeed bring the constraints of family rules, and he would indeed be subject to the control and orders of the patriarch and elders. However, the benefits he would enjoy after returning to the Zhou family would more than compensate for the control he would receive. In short, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. Moreover, judging from today's experiences and his interactions with Zhou Fei and the others over the past few days, the atmosphere within the Zhou family seemed relatively good. Intrigue and backstabbing might be unavoidable, but it shouldn't concern ordinary clan members like themselves. Of course, he had only just returned to the family, and it was too early to draw conclusions. Further observation was needed. After reviewing the day's events, Zhou Chun suddenly reached into his storage bag and retrieved the rock turtle spirit egg that clan chief Zhou Guyi had bestowed upon him. He opened the jade box, revealing a large, grayish-white beast egg. This giant egg was even larger than the ostrich egg Zhou Chun had seen in his previous life. It was the egg laid by a low-level demon beast, the rock turtle. In the cultivation world, demon beasts are classified into 6 ranks, corresponding to the cultivation levels of cultivators. They are further categorized into 4 levels based on their growth potential: low level, mid-level, high level, and top level. Generally, the upper limit of a low-level demon beast's growth potential is rank 1. Unless it encounters a special opportunity that allows its bloodline to undergo a transformation and evolution, a low-level demon beast has virtually no chance of reaching rank 2. Similarly, the upper limit of a mid-level demon beast's growth potential is rank 2, a high-level demon beast's is rank 3, and a top-level demon beast's is rank 4. Therefore, if someone obtains the egg or cub of a top-tier demonic beast, and survives until that top-tier demonic beast matures, they can obtain a 4th-tier demonic beast with strength comparable to Golden Core Cultivator as a spirit pet. The rock turtle spirit egg in Zhou Chun's hand, although only a descendant of a low-level demonic beast, is still considered a very powerful beast among low-level demonic beasts, at least much stronger than the wind shadow leopard he had previously raised. This kind of demonic beast not only has extremely strong defensive capabilities and tenacious vitality, but also possesses considerable offensive capabilities. Upon reaching adulthood, it is equivalent to a first-tier high-grade demonic beast, capable of fighting against a late-stage key refining cultivator. It can be said that such a rock turtle spirit egg would be worth at least 300 spirit coins if sold in the market. Therefore, Zhou Guyi's reward for Zhou Chun's return to the family was undeniably generous. After examining the rock turtle spirit egg for a while, Zhou Chun quickly pricked his finger, used his blood as ink, and, using a stone as paper, began to carve a contract array on a flat stone slab. The Zhou family, renowned for its beast-taming techniques, possesses various secret arts that allow cultivators to establish contracts with demonic beasts. The soul-controlling blood array Zhou Chun is currently using is one of the safest and most reliable of these contract techniques. However, this method is only suitable for contracting with unintelligent demonic beast eggs like the rock turtle spirit egg. It has little effect on hatched and awakened demonic beast cubs or adult demonic beasts. After spending approximately 2/4 of an hour inscribing the contract array, he then began inscribing related spiritual patterns on the rock turtle spirit egg's shell. Once the grayish-white surface of the rock turtle spirit egg was covered with various blood-red spiritual patterns, Zhou Chun placed the egg on the stone slab inscribed with a contract array. Then, using blood as a catalyst, he performed hand seals and chanted incantations to activate the contract array. As the contract array activated, the array patterns inscribed with Zhou Yang's blood on the stone slab instantly transformed into blood mist, rising and surging towards the rock turtle spirit egg in the center, like water that had evaporated. Soon, the entire rock turtle spirit egg was enveloped in a misty bloody fog. At this moment, the previously motionless rock turtle spirit egg seemed to sense something, suddenly emitting a suction force that drew the surrounding bloody fog into the egg, transforming it into nutrients for its growth. As all the bloody fog was absorbed, the rock turtle spirit egg returned to its previous grayish-white color. However, Zhou Chun had already established a mysterious connection with the rock turtle spirit egg, faintly sensing that the previously sealed life force within was rapidly developing. Generally, If a demon beast spirit egg is obtained but a suitable owner is not found immediately, a cultivator possessing a special sealing technique will temporarily seal the egg's life force, greatly delaying its growth and hatching time. Only after a master contracts with a demon beast spirit egg will the seal be released, at which point the demon beast spirit egg will hatch at a speed many times faster than normal. After observing the rock tortoise spirit egg for about an hour, Zhou Chun concluded that it would hatch successfully in 2 to 3 days. He didn't put it away, but placed it under his bed, letting it hatch on its own. In the latter half of the night, Zhou Chun only slept for less than 2 hours before getting up and heading to the cliff at the summit of Baozi Peak. He thought he had arrived early enough, before dawn, 5 a.m. However, upon arrival, he discovered that Zhou Yong and the other 2 Zhou family cultivators from Baozi Peak were already waiting there. It seems there's no shortage of diligent people in this world. Zhou Chun sighed inwardly and found a place to sit cross-legged. Around 5:45 a.m., as the sky gradually brightened, 7 Zhou family cultivators had gathered on the cliff. At this time, the 7 sat cross-legged on the cliff, their hands forming hand seals, quickly entering a meditative state. As the sun rose and the purple aura of the morning sun appeared in the east, the 7 had reached a state of perfect concentration, gathering a wisp of the morning sun's purple aura and refining it into their bodies. When Zhou Chun reopened his eyes, finished his practice, and stood up, it was already broad daylight, and the time was 4/4 past Shenxi, 7:45 a.m. At this time, 3 Zhou family cultivators had already finished their practice and left, while the other 3, including Zhou Yuang, were still meditating. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately and quietly left the cliff at the mountain peak and went to the communal dining hall on Baozi Peak to have breakfast. The Zhou family had migrated from Fen Kingdom, and most of their mortal relatives had remained in Fen Kingdom and could not be brought over. Only a few Foundation Establishment stage elders and other high-level cultivators, mortal relatives, had been brought to Jing Kingdom. Now that the Zhou family was rebuilding from the ashes, these mortals, even the relatives of the Zhou family's high-level cultivators, had to contribute their share. Therefore, places like the dining halls and drying rooms on each peak were all staffed by these people. These people, used to a life of luxury, naturally couldn't satisfy him with their actions. Zhou Chun took a few meat buns for breakfast, but 2 of them weren't even fully cooked. Luckily, he hadn't paid for them and didn't want to cause trouble since he was new, otherwise, he would have really started cursing. Finally, he angrily threw down the buns and left, deciding to cook for himself from now on. After quickly finding some edible wild fruits in the mountains to fill his stomach, Zhou Chun hurried to the residence of Peak Master Zhou He. Although Zhou Fei and the others had mentioned some things about the Zhou family's current situation, they hadn't gone into much detail, especially regarding the various rules and regulations. Now, Peak Master Zhou He needed to explain things to Zhou Chun in detail so he would have a clear understanding. Haha, one reader actually guessed some of it. Let's all guess which main battle spirit pets will appear later. I've already set up about 7 spirit pets. Chapter 11, Cleansing Spirit Pavilion and Sinking Shadwell. You, Chun Gear, are already familiar with the Zhou family's previous clan rules, so I won't repeat them. Now that the family has settled down in Nine Peaks Ridge and will become a fully fledged cultivation family, the rules will certainly change. This needs to be discussed and revised by the Supreme Elder, the clan head, and all the elders. For now, the family has only added a few rules, adapting to local conditions and changing circumstances. First, no one may be dispatched by the family to leave Nine Peaks Ridge easily. This is mainly to protect all clan members and also to minimize the chance of provoking enemies, since we are currently unfamiliar with this place and don't know much about the situation in Jing Kingdom. Second, without the family's permission, no one may flaunt or display the family's various methods in front of outsiders, no one may leak internal family information to outsiders, and no one may bring outsiders back to the family. This rule is also for the protection of the family and its members. Thirdly, to concentrate resources on major undertakings, the family will temporarily suspend the distribution of spirit coins as welfare and task rewards to its members. Instead, merit points will be used for counting, with 1 merit point corresponding to 1 spirit coin. Once the family has firmly established itself, the exchange of merit points and spirit coins will be opened. Various rules and taboos, large and small, came from Zhou He's mouth and entered Zhou Chun's ears. One explained clearly and in detail, while the other listened attentively, taking notes as he listened. In less than a day, Zhou Chun had a relatively clear understanding of the current situation of the Zhou family. It should be said that the current situation of the Zhou family is not bad. Excluding those family members who may still be wandering outside like Zhou Chun, the Zhou family currently has more than 130 cultivators, including 1 purple mansion stage cultivator, 4 foundation establishment stage cultivators, and the rest are all key refining stage cultivators. Such strength would place them among the top 10 cultivation families, even in the cultivation world of Jingguolanzhou. However, the Zhou family was a newcomer, and their forceful occupation of the auspicious Nine Peaks Ridge had severely damaged their reputation among the independent cultivators of Jing Kingdom. The surrounding cultivation sects and families were also wary and hostile towards this outsider force, and were unwilling to cooperate with him. Fortunately, the other 3 factions that had split from the 3 absolute sects shared the burden, and for the time being, no one dared to be the first to openly oppose the Zhou family. It seemed that the Zhou family's leadership was well aware of their current predicament, and the rules they had established were designed to address these difficulties. Zhou Chun believed they had other external measures to overcome this predicament, but he was unaware of them at the moment. Of course, it wasn't his place to worry about the Zhou family now. His cultivation level was insufficient to influence their decisions. He only needed to follow the instructions, cultivating daily and completing the assigned tasks. After instructing Zhou Chun on various precautions, Zhou He also told him some news. The group of rogue cultivators who had ambushed them near Jilfang Ridge had all been killed by the 3rd elder, Zhou Quan, who also followed the trail and killed over a dozen other rogue cultivators who shared the same hatred for the Zhou family. It was another bright and sunny morning. On Baozi Peak, after finishing his meditation on the cliff face, Zhou Chun returned to his residence for breakfast. His breakfast was simple: white porridge with steamed buns, some dried fruit, and dried meat shreds. Many cultivators didn't have the habit of eating breakfast. They might eat some wild mountain fruit and drink some spring water. Once they reached the foundation establishment stage and could abstain from grains, going a month without food was common. But Zhou Chun was different. For him, maintaining the habit of 3 meals a day was a way of commemorating his past life, making him clearly aware of his difference from others. Moreover, even if someone noticed this small habit, they wouldn't care. Even if someone asked, Zhou Chun had ample reason to explain. After finishing breakfast in about 15 minutes, Zhou Chun strolled towards the Jingling Pavilion on the mountainside of Baozi Peak. The Jingling Pavilion was located in a valley on the shady side of Baozi Peak, a tranquil environment filled with the fragrance of flowers and many beautiful blooms. Upon arriving in the valley, Zhou Chun saw 3 Zhou family cultivators sitting cross-legged around a well in the center of a 4-cornered pavilion. Every so often, a wide jade pillar, mottled with black and white, would spring out of the well. The 3 Zhou family cultivators would then cast control spells on the jade pillar, pressing it back into the well, repeating this process continuously. That well was one of the foundations of the Jingling Formation, protecting the Zhou family of Jilfang Ridge, also known as the Sinking Fiend Well. Each of the 9 spiritual peaks of Jilfang Ridge had such a Jingling Pavilion and a Sinking Fiend Well. Every moment, Zhou family cultivators guarding the well manipulate the magic array, sinking the turbid evil energy absorbed by the array deep underground to ensure that the spiritual energy absorbed and refined by the Zhou family cultivators on the mountain is pure spiritual energy. This work is exhausting, not only mentally and physically demanding, but also preventing them from meditating and cultivating normally or doing other things. Therefore, the current rule of the Zhou family is that each Zhou family disciple with a mid-stage key refining cultivation level must guard the Pure Spirit Pavilion for at least 3 hours every day. Zhou Chun has now settled down and is cultivating on Baozi Peak, so he will be guarding the Pure Spirit Pavilion nearby every day. When he arrived at the Pure Spirit Pavilion on time, a Zhou family cultivator who had been sitting there for a sufficient amount of time smiled and nodded at him, then left first. Zhou Chun took over the task, sat on the futon where the other had been sitting, and guarded the sinking evil well together with 2 other Zhou family cultivators. Besides guarding the Pure Spirit Pavilion, Zhou Chun and other key refining stage cultivators from the Zhou family also needed to take turns guarding several locations within the mountain's protective array. They also had to hunt for the spirit beasts tamed within the mountain gate, construct buildings, open mountain paths between peaks, cultivate medicinal gardens, and perform a series of other tasks. However, aside from the impeccable guarding of the Pure Spirit Pavilion, the other tasks were not difficult and were unsupervised. They only needed to do a little each day. After all, cultivators had plenty of time. While doing these tasks, Zhou Chun naturally gradually met and became familiar with the other Zhou family cultivators. One day, Zhou Chun and several other Zhou family cultivators returned from hunting in the mountains outside Nine Peaks Ridge. After delivering most of their prey to the beast enclosure, they returned to their residence. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw a rock tortoise gnawing on tree bark. 3 months had passed since Zhou Chun returned to the Zhou family in Nine Peaks Ridge. What started as a single rock turtle egg has now hatched into a small, grayish-brown turtle the size of a wash basin, somewhat resembling the alligator snapping turtle of Zhou Chun's previous life. A fully grown rock turtle could comfortably support 3 or 4 people on its back, so this little turtle is truly just a small turtle, but don't let its size fool you. This little guy has formidable teeth. With its sharp fangs, it can easily crush pebbles. So even without awakening and mastering the rock turtle clan's innate magic, this little turtle already poses a significant threat to ordinary people. One of the easiest things about rock turtles to raise is that they eat almost anything. Animal meat, tree bark, even soil, they'll eat it all, possessing an incredibly powerful digestive system. Sensing Zhou Chun's return, the little turtle, which had been nibbling at the small trees in the yard, immediately wagged its tail and turned to look at him, conveying a sense of hunger. Generally speaking, spirit beasts hatched and tamed by cultivators from a young age are less affected by the corrupting influence of evil energy, resulting in significantly higher intelligence than wild demonic beasts. Some naturally intelligent demonic beast species may even possess wisdom comparable to humans. However, the rock tortoise is not known for its intelligence. It relies on a spiritual contract with its owner to convey emotions, which is the best it can do for this 3-month-old tortoise. Fortunately, Zhou Chun didn't have high expectations for the rock tortoise's intelligence. He only valued its tough, resilient, and powerful nature, hoping it would help him in battles. He immediately stepped forward, took out some specially reserved wild animal hearts and livers from his storage bag, and put them in the food bowl for the little tortoise to eat. He then went into the kitchen to start a fire and cook. Half an hour later, Zhou Chun had prepared several dishes, some stir-fried, some roasted, and some boiled, and then he slowly and carefully enjoyed this sumptuous dinner by himself. Chapter 12 The Supreme Elder. Nine Peaks Ridge, Baozi Peak. That day, after leaving the jingling pavilion, Zhou Chun, as usual, returned to his residence to meditate and recover his magical power. However, he had only meditated for less than a quarter of an hour when he sensed that the array in the courtyard had been activated by an outsider. When he finished meditating and got up, he opened the courtyard gate and saw Zhou Yuang anxiously waiting for him. Upon seeing him, Zhou Yuang immediately said in a deep voice, "The clan leader has ordered that, except for the cultivators guarding the jingling pavilion and the mountain protecting array, all clan members within the mountain gate must assemble at Baoda Peak. There is an important matter that needs to be announced publicly." He then cupped his hands in a salute to Zhou Chun and said, "I still need to inform the others. Chun Gear, you should hurry to Baoda Peak, an important matter that needed to be announced publicly." A look of doubt flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes. He glanced at Zhou Yuang's departing figure, then immediately packed his things and set off for Baoda Peak. When he arrived at Baoda Peak, he found that dozens of Zhou family cultivators had already gathered there. From centenarians to teenagers, they all looked bewildered, clearly having been summoned here suddenly, just like Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun abandoned his plan to inquire further, greeted some familiar clansmen, and waited together. After waiting for about half an hour, when the number of Zhou family cultivators gathered on the mountain approached 100, the patriarch Zhou Guai and 3 elders finally emerged from this honking hall. Just as Zhou Chun and the others thought they were about to announce the reason, the 4 foundation establishment cultivators, including patriarch Zhou Guai, suddenly bowed in unison towards the mountaintop, saying, "Welcome back, Supreme Elder." As soon as they finished speaking, a ball of azure light shot up from the mountaintop, quickly landing halfway down, revealing the figure of a white-haired, azure-robed elder. This azure-robed elder was none other than Zhou Wenda, a purple mansion stage cultivator and the current pillar of the Zhou family. Although he appears somewhat old, Zhou Wenda's lifespan is actually not considered high among purple mansion stage cultivators. Purple mansion stage cultivators generally live to be over 400 years old, with some even reaching nearly 500. Zhou Wenda is only a little over 200 years old now. The reason he has a full head of white hair is because he was already over 200 when he reached the purple mansion stage. nearing the lifespan limit of a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. In fact, Zhou Wenda's breakthrough to the Purple Mansion stage more than a decade ago was a stroke of luck for the Zhou family. If it weren't for Zhou Wenda, a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, daring to step forward and shoulder the responsibility, when the three absolute sect was split up, few Zhou family cultivators would have dared to face Yu Jinghua, a golden core stage cultivator, or dared to speak of establishing their own sect and the Zhou family. Therefore, in the current Zhou family, Elder Zhou Wenda is still very popular and respected. Upon seeing him appear, all the Zhou family cultivators present, led by clan chief Zhou Guai, bowed and said, "Junior greets the Supreme Elder, no need for formalities, fellow clansmen. Please follow me into the Ancestral Hall." Zhou Wenda waved his sleeves and immediately led the way to the Ancestral Hall, which had remained tightly closed since its construction. As a cultivation family organized around clans, the Zhou family's Ancestral Hall was naturally a place of great importance, using only precious materials and protected by a separate magic array. Normally, only the Supreme Elder Zhou Wenda and Clan Chief Zhou Guai were qualified to open the Ancestral Hall. At this moment, Zhou Wenda opened the Ancestral Hall's doors, and Zhou Chun and the other Zhou family cultivators followed behind him, seeing the scene inside the Ancestral Hall for the first time. Upon entering, one could see a square courtyard with several lotus leaves floating in a pool in the center. The lotus leaves were as green as jade, exuding spiritual energy. Beneath the lotus leaves, in the clear pond, several large golden carp swam gracefully, emanating a faint spiritual aura. Looking at the long corridors flanking the courtyard, the walls were adorned with murals and inscriptions depicting the Zhou family's origins and recounting the heroic deeds of some of their ancestors. For example, an ancestor named Zhou Tong, along with two golden core stage friends, once slew a fourth-tier dragon that plagued the cultivation world. The murals depict this ancestor's powerful slaying of the dragon. Another ancestor, Zhou Xia, once entered a wondrous place and brought back a spiritual insect called the Jade Spirit Bee, greatly benefiting the Zhou family. The murals also depict this ancestor beekeeping and honey gathering. In short, the Zhou family ancestors featured in the murals within this ancestral hall are all figures who made immense contributions to the Zhou family, whose merits deserve to be forever remembered by future generations of Zhou family cultivators. One must never forget one's roots, much less one's ancestors. We cultivators, though we seek the path to immortality, are still human beings, and must be humane in our actions and conduct. If it weren't for the contributions of the Zhou family ancestors enshrined on these merit walls, how could we stand here today? How could we possess this level of cultivation? Therefore, no matter how high your cultivation becomes in the future, no matter where you are, never forget the achievements of your ancestors, never forget whose blood flows in your veins. Of course, I hope that one day, one of your names will appear on this merit wall, so that the spirits of our ancestors in heaven, and future generations of the Zhou family, will be proud of you. The deep, resonant voice of Zhou Wenda echoed slowly within the ancestral hall. Every Zhou family cultivator present in the ancestral hall felt a strange emotion rise within them upon hearing these words. Some elderly people wore expressions of shame and remorse, their heads bowed, seemingly feeling ashamed before their ancestors. Some teenagers and young adults, however, unconsciously straightened their chests, their eyes filled with longing. Even Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened slightly, somewhat moved. Worshipping ancestors and bringing honor to one's family, these were things that the Chinese people revered and respected even in his previous life. He vividly remembered when he was admitted to university, his parents, grandparents, and other blood relatives were overjoyed, telling everyone they met, and the villagers praised his success. That must have been the most glorious moment of his past life. Unfortunately, after entering society, such things never happened again, and because he hadn't married, he didn't even dare to return home often. Thinking about his past life, Zhou Chun unknowingly followed the crowd to the main hall of the ancestral hall. The Zhou family had a history of over 1,000 years, and the number of cultivators who had emerged from their lineage was countless. Therefore, those whose ancestral tablets are kept in this main hall, besides the first and second generation ancestors, are all cultivators at or above the Foundation Establishment stage. The tablets of Zhou family cultivators below the Foundation Establishment stage are enshrined in the side halls flanking the main hall of the Ancestral Hall. However, because mortals are not allowed to enter the Ancestral Hall, it's difficult to find the corresponding descendants of many of the tablets among the cultivators present today. Take Zhou Chun as an example. His parents and grandparents were all mortals, and only within 5 generations did he emerge as a cultivator with spiritual roots. Without consulting the family genealogy, he wouldn't know the names of his ancestors from the 3rd generation onwards, or where their tablets are currently enshrined. And among the Zhou family cultivators present, there are quite a few in similar circumstances. Therefore, to avoid affecting the unity of the clan, Zhou Wenda simply led everyone to bow and offer incense to all the tablets, starting from the main hall. After the entire sacrificial ceremony was completed, everyone returned to the main hall of the ancestral temple. Zhou Wenda slowly turned around, his back to the ancestral tablets behind him, and solemnly looked at everyone. Upon seeing this, everyone tensed up, knowing he was about to announce something important. They immediately straightened up and held their breath, waiting in rapt attention. From the very beginning of the 3 absolute sect founded by our ancestors, the Zhou family has existed. It can be said that the Zhou family has existed for as many years as the 3 absolute sect. For so many years, the Zhou family has shared the glory and hardship of the 3 absolute sect. Furthermore, to maintain the sect's lineage and unity, our ancestors have always intentionally downplayed the family's influence. Now the 3 absolute sect is gone, and the Zhou family has suffered a great calamity, splitting in 2, its members scattered. We, the Zhou family members of the 9 Peaks Ridge lineage, having inherited the Zhou family's orthodoxy and the ancestral incense offerings, must henceforth take the family as our foundation and bloodline as our bond, working together to create a glorious future. Carrying forward the Zhou family, so that our ancestors and future generations can be proud of us. Zhou Wenda paused slightly, his gaze turning to the attentive clansman. Then, his tone suddenly turned serious, and he solemnly declared, therefore, in order to bring glory to the Zhou family, to make cultivation smoother and more convenient for all clansmen, and to make the Zhou family stronger and better, reform is imperative. After several months of discussion with the clan head and elders, we have preliminarily drafted most of the necessary reforms, and today I hereby announce them publicly, before our ancestors. Note, the last sentence is a separate, unrelated comment. Following the updates during the new book period is very important. I hope all readers can follow the updates daily. Thank you. Chapter 13 3 Reforms. Inside the Zhou family ancestral hall at Jiufang Ridge, in front of the vast majority of Zhou family members, Zhou Wenda, the supreme elder of the Zhou family, solemnly announced the various reforms and regulations for the Zhou family. According to him, now that the Zhou family is officially continuing its lineage as a cultivation family, it should continue its traditions in the same way as other major cultivation families. Therefore, the first reform is the arrangement of generational names and the change of titles. Heaven and earth are clear and bright, respect the Dao and guard the family, rectify the mind and think of the source. These 12 characters are the generational names for the Zhou family that Zhou Wenda, the patriarch, and the elders agreed upon. From Zhou Wenda onwards, all newborn children will be named according to these 12 characters. Since the ages of the Zhou family cultivators vary, the specific generational names will be determined by dividing each generation into 50-year intervals, starting from Zhou Wenda's ancestors. According to this division, the Zhou family currently has 2 members in the Ming generation, Supreme Elder Zhou Mingdan and First Elder Zhou Mingshan. There is 1 member in the Chong generation, Second Elder Zhou Chongshan. 2 members of the Dao generation are the Third Elder, Zhou Daoquan, and the clan chief, Zhou Daoai. There are 3 members of the Shou generation, all over 100 years old. The Jia generation has the most, with 67 members. The Zhang generation also has 33 cultivators, and this generational naming system will continue for over 10 years. Following this order, Zhou Chun, Zhou Yuang, and their peers, along with the 35-year-old Zhou Jingwen, belong to the Zhang generation. Zhou Fei, whom Zhou Chun knew before, belongs to the Jia generation. Zhou He, the peak master of Baozi Peak, also belongs to the Jia generation. After the generational naming system is established, clan members within 3 generations must address each other as grandparents, uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, etc. Among members of the same generation, age is used to determine seniority. Thus, Zhou Chun ranks 13th among his peers in the Zhang generation, making him older than most of them. To ensure that every Zhou family cultivator was familiar with the different generations of the clan, a handbook was specially distributed to each cultivator on site, detailing the generational names and rankings among their peers. Those Zhou family cultivators who were absent would receive the same handbook later. Clearly, This arrangement of generational names and change of titles aimed to unite all Zhou family cultivators, increasing their sense of belonging to the family and to other clan members. Using blood ties as a bond and kinship terms as a link, all Zhou family cultivators were connected, truly accepting the Zhou family as a large family. Zhou Ming and other high-ranking members of the Zhou family had gone to great lengths. Because Zhou Ming and other high-ranking members took the lead in changing their names, even though some Zhou family cultivators felt uncomfortable with this sudden addition of uncles and grandfathers, they could only endure it and could not object. Of course, to alleviate the discomfort of these Zhou family cultivators, Zhou Ming solemnly stated on the spot that no Zhou family cultivator would be allowed to bully lower-ranking members simply because of their seniority or age. Furthermore, considering that some names might not sound pleasant after being added to the generational naming system, current Zhou family cultivators were permitted to continue using their original names when referring to themselves. In short, the generational naming system was created to unite the Zhou family cultivators, and it absolutely could not be allowed to become an obstacle to their unity. Following the generational system, Zhou Ming quickly announced a second reform, ranking the existing Zhou family cultivators based on their cultivation level, achievements, and aptitude. The highest rank was Grand Elder, followed by Clan Chief, and then Elders. Below Elders were 3 ranks: Core Clan members, Elite Clan members, and Ordinary Clan members. From now on, annual welfare offerings, the right to exchange and use certain family resources, and the right to cultivate techniques and secret arts would all be tiered according to each Zhou family member's rank. Even in the future, when conflicts arise among clan members and it's difficult to determine who is right and who is wrong, the clan leader and elders will favor the side with higher status when judging right and wrong. According to this rule, the peak master of every spirit peak in 9 Peaks Ridge, except for Pagoda Peak, will automatically become a core clan member. Clan members with late-stage key refining cultivation will also automatically become elite clan members, while the rest will be ordinary clan members. This system of status determination will be effective for the next 10 years. That is, ordinary clan members like Zhou Chun can automatically be promoted to elite clan members as long as they can cultivate to the late-stage key refining stage within 10 years. Of course, if an ordinary clan member performs exceptionally well, makes significant contributions to the clan, or has outstanding aptitude, they can be promoted to elite clan members, or even core clan members, even if their cultivation is not at the late-stage key refining stage. Clearly, compared to the merely verbal generational ranking, this status determination is a real benefit. This system is somewhat similar to the elite disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples in a sect, or rather, it's just a different name. With this tiered system of status, ordinary and elite clansmen would undoubtedly strive to improve their cultivation and accumulate merit in order to enhance their treatment and obtain more cultivation resources, aiming to become core clan members. This highly motivating reform was unsurprisingly accepted by all Zhou family cultivators on the spot. Following this, Zhou Ming announced a third reform. This reform concerned the regulations for Zhou family cultivators joining sects and marriage. The Zhou family would not prevent clansmen from joining other sects. On the contrary, they would provide certain assistance and subsidies. However, these were not without compensation. If a Zhou family cultivator joined a sect, accepted the Zhou family's subsidies and assistance, but failed to achieve foundation establishment before the age of 60 and thus failed to become an inner disciple, they would have to return to the family and serve the family diligently thereafter, or return the subsidies given to them. Furthermore, if a Zhou family cultivator wished to leave the family for personal reasons related to marriage, they would have to compensate the family for the various resources spent on them over the years and would not be allowed to privately transmit family secrets or leak family secrets. Conversely, if a marriage brings a relative of the family to the clan, the family will also issue a reward. Judging from this third change, the Zhou family's traditions are quite enlightened, at least Zhou Ming and other high-ranking members are enlightened individuals. Putting himself in their shoes, if you were to join a sect or leave the family for a beloved woman, this enlightened approach would make him very grateful and remember it for life. Of course, he certainly wouldn't do such a thing. Leaving aside the difficulty of entering those cultivation sects, even after joining, those without exceptional talent might not receive the same treatment as in the Zhou family, and might even face more exploitation and constraints. After announcing these 3 major changes, Zhou Ming then announced some new clan rules. For example, it was strictly forbidden to provoke major sects and families like the Qinglian Temple in Jingguo, which had nascent soul and golden core cultivators, it was strictly forbidden to actively provoke forces in Jingguo with purple mansion cultivators, and it was strictly forbidden to use the Zhou family's name to swindle, kill, rob, or damage the Zhou family's reputation. Correspondingly, the restriction that Zhou family cultivators could not leave the Nine Peaks Ridge mountain gate was lifted. From now on, Zhou family cultivators who wished to leave the Nine Peaks Ridge mountain gate could do so with a legitimate reason, by applying to the clan leader in advance and receiving approval. After staying in the ancestral hall for over an hour, listening to Elder Zhou Ming announce and explain the various reform decisions and clan rules, Zhou Chun and the other Zhou family cultivators were finally allowed to leave. The matters announced at this clan meeting in the ancestral hall naturally sparked heated discussions among all the clan cultivators. Even while presiding over the jingling pavilion, Zhou Chun heard several of his uncles and brothers discussing the matter. He also expressed some of his own opinions, mostly in agreement and support. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. At least in Zhou Chun's view, the reforms implemented by Zhou Ming and other high-ranking members of the Zhou family were all positive, with the benefits far outweighing the drawbacks. The current heated discussions among the Zhou family cultivators were simply because they weren't yet accustomed to these changes. Once they got used to them, they wouldn't care about these things anymore. Chapter 14 Clan Chief's Summons. Nine Peaks Ridge, Flying Stone Peak. Flying Stone Peak, rich in spiritual energy, ranks third among the Nine Peaks and is the cultivation ground of Zhou Daoquan, the third elder of the Zhou family. The Zhou family's library is also built on this Flying Stone Peak. That day, after completing his task of guarding the Pure Spirit Pavilion, Zhou Chun came to Flying Stone Peak, intending to read the books in the library. He climbed the mountain path, and soon arrived at the foot of a three-story building. His gaze swept over the three large golden characters library hanging above the building's entrance, and Zhou Chun stepped inside. In the first-floor hall, a blue-haired ape dressed in a gray robe was sleeping on a long table. It seemed to hear a sound, its nostrils twitching slightly as it woke up, glanced at him, nodded gently, and then lay back down to continue sleeping. Although it wasn't the first time he had witnessed this scene, Zhou Chun was still somewhat amazed. This blue-haired ape was no ordinary creature. It was originally the spirit pet of a deceased cultivator from the Zhou family, initially a low-level demonic beast, the azure wood ape. Before passing away, the Zhou family cultivator broke his contract with it, intending to release it back into the mountains and grant it freedom. However, it cleverly refused the cultivator's offer and voluntarily remained with the Zhou family, continuing to serve them. As a result, more than 20 years after the Zhou family cultivator's death, it evolved from a first-tier high-grade demonic beast into a second-tier demonic beast, the azure wood spirit ape. This event caused quite a stir within the Three Absolutes sect, and several golden core cultivators came to see the blue-haired ape after hearing about it. Finally, after research, the golden core cultivator Yu Jingho concluded that the blue-haired ape likely possessed a latent azure wood spirit ape bloodline. Then, for some unknown reason, its dormant bloodline transformed into a manifest one, elevating its racial rank and allowing it to break free from the shackles that prevented low-level demonic beasts from advancing to the second tier. Now, this azure wood spirit ape is a mid-grade second-tier demonic beast, holding a position equivalent to a core member of the Zhou family, and even earning the title Elder Ape. Even this important library is entrusted to its care. Although it cannot speak human language, its intelligence is no less than that of an ordinary person. It can read and write, and communicate with people through writing. When Zhou Chun first saw it in the library, out of curiosity, he even wrote and communicated with it. He found it incredibly amazing, only regretting not having a phone to film a video and post it on Douyin, TikTok, otherwise it would have instantly gone viral. After taking a few more glances at the sleeping azure-haired ape, Zhou Chun tiptoed towards the rows of bookshelves at the back. According to the Zhou family's rules, the first floor of the library is open to all Zhou family cultivators, the second floor is only accessible to core family members, and the third floor is only for elders. Even within just one floor, there are thousands of books, enough for Zhou Chun to read for a long time. After all, he doesn't have much time to read each day. Zhou Chun doesn't read just any book, he prioritizes various beast-taming related texts. Especially the beast-taming experiences summarized by the Zhou family ancestors, and the records of various strange and unusual monsters. The longer he stays in the Zhou family and the more monsters he sees, the more interested Zhou Chun becomes in beast-taming. He also wants to raise a few intelligent spirit pets like Old Ape, which can not only greatly assist him in battles but also provide entertainment and even cook and do laundry for him. Of course, relying on that rock tortoise won't work. He'll need those intelligent and beautiful furry children. Days rise and fall, spring turns to winter, and in the blink of an eye, a year has passed since Zhou Chun came to this world. Since arriving at the Zhou family in Nine Peaks Ridge, he had spent most of his time within the mountain gate, except for brief periods when he went out hunting. His life was very structured. After his daily meditation and guarding of the Pure Spirit Pavilion, he would do some minor tasks and then immerse himself in the library to read and study. Occasionally, he would be invited by other cultivators of his clan to participate in exchanges on cultivation and beast-taming experiences, sharing their insights. Over the course of a year, his cultivation level steadily improved, and he opened 3 more acupoints. At the same time, his spirit pet, the rock tortoise, which he had been raising for a year, finally grew to the size of a foot basin and successfully awakened 2 innate spells, Stone Skin Technique and Earth Spike Technique, gaining strength equivalent to a 4th-level key refining cultivator. Everything was developing in a positive direction, including the Zhou family. Although Zhou Chun hadn't left the house during this year, he had never stopped observing the movements of the Zhou family's higher-ups and the changes within the family. Based on his observations and confirmations from various sources, the Zhou family's higher-ranking members had been frequently traveling out over the past year, likely visiting various forces in Lanzhou and the surrounding Jingguo states, striving to eliminate their hostility and wariness, and gaining their acceptance of the Zhou family's future status as part of Jingguo. Judging from some changes within the family, the efforts of the Zhou family's higher-ranking members had clearly yielded some results. At least in the last 6 months, some Jingguo cultivators had finally been invited by the Zhou family's higher-ranking members to visit Jiufang Ridge. On this day, when Zhou Chun went to the Jingling Pavilion on Baozi Peak as usual to oversee things, he received good news from the Peak Master Zhou Jiak, who was also overseeing things there. A year after the Zhou family established itself in Jiufang Ridge, several independent cultivators had finally dared to come to the Zhou family to rent cultivation rooms. Renting out cultivation rooms for outside cultivators was a relatively easy business for various cultivation families and sects to earn spirit coins. Now that independent cultivators were willing to come to the Zhou family to cultivate, it meant that the Zhou family's infamy for seizing Jiufang Ridge was gradually fading. At least some independent cultivators were now willing to believe that the Zhou family would not persecute those who came to cultivate. This was truly excellent news. With a sufficient number of independent cultivators coming to the Zhou family to cultivate, not only would they continuously generate income in spirit coins, but the Zhou family could also use free cultivation as an incentive to involve some of these cultivators in guarding the cleansing spirit pavilion. This would free up some of the Zhou family cultivators, allowing them time to go out and do what they wanted. And the good news didn't stop there. 2 days later, Zhou Chun was reading in the library when a large, brightly colored blue parrot suddenly flew in, speaking in human language and calling out, Brother Chun, the clan leader has ordered you to go to Pagoda Peak to see him immediately." Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun's expression hardened, then he nodded slightly and replied, "I understand. Lanlin, go back and tell the clan leader I'll go to Pagoda Peak to pay my respects." Lanlin received, "Goodbye Brother Chun," the blue parrot responded, then flapped its wings and flew out of the library. This large blue parrot was a spirit pet specially trained and tamed by Zhou Daoyi, the head of the Zhou family, for the convenience of conducting business within the family. It was only a mid-grade first-tier demon beast, but it was extremely intelligent, possessing the ability to mimic speech. It could recognize the faces of over 100 Zhou family cultivators and easily locate a particular cultivator within the mountain gate to promptly relay Zhou Daoyi's orders. There were quite a few Zhou family cultivators who tamed low-grade demon beasts to do their work. Without lingering, Zhou Chun quickly put the books he was holding back after the blue parrot left, then strode out of the library and headed straight for Pagoda Peak. Upon arriving at this Hongping atop Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun discovered that not only himself, but also 2 other Zhou family cultivators of the Zhang generation, a man and a woman, had been summoned there. Upon seeing him approach, after he finished his greetings, Clan Chief Zhou Daoyi looked at the 3 of them and said, "The reason I urgently summoned you 3 is because there's a mission for you to undertake. I wonder if you dare to go." Hearing this, Zhou Chun and the other 2 exchanged glances, and then the eldest Zhou family youth immediately replied respectfully, "What mission is it? Please enlighten us." Clan Chief Zhou Daoyi immediately said, "The mission isn't difficult. The Zhou family has reached an agreement with 3 cultivation families in the Jing Kingdom. They are willing to send Zhou family cultivators skilled in beast taming to reside in their families for 3 years to train some clan members skilled in beast taming. After speaking, he gave the 3 of them a deep look and said calmly, "I have also investigated. With your knowledge and cultivation, you 3 are fully capable of handling this job. What about safety? If we go to other families alone, will they ensure our safety?" The Zhou family female cultivator among the 3 also asked in a low voice, expressing her concern. "Of course, they will treat you as VIPs and absolutely guarantee your personal safety." Zhou Daoyi nodded without hesitation, stating with absolute certainty. Upon hearing this, the female cultivator immediately declared, "In that case, this junior is willing to obey the family's arrangements and serve the family. This junior is also willing to serve the family." Zhou Chun and the other young man echoed. "Very good, then go back and prepare. The detailed information about the mission has been compiled into a booklet here. You can read it several times to have a better understanding." Zhou Daoyi nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand, distributing 3 booklets to the 3 of them. Note, the last sentence is a separate, unrelated comment. New book period reading data is the most important, so please don't wait for the book to finish reading. Please support the author by reading it every day. Thank you. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15: The Mu Family in Bian Mountain. Lanzhou, Bian Lake. Bian Lake is a famous lake in Lanzhou, Jingguo. Its waters are as blue as jade, and its scenery is picturesque, making it a favorite destination for many literati and scholars. On the western shore of Bian Lake lies a range of mountains called Bian Mountain. An area within the mountains is perpetually shrouded in mist. Those who accidentally wander into it often spend several days trying to escape, and upon their return, they are invariably left severely ill. Over time, no one dared to venture there lightly anymore. What ordinary people, of course, did not know was that this mist-covered area within Bian Mountain was the location of the mountain gate of the Mu family, a powerful cultivation clan in Lanzhou. The Mu family of Bian Mountain inherited their lineage from the Qinglian Temple, a major sect in Jingguo. Their ancestors were outer disciples of the Qinglian Temple, and many members of the clan have successfully entered the temple to cultivate. Currently, the Mu family not only possesses 3 foundation establishment cultivators themselves, but also has 2 foundation establishment clan members within the Qinglian Temple, one of whom is a disciple of a golden core cultivator within the temple. Therefore, within the entire Lanzhou, the Mu family is a relatively well-known cultivation family. However, the Mu family is, after all, a relatively new family with a history of only 300 years. Although they have been fortunate enough to produce several foundation establishment cultivators, their accumulated foundation is ultimately inferior to those families that have produced high-level cultivators or have a 1,000-year-old heritage. The 4 major cultivation arts, alchemy, weapon crafting, talismanic arrays, and spirit arrays, are relatively easy to obtain. With the Mu family's connections at the Qinglian Temple, acquiring some basic inheritances is not difficult. However, even within the Qinglian Temple, there are few inheritances in the art of beast taming. Moreover, this art is not like the 4 arts of alchemy, weapon crafting, talismanic arrays, where one can easily experiment with materials to gain experience. Therefore, when the Zhou family approached them, proposing to help cultivate talents proficient in beast taming in exchange for the Mu family's friendship, the several foundation establishment cultivators of the Mu family agreed after less than half a day of consideration. Zhou Chun accepted the mission 5 days ago and prepared for 5 days on Baozi Peak. Today, he was personally escorted to the Mu family at Bian Mountain by Zhou Daoquan, the 3rd elder of the Zhou family. Fellow Taoist Zhou, this is the cultivation place our Mu family has arranged for you. If you have any instructions or needs in the future, please feel free to tell Ziying. She lives in that courtyard over there, in the scenic Bian Mountain. Outside a secluded courtyard, Zhou Chun and 2 Mu family cultivators stood at the gate, surveying the place where he would be living for the next 3 years. Zhou Daoquan, the 3rd elder of the Zhou family, had already left. He had already met several foundation establishment cultivators and some core members of the Mu family, thus making his presence felt within the family. The Mu family cultivator introducing him was none other than Mu Yunshin, a core member of the Mu family. Beside Mu Yunshin stood a beautiful girl in a purple dress, the Ziyang he spoke of. One of the Mu family members, Zhou Chun, would be teaching the art of beast taming. After surveying the place, Zhou Chun nodded slightly to Mu Yunshin and said, "Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist Mu. I am very satisfied with this place." Mu Yunshin smiled slightly and said, "It's good that fellow Taoist Zhou is satisfied. Then we too will not disturb your rest any longer. Farewell." Then he and the female cultivator from the Mu family, Mu Ziyang, left. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately entered the courtyard, closed the gate, and then patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the rock tortoise that was sleeping inside. "Stone, this is your new home from now on. Remember not to run away from home, or you'll be punished." Looking at the rock tortoise, which was still a little timid and restrained in this unfamiliar place, hiding its head and not daring to show its whole body, Zhou Chun first gave it a stern warning. He had to do this. Back in the Zhou family, this guy had once chewed up his courtyard gate and ran around outside. This wasn't the Zhou family's place anymore. If this guy ran out and was discovered by the Mu family's cultivators, he might be treated as a demon and exterminated. Sure enough, upon hearing the word spicy punishment, the rock tortoise immediately shrank its head, completely retracting into its shell, clearly frightened. Although it could eat and digest almost anything, it wasn't immune to certain special foods. A small fruit called spicy fruit, several times spicier than the spiciest chili pepper in Zhou Chun's previous life, became the best thing for Zhou Chun to punish and frighten the rock tortoise. Just a few spicy fruits were enough to make the little thing, which disliked being near water, dive into the water and gulp down water. So, using this to warn it was always effective. In this way, Zhou Chun quickly settled down at the Mu family's place. Compared to the Zhou family, he was actually much freer at the Mu family's place. Aside from teaching Mu Ziyang and 4 other Mu family cultivators for 2 hours each day, Zhou Chun had the rest of his time to himself. He could even request a Mu family cultivator to accompany him on a trip to a nearby mortal city. It was a pity he couldn't enter the Mu family's library, otherwise, it would have been even better. With more free time, Zhou Chun simply used his spare time to cultivate spells. There were many kinds of spells in the cultivation world, but most were inseparable from the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the 3 elements of wind, thunder, and ice. However, the speed of spell cultivation varied greatly depending on one's cultivation level, spiritual root attribute, technique attribute, and comprehension. Zhou Chun, at the mid-stage of key refining, was currently only suitable for cultivating first-tier low-grade and first-tier mid-grade spells. Furthermore, because his spiritual root attribute leaned towards the 3 elements of metal, earth, and wood, he found it easier to cultivate metal, earth, and wood element spells than other elemental spells, and the power of these spells would also be enhanced. Zhou Chun has now mastered about 20 or 30 spells, but most of them are low-grade first-tier spells with weak power. Before his arrival to assist the Mu family as an instructor, Clan Chief Zhou Ming, having probably anticipated his ample free time, had specially given him a handwritten copy of first-tier spell cultivation insights. It contained over 100 methods for cultivating first-tier spells, along with the experiences and insights of senior cultivators. Now that Zhou Chun had some free time, he naturally wouldn't waste Clan Chief Zhou Ming's efforts. He immediately selected several powerful spells with excellent practical effects as his training targets and began to diligently practice them. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Chun had spent half a year at the Mu family on Bayan Mountain. One day, while Zhou Chun was diligently practicing a mid-grade first-tier spell called Wooden Armor Technique in his courtyard, suddenly the courtyard gate was pounded on from the outside, accompanied by the anxious cries of Mu Ziyang, a female cultivator from the Mu family. This startled him, and he immediately stopped his cultivation, opening the door to let her in. "Something terrible has happened. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you must go quickly. The ink-scaled steeds in the beast garden have all suddenly collapsed and are coughing up blood." As soon as the door opened, Mu Ziyang, her face filled with panic, grabbed Zhou Chun's arm tightly and pulled him out. Zhou Chun frowned slightly at this, but didn't say much, simply following her as they ran towards the Mu family's beast garden. Compared to the Zhou family's diverse array of spirit beasts, the Mu family's beast garden contained very few, only a handful. The ink-scaled steeds that Mu Ziyang spoke of were the most important spirit beasts to the Mu family. These ink-scaled steeds were domesticated and improved versions of first-tier demonic beasts, used as transportation spirit beasts. This beast has the body of a horse and the head of a donkey, but its size surpasses that of any fine horse. It is 16 feet long and over 7 feet tall, with black scales covering all 4 hooves, making it appear incredibly imposing and powerful. The ink-scaled steed is fierce and alert, capable of eating both meat and grass. It can traverse mountains and rivers, traveling 1,000 miles a day, and is avoided by jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. If it can be bred to a high-grade first rank, it can awaken the wind-riding talent, at which point its hooves will create a gust of wind as it gallops, allowing it to travel 3,000 miles a day. For cultivators, having such a spirit beast for transportation allows them to travel quickly without consuming their own magical power, and even provides significant protection. The Zhou family originally tamed 20 or 30 ink-scaled steeds, but when the 3 absolute sects split, those steeds were taken away by the spirit beast man or lineage, leaving the Zhou family members to travel on foot, a rather ironic situation. As Mu Ziyang arrived at the beast enclosure, Zhou Chun saw all 8 of the Mu family's ink-scaled steeds collapsed inside their pens, their bodies convulsing and spitting blood. Several core members of the Mu family who had rushed over upon hearing the news, along with the Mu family members responsible for caring for the ink-scaled steeds, were now frantic, sweating profusely. Upon seeing Mu Ziyang bring Zhou Chun, Mu Yunshan, the core member of the Mu family who had previously received Zhou Chun, immediately stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you've finally arrived. Your Zhou family are experts in beast taming. Do you know what's wrong with these ink-scaled steeds? Fellow Taoist Mu, please don't rush. Let me take a look first," Zhou Chun said, pushing Mu Yunshan's arm away and solemnly entering the pens to examine the animals. Chapter 16 Miraculous Detoxification. Cultivators are human too, and humans get sick. Similarly, demonic beasts also get sick. However, cultivators and demonic beasts don't usually get sick easily, and when they do, it's not the common cold or flu of ordinary people. They generally suffer from illnesses unique to cultivators, caused by improper cultivation or external poisoning. The 8 ink-scaled steeds of the Mu family suddenly collapsed, spitting blood and foam from their mouths, clearly typical symptoms of poisoning or illness. Zhou Chun entered the beast pen and examined the ink-scaled steeds' eyes, tongues, and even their droppings. Recalling the various beast-taming texts he had read, he immediately thought of several corresponding symptoms. However, he didn't rush to conclusions. Instead, he said to the anxious Mu family members, "I have some guesses, but whether they are correct or not, we need to ask some questions before drawing a conclusion, but before that, you can give them the pills in this bottle to temporarily alleviate their symptoms and prevent injury or death." With that, he reached into his storage bag, took out a medicine bottle, and handed it to Mu Ziyang. However, Mu Ziyang, holding the medicine bottle, didn't act immediately. Instead, she looked at Mu Yunshan. To his fellow Taoist Zhou said, Mu Yunshan pondered for a moment, then nodded, indicating that Mu Ziyang should feed the ink-scale steed the medicine. After swallowing the pill given by Zhou Chun, the ink-scale steed's convulsions indeed lessened considerably, and the blood foam from their mouths also slowed down. Seeing this, the Mu family cultivators all showed surprise and delight, and their gaze towards the medicine bottle in Mu Ziyang's hand changed. However, they knew in their hearts that this kind of secret pill was definitely a unique medicine of the Zhou family, and they didn't expect Zhou Chun to give them the prescription, so they didn't mention it. Mu Yunshan gestured, leading Zhou Chun to a slightly secluded spot. He then looked at Zhou Chun seriously and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please ask whatever you wish. I'd like to know what these ink-scaled steeds have been fed in the last 2 days? And where have they been in the outside world in the last 3 days?" Zhou Chun asked without hesitation. Mu Yunshan immediately replied, "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. I will go and inquire." He then went to speak with several Mu family cultivators responsible for caring for the ink-scaled steeds. A short while later, he returned with Mu Ziyang and a middle-aged Mu family cultivator. "We dare not deceive fellow Taoist Zhou. A few days ago, a cultivator from our family discovered a hidden snake den in a forest on the south bank of Bian Lake. They killed several first-tier demonic snakes and countless ordinary snakes there. Ink-scale steed has been eating snake meat and some sweet grass, which they love, for the past 2 days. For the past 3 days, Ink-scale steed has not left the mountain gate, only running around a few times as usual within the gate. Mu Xiang and the middle-aged cultivator from the Mu family answered Zhou Chun's question one by one. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately looked at Mu Xiang and asked, "Have you ever fed snake meat to the ink-scaled steed before?" "Yes, we have." The ink-scaled steed is not picky about food. It doesn't have many dietary restrictions. We've fed it the meat of many kinds of birds, beasts, insects, and fish, and nothing has ever happened before. This time, it was the middle-aged man from the Mu family who answered. He looked at Zhou Chun with a surprised expression and asked, "Does fellow Taoist Zhou suspect there's something wrong with the snake meat?" He then shook his head and said, "But the snake meat is very delicious. Many cultivators and mortals in our Mu family have eaten it, and we haven't heard of anyone getting poisoned or sick." "Yes, fellow Taoist Zhou, you've eaten it too," Mu Xiang added. Unexpectedly, after listening to their words, Zhou Chun immediately nodded and said, "It's most likely that the problem really is the snake meat." Before the two could refute him, he explained, "The snake meat we humans eat is always thoroughly cleaned and cooked, so there's practically no possibility of poisoning from eating it. However, the ink-scaled steed likes to eat raw, bloody meat. When you feed it, you're probably just throwing snake carcasses at it." Although the ink-scaled steed's physical condition means that even if it's bitten by an ordinary venomous snake, it won't be a big deal. But if it's a highly venomous demonic snake or its offspring, it will still suffer severe poisoning. Therefore, these ink-scaled steeds are poisoned and sick mostly because they ate the carcasses of demonic snakes and their offspring. The snake venom enters through their mouths, causing such a severe poisoning reaction. His reasoning was logical and clear, leaving the Mu family cultivators speechless and unable to refute him. Finally, Mu Yunshan spoke up, asking, "If they are truly poisoned by snake venom, does fellow Taoist Zhou have a way to cure them?" "Of course I do, but the ink-scaled steed is only a first-tier demon beast. I'm afraid you wouldn't be willing to use those extremely costly methods." Zhou Chun glanced at Mu Yunshan and continued, "So, please arrange for someone to accompany me to the vicinity of that snake's lair. Generally speaking, you can find some antidotes near a venomous snake's nest. Then I'll trouble you, fellow Taoist Zhou. I'll go and report the situation to the clan leader immediately." After Mu Yunshan finished speaking, he cupped his hands to Zhou Chun and hurriedly left the beast garden. Half an hour later, Zhou Chun, accompanied by 5 Mu family cultivators, left Bian Mountain and headed to the location of the snake's lair on the south bank of Bian Lake. On the south bank of Bian Mountain stretched a bamboo forest for over 10 miles, and the snake's lair was discovered deep within this bamboo forest. When Zhou Chun arrived near the entrance of the snake's lair, led by the Mu family cultivators, he could still see many venomous snakes. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please look. The snake lair is right here in this underground cave. There was even a high-grade first-tier snake king inside. It took us a great deal of effort to kill it." In a cleared area of the bamboo forest, a cultivator from the Mu family pointed to the entrance of the dark cave and explained in a low voice. He was the one who had personally participated in clearing the snake lair a few days ago. Zhou Chun knew that the Mu family wasn't telling the truth. Generally, once a demonic snake becomes a demon, it doesn't gather other ordinary snakes and insects to form a snake nest. If this happens, it means there's some treasure inside the nest that's extremely beneficial to the snake's growth, attracting a large number of snakes. Even a demonic snake can't keep it all to itself and must share it with the herd. However, there's no need to say this outright. After all, whatever treasure the Mu family cultivators obtained from the snake lair, it's their good fortune. Therefore, after staring at the dark cave entrance for a few moments, he shook his head slightly and said, "There's no need to go into the cave. It's probably barren inside, and I won't find any herbs. I'll just look around nearby." Then he began to wander through the nearby bamboo forest. Wherever Zhou Chun went, snakes retreated as if they had encountered their natural enemy. This was because he had applied the Zhou family's secret snake-repelling ointment to his trouser legs. Its scent had a stimulating effect on most snakes, making them uncomfortable and wanting to stay away from the source of the smell. Several Mu family cultivators followed behind him, quite surprised by this. Powders for repelling beasts and snakes were not uncommon in the cultivation world. They were sold in most general stores in the market and were very cheap. However, they had never seen anything as effective as the snake-repelling ointment Zhou Chun used. For a moment, they were all thinking about whether they should visit Zhou Chun later to ask for or buy some, just in case. After Zhou Chun and his men walked through the bamboo forest for a while, They did find some herbs that could counteract ordinary snake venom, but they weren't sure if they would work against the venom of the demon snake, so they continued their search. After another half-hour navigating the bamboo forest filled with weeds and vines, Zhou Chun's eyes suddenly lit up. He had made a significant discovery. See those little purple flowers on that vine? That's called small-leaved purple snake flower, a herb with an extremely strong antidote for snake venom. However, for it to take effect, it needs to be stimulated first by dripping snake saliva onto it. Zhou Chun pointed to the small purple flowers clinging to a clump of bamboo leaves, giving a live lesson to Mu Ziyang and the others behind him. Then, when Mu Ziyang and the others tried to pick the flowers, he stopped them. Don't move it yet. This small-leaved purple snake flower is very delicate. If you pick the flowers directly, they'll be useless when you bring them back. You have to dig it up by the roots and take it back with the soil still on. Hearing this, the Mu family members hurriedly took out their tools and carefully dug it out along the roots of the vine, then hurried back to Bayan Mountain. Once back in the beast garden, following Zhou Chun's instructions, they used snake saliva to stimulate the blooming purple flowers, causing them to close. Then they picked the flowers and fed them to the ink-scaled steeds. As Zhou Chun had predicted, the medicine worked wonders. In just 1 hour, the ink-scaled steeds that had been lying on the ground were able to stand up. This news quickly spread throughout the Mu family, and even several Foundation establishment cultivators in the Mu family were overjoyed after hearing the whole story. Because, according to Zhou Chun, if the cause of the illness hadn't been identified and the poison not successfully neutralized within a day, even if not all of the ink-scaled steeds died, most of them would have perished. If Zhou Chun hadn't happened to be at the Mu family's residence, the Mu family certainly wouldn't have been able to accomplish this in just 1 day. Therefore, the Mu family patriarch specially sent Mu Yunshin to deliver a treasure to Zhou Chun as a reward. Chapter 17 Mysterious Beast Egg, Key Refining Level 7. Fellow Taoist Zhou, thanks to your keen insight and miraculous healing skills, you promptly identified the cause and found the antidote, preventing our Mu family from suffering a great loss. We are deeply grateful for this kindness. Therefore, the clan leader has specially bestowed this gift upon you as a token of our gratitude. Please accept it. Inside Zhou Chun's residence, after Mu Yunshin's visit, he first expressed his gratitude again for Zhou Chun's miraculous detoxification, then placed a gift, brought by the Mu clan leader, on the table, urging Zhou Chun to accept it. This is, Zhou Chun looked at the jade box on the table, a look of doubt on his face as he looked at Mu Yunshin. This contains the egg of a strange beast, something we received from our Mu family's market shop a few years ago. It's said to be the egg of some kind of demonic serpent. However, over the years, our Mu family has tried many methods and consulted many people, but none have been able to identify its origin, let alone hatch it. This time, after hearing about fellow Taoist Zhou's miraculous cure, the clan leader thought that since your family is a family of beast tamers, perhaps you might have a way to hatch it. Therefore, he asked me to bring this as a gift to you, hoping that you can help our Mu family unravel this mystery in the future. Mu Yunshin smiled slightly, explaining the gift's origin to Zhou Chun, then gestured for him to open the jade box. Zhou Chun's curiosity was piqued, and he immediately opened the jade box, taking out the so-called snake egg. The snake egg was oval-shaped, half a foot long and nearly 3 inches wide, entirely white, and weighed nearly 2 pounds. Judging solely from its size and weight, it's undoubtedly a demon beast egg. Zhou Chun ran his hand over the surface of the snake egg and found the shell extremely hard and rough, unlike the soft, smooth texture of ordinary snake eggs. In front of Mu Yunshin, he examined the egg using several methods, but aside from confirming it was a live egg, he couldn't determine what kind of demon snake it was, or even if it was a snake egg at all. This was extremely rare. Generally, only newly laid eggs, where the embryo hasn't yet formed, are unidentifiable and cannot be used for contracts. However, this egg had been stored in the Mu family for several years. It shouldn't be impossible for it not to have formed an embryo by now, especially since the Mu family hadn't used any secret methods to seal its life force. And yet, it wasn't a lifeless, dead egg. I can't tell. Please forgive my poor eyesight. This is the first time I've encountered or heard of such a strange thing. Perhaps after I return to the family, I can consult some elders and the patriarch to find out the problem. Zhou Chun shook his head, smiling wryly as he put the snake egg back into the jade box. His reaction somewhat disappointed Mu Yunshin, but it seemed normal. After all, The Mu family had invited several Purple Mansion stage cultivators to appraise it, but none of them could determine the egg's origin. To be honest, when they first received the egg, the Mu family initially thought they had struck gold, believing it might be the egg of some kind of mid-level or even high-level demonic beast. However, after numerous unsuccessful appraisals and with no changes in the egg, the Mu family's higher-ups had almost forgotten about it. If it weren't for the thought of a suitable gift for Zhou Chun as compensation, even the Mu family patriarch might not have remembered it. Therefore, Mu Yunshin quickly composed himself, smiled, and cupped his hands to Zhou Chun, saying, "Then I wish fellow Taoist Zhou success in hatching this creature and obtaining a fine pet. I must return to report to the clan leader, so I will take my leave now. I will see fellow Taoist Mu out," Zhou Chun said, rising to personally escort Mu Yunshin to the door before closing the courtyard gate and returning to his room to continue studying the snake egg. However, after studying the snake egg for 3 days straight, he still had no clue whatsoever, and finally had to abandon his plan to find a result on his own, storing it in his storage bag. Because Zhou Chun had demonstrated highly professional abilities in detoxifying the ink scale steed, his status among the Mu family cultivators clearly rose. Not only did several Mu family cultivators treat him with great respect during lectures, but other Mu family cultivators would also greet him with friendly smiles, and even seek to buy Zhou family's secret snake-repelling ointment and beast-repelling powder from him. Zhou Chun was naturally very happy to do so. The methods for making snake-repelling ointment and beast-repelling powder were not a secret within the Zhou family. Ordinary clansmen could access them. Only the spirit pet emergency pills he fed to the ink-scaled steed were the Zhou family's true secret elixirs, the formulas of which even ordinary core clansmen didn't have the opportunity to obtain. The bottle he held was a gift from clan chief Zhou Daowei before he arrived at the Mu family, given to him as a precaution in case of unforeseen circumstances. Zhou Chun also remembered the Mu family cultivator's request for snake-repelling ointment and beast-repelling powder. When reporting the situation to clan chief Zhou Daowei, he specifically mentioned it, suggesting that the Zhou family could sell these items in large quantities in the market to earn spirit coins. Zhou Daowei adopted this suggestion and wrote a letter praising Zhou Chun, expressing great satisfaction with his performance in the Mu family and promising a substantial reward upon his return to the family after his term. Time passed day by day, and soon 1 year and 2 months had gone by since Zhou Chun arrived at the Mu family of Bian Mountain. That morning, as he meditated and cultivated facing the rising sun, a soft pop sound rang out within his body again, and another acupoint opened. With the opening of this 54th acupoint, Zhou Chun's cultivation level also broke through to the 7th level of key refining, and his magical power further increased. Already at the 7th level of key refining. At this rate, even if I just cultivate step by step, as long as I don't encounter any cultivation bottlenecks, I should have a good chance of reaching the 12th level of key refining before I turn 50. In the courtyard, Zhou Chun opened his eyes after finishing his cultivation, feeling the increased magical power within his body, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Having been in this world for more than 2 years, he had completely adapted to his current life of cultivation and was enjoying it. Every day, he meditated and refined his ki, feeling his magical power increase bit by bit, and practiced several spells, testing the limits of his spells in various ways. Occasionally, he'd tease the clumsy rock tortoise, or chat with other cultivators, exchanging ideas on the special uses of various spells and debating which golden core cultivator was more powerful. This fulfilling yet leisurely life was something he could only dream of in his previous life. No more 996 workdays, no more worries about mortgages, car loans, dowries, all those anxieties were gone. Life couldn't be better. What a pity, what a pity. If only this kind of life could last forever, he so wished this leisurely life could continue. But he knew in his heart that it was impossible. There was no such thing as a peaceful life, it was just that someone was bearing the burden for him. After 3 years, when he returned to the Zhou family, aside from other trivial tasks, no one could escape the duty of guarding the Pure Spirit Pavilion. At that time, imagining spending his free time drinking tea, playing chess, and chatting every day would be a pipe dream. It's not impossible, actually. As long as I successfully establish my foundation and become a family elder, I can be exempt from all chores. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but chuckle. He suddenly remembered something interesting. Many foundation establishment cultivators in this world were around 50 or 60 years old when they broke through to the foundation establishment stage, which seemed to coincide with his retirement age in his previous life. However, once a cultivator successfully establishes their foundation, it's not just about enjoying a peaceful life, they also gain over 100 years of extra lifespan, a benefit that no retirement allowance could match. If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll regret it when you're old. It seems I need to give it my all, even if it's just for a wonderful retirement after foundation establishment, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, then turned and went inside to make breakfast. Making every meal well is also a form of effort. Chapter 18 The Arranged Marriage, The Attack. Lanzhou, Wild Wolf Ridge. Wild Wolf Ridge is a mountain range more than 300 li north of Betrayal Mountain, named for the wolf packs that gather there. On this day, Zhou Chun, who was originally an assistant instructor at the Mu family in Betrayal Mountain, arrived at this mountain range with several Mu family cultivators, riding the ink-scale steed, through mountains and rivers. Their purpose was simple. A pair of demon wolves had given birth in the mountains and planned to seize the cubs to raise as spirit pets. The reason they called Zhou Chun along was to be able to intervene promptly if the cubs exhibited any abnormal behavior after leaving the den. In short, they wanted him to be the wolf cubs' caretaker. They had already paid him 10 spirit coins in advance as a running fee. At this moment, the group of 5, riding 3 ink-scaled steeds, stopped at the foot of a mountain. The leader, a middle-aged man from the Mu family, said, "The wolf den is on the mountain ridge a dozen miles ahead. The ink-scaled steeds will make too much noise and might alert those beasts. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you and Ziyang stay here and watch the ink-scaled steeds. We'll signal you to come after we've succeeded." Zhou Chun, naturally happy to be relieved, immediately replied, "Then I wish fellow Taoist Mu a successful mission." Then the group dismounted and parted ways. After the middle-aged man from the Mu family left with 2 fellow cultivators, Zhou Chun and Mu Ziyang casually tossed some raw meat to the 3 ink-scaled steeds to eat and then chatted idly. As they chatted, Mu Ziyang suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, I heard that several young cultivators from your Zhou family have recently entered into marriage alliances with several cultivation families in Lanzhou. Don't you have any thoughts on this?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun was immediately taken aback, looking at her with surprise. He hadn't expected her to ask such a personal question. Their relationship shouldn't have reached the point of discussing such matters. Seeing that he was only staring at her in surprise without answering, Mu Ziyang realized something and lowered her head slightly, saying softly, "If fellow Taoist Zhou finds it inconvenient to answer, then just pretend I didn't ask." Zhou Chun immediately shook his head and said in a muffled voice, "I don't know why fellow Taoist Mu would suddenly ask such a question, but I haven't really thought about finding a cultivation partner at the moment. Good heavens. After transmigrating, he had finally escaped the pressure to get married, so why would he have such thoughts now? Isn't being free and independent more enjoyable? Even if he were to get married in the future, he would have to wait until he had enjoyed his freedom alone and felt lonely before considering finding a companion." After hearing his answer, Mu Ziyang nodded immediately and said, "Ziyang understands. Thank you for your honesty, fellow Taoist Zhou." Then she lowered her head and fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but feel uneasy. If he hadn't quite grasped the situation before, Mu Ziyang's words now made him understand why she had suddenly pulled this stunt. It was because Zhou Chun now remembered that among those who had recently entered into marriage alliances with other families, there were 2 cousins who, like himself, had been sent to other families as teaching assistants over a year ago. Considering that after he came to the Mu family, they had consistently arranged for the beautiful Mu Ziyang to be his contact person and attend his beast-taming classes, everything seemed clear. So she's also being pressured by her family to get married, which is why she confronted me like this today. Thinking this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but feel deep sympathy for Mu Ziyang. He understood the immense pressure his family exerted on him to get married. Even highly educated people like him in his previous life often succumbed to the pressure and gave in, let alone in this conservative and feudal world. If Mu Ziyang had exceptional talent, the Mu family certainly wouldn't be in a hurry to marry off a female cultivator who might eventually reach the foundation establishment stage. However, as far as Zhou Chun knew, Mu Ziyang's spiritual root aptitude was actually low grade, and at 19 years old, she was only at the 4th level of the key refining stage. This meant she had very little chance of successfully reaching the foundation establishment stage. In that case, the Mu family elders would definitely want to take advantage of her youth and beauty to find her a good marriage. But while he sympathized, Zhou Chun clearly lacked the noble sentiment of sacrificing himself to save others. Therefore, after glancing at the girl's slender figure for a few moments, he shook his head slightly and began counting ants. Just as the two were lost in their own thoughts and remained silent, a fireball suddenly flew into the air and exploded. This was a prearranged signal, but wasn't it coming far too quickly? Zhou Chun sensed something was amiss, so instead of rushing over to join them, he first released his pet red-billed sparrow to check the situation. After a while, the sparrow returned, chirping and exchanging reconnaissance information with Zhou Chun. Upon hearing the sparrow's report, Zhou Chun's expression changed drastically, and he blurted out, "Oh no! Fellow Taoist Mu and the others are in trouble." "That's a distress signal." Mu Ziyang's face also paled upon hearing this, and she anxiously asked, "What do we do?" "Fellow Taoist Zhou, do you know who their enemies are?" "The enemies are also cultivators, likely rogue cultivators venturing into the mountains, numbering 6 or 7, Zhou Chun explained, his brow furrowed, as if struggling to make a decision. Mu Ziyang, upon hearing that the enemies were cultivators, and that their numbers were twice that of the Mu family cultivators who had entered the mountains, turned deathly pale, unsure of what to do. After a while, Zhou Chun suddenly made up his mind and looked up at Mu Ziyang, saying, "How about this, fellow Taoist Mu? You stay here and keep an eye on Ink Scale Steed, so it doesn't move around. I'll go check the situation. If I can help fellow Taoist Mu and the others escape, that would be best. If not, I'll at least get a good look at who the enemy is, then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Zhou. Please be careful too." Mu Ziyang looked at Zhou Chun with worry in her eyes, knowing this was the best solution. She was only at the 4th level of key refining and had no way of being of any help in this matter. Zhou Chun was a distinguished guest of the Mu family, and the Mu family had a responsibility to protect him. Expecting Zhou Chun to risk his life to save them was impossible. Now that Zhou Chun was willing to help, she and the Mu family were grateful. After instructing Mu Ziyang, Zhou Chun immediately hurried towards the battlefield. Half an hour later, he climbed a large tree and looked down at the situation on the battlefield. He saw that the situation on the battlefield was very bad for the 3 members of the Mu family. The enemies the 3 faced were clearly not ordinary rogue cultivators. Not only were they all at least at the 7th or 8th level of the key refining stage, but they also possessed exquisite magical artifacts, and some even had tamed spirit pets. The 3 members of the Mu family were now surrounded by enemies many times their number, and even with their best efforts, they were no match. "Who are you? Do you know we are cultivators from the Mu family of Bian Mountain? You've attacked us for no reason today. Aren't you afraid of the Mu family's revenge?" A furious roar erupted from the middle-aged man of the Mu family. He glared at his enemies with anger and resentment, utterly bewildered by their actions. They had no enmity, were complete strangers, and had no conflict of interest. Why were they being killed the moment they met? However, the enemies who heard his roar ignored him completely, offering no reply. They merely sneered or looked at him with disdain, as if he were already dead. Seeing this from afar, Zhou Chun's heart sank. He knew rescuing the 3 members of the Mu family was hopeless. He suspected those people weren't ordinary rogue cultivators, but likely members of a rogue cultivation group or a powerful family, possessing strength that didn't fear the Mu family. Moreover, their sudden and ruthless attack on the Mu family members suggested either a feud or the existence of some treasure in Wild Wolf Ridge that they wanted to silence for fear of leaking information. Either way, Zhou Chun's attempt to rescue them would inevitably attract their relentless pursuit. Therefore, he quickly climbed down from the treetop, intending to return and tell Mu Ziyang to leave immediately. But just as Zhou Chun was climbing down, a hawk circling in the sky suddenly fixed its gaze on him, then let out a sharp, menacing cry. "Damn it! They have accomplices outside." On the battlefield, a cultivator who heard the hawk's cry immediately changed his expression, looking at the hawk in the sky with shock and anger, then following the hawk's direction towards Zhou Chun, shouting loudly. At the same time, Zhou Chun's expression also changed drastically. He glanced grimly at the eagle in the sky, never expecting that he, a cultivator from a beast-taming family, would be pecked in the eye by an eagle today. There are indeed many capable and extraordinary people in the world. I must learn from today's incident. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chun rushed to Mu Ziyang's location as quickly as possible. Upon arriving, without waiting for Mu Ziyang to ask what had happened, he leaped onto the back of the ink scale steed, and shouted, "Run! The enemy is chasing us." He then spurred the horse forward. Seeing this, Mu Ziying, despite her many questions, could only mount her horse and flee. The two of them, on 3 horses, galloped along, not daring to stop for a moment. To further accelerate their horses, Zhou Chun and Mu Ziying even used the lightness technique on the ink scale steed. If it weren't for the fact that the wind control technique couldn't be used on others, they probably would have used that as well. The enemy chasing Zhou Chun's group turned pale upon seeing them riding away on the ink scale steed. He hesitated for a moment, staring at their retreating figures, then suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted, "You won't escape." Before the words were even finished, he reached into his storage pouch, took out a bamboo leaf-shaped magical artifact, and tossed it in front of him. Powered by his magic, the artifact instantly grew to the size of a skateboard, emitting a hazy white light. He then leaped onto the enlarged bamboo leaf artifact and propelled it towards Zhou Chun and his companion. A flying artifact. It was actually a flying artifact. On the back of the ink scale steed, Zhou Chun was also shocked and incredibly surprised to see the enemy flying towards them on a magical artifact. Among key refining cultivators, those possessing flying artifacts were rare. Firstly, flying magical artifacts are difficult to forge, requiring high standards in both materials and crafting skills. Secondly, such artifacts consume too much mana for key refining stage cultivators, making them practically useless. After all, key refining stage cultivators conserve their mana whenever possible when traveling, so why would they use flying magical artifacts for travel? Now, the enemy has even resorted to using flying magical artifacts to silence them, which makes Zhou Chun feel extremely distressed. Although the speed of the ink scale steed is fast, it is clearly no match for a flying magical artifact. With a grim expression, he frequently looks back at the approaching enemy, and finally makes up his mind, shouting to Mu Ziying, "Fellow Taoist Mu, the bandits are coming in a fierce manner. Let's split up and run, and leave our fate to fate." After saying that, he took the initiative to turn his horse around and escape in 2 separate groups with Mu Ziying. Chapter 19 Escape. Giddy up! Giddy up! Giddy up! In the wilderness, the young man galloped across the wilderness, racing wildly. Hundreds of feet behind him, a middle-aged man in yellow robes, wearing a blue Taoist crown and with narrow eyebrows, flew on a magical artifact, watching him relentlessly. As time passed, the distance between them closed, soon falling to less than 100 feet. Generally, the range of a late-stage key refining cultivator's divine sense does not exceed 100 feet, so 100 feet is the normal limit of an attack range for a key refining cultivator. Beyond this distance, it is impossible to lock onto the enemy with divine sense and ensure a successful attack. Therefore, shortly after entering the 100-foot range, the middle-aged man in yellow robes unhesitatingly pinched a talisman between 2 fingers and struck downwards. Instantly, a flash of fire appeared, and the talisman instantly ignited, transforming into a crimson firebird that swooped down on the young man on horseback. It was a mid-grade first-tier talisman, the Firebird Talisman. On horseback, Zhou Chun looked back and saw the middle-aged man in yellow robes' actions, his face immediately darkening as he instantly recognized the origin of the talisman used by the other party. As a member of a cultivation family, one doesn't necessarily need to learn every spell, but must be familiar with most spells that ordinary cultivators can learn. Otherwise, if someone uses a spell whose origin and effect you don't know, you might lose your life due to ignorance. Most spells can be made into corresponding talismans. Therefore, after recognizing the origin of the spell used by the middle-aged man in yellow, Zhou Chun immediately slapped the back of his ink scale steed, and his body suddenly leaped into the air. Boom! Less than 2 breaths after Zhou Chun left the horse's back, the firebird flew to the top of the galloping ink scale steed, and exploded. The scorching flames instantly engulfed the ink scale steed. A mournful neigh echoed across the wilderness. The ink scale steed, engulfed in flames, continued galloping for over 100 feet before finally collapsing from exhaustion. By the time the flames on its body were completely extinguished, its entire body, even its bones, had been charred and cracked. At this moment, neither Zhou Chun nor the middle-aged man in yellow cared about the life or death of a beast. Although Zhou Chun had escaped by leaping off his horse, he was now unable to continue his escape without the ink scale steed. The middle-aged man in yellow, after casting the Firebird Talisman, had already landed on his flying artifact. He landed safely just as Zhou Chun regained his footing. After landing, he quickly stored the flying artifact in his storage bag, then took out 2 other artifacts and strode towards Zhou Chun. As he walked, He called out mockingly, "Go ahead and run. I can give you a few dozen more feet ahead." Zhou Chun ignored the man's arrogance. He knew that a battle was inevitable. Once he had landed, he quickly released the rock tortoise from his spirit beast pouch, then took out more artifacts and talismans from his storage bag. At this moment, after more than 2 years of nurturing by Zhou Chun, the rock tortoise had grown to the size of a bathtub, and its magical power had reached the 5th level of key refining, making it a mid-grade first-tier demon beast. It had also awakened and mastered 4 innate spells. Seeing Zhou Chun release the rock tortoise, the middle-aged man in yellow was slightly surprised, looking at him with astonishment and saying, "You even have a rock tortoise by your side. It seems you're quite favored in the Mu family." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but say, "You're mistaken. I am not a cultivator of the Mu family, but a member of the Zhou family of Nine Peaks Ridge." The Zhou family of Nine Peaks Ridge? The immortal cultivation family that migrated from Fen Kingdom. The middle-aged man in yellow was slightly taken aback, and couldn't help but ask a couple of questions in response to Zhou Chun's words, indicating that he had also heard of the Zhou family's reputation. This gave Zhou Chun a glimmer of hope. He immediately took a deep breath and replied solemnly, "Exactly." Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man in yellow, after a moment's hesitation, shook his head dismissively and said, "So what? Just a bunch of stray dogs driven from their lair." He then looked at Zhou Chun with a half-smile and said, "You don't actually think that revealing your name will scare me into letting you go, do you?" Zhou Chun fell silent. He did indeed have that thought. But judging from the middle-aged man's expression, he clearly wasn't going to give up easily. Therefore, he quickly extinguished those unrealistic fantasies, steadied himself, and looked at the middle-aged man in yellow, shouting, "Since you're so confident, then let me experience your skills." Before he finished speaking, the rock tortoise beside him launched the first attack. With a slap of its paw, a sharp stone spike as thick as an arm burst forth from the ground where the middle-aged man in yellow stood. But the middle-aged man in yellow seemed to have anticipated this. The moment the stone spike broke through the ground, he moved, leaving his original spot. He then mocked Zhou Chun, saying, "Don't embarrass yourself with such petty tricks. I've seen it all, what haven't I? Do you think a junior like you can outwit me?" Zhou Chun's expression darkened, but he didn't respond. Instead, he summoned his pale gold flying knife magic weapon. This weapon, named Golden Willow Blade, was shaped like a willow leaf, incredibly sharp, and a rather good first-grade mid-level magic weapon. However, the middle-aged man in yellow, a 10th-level key-refining cultivator, possessed a flying magic weapon. His other magic weapons were certainly not inferior. He raised his hand, and a jet-black iron shield automatically blocked the willow leaf flying knife, easily deflecting it. Before Zhou Chun could change his move, he flicked his sleeve and uttered a "go." Instantly, a silvery glint shot from his sleeve, heading straight for Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun was startled and hurriedly raised his hand to summon his protective magic weapon, a green wooden shield. However, he severely underestimated the power of the silvery glint. With a flash of light, his low-grade first-tier magic weapon, the green wooden shield, shattered into more than a dozen pieces that fell to the ground. Then, his protective diamond shield shook violently, causing his legs to buckle and him to collapse to the ground. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in yellow burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, it seems I overestimated you. Your protective magic weapon is just this kind of trash. It's clear you don't have any powerful backing in the family. I'm afraid no one will even care if you die." He was right, but not entirely. Zhou Chun indeed didn't have any powerful elders in the Zhou family to rely on, but his original protective magic weapon wasn't actually such a trashy item as the green wooden shield. The Zhou family used to be one of the 3 giants of the 3 absolutes sect, so equipping each family member who reached the mid-stage of key refining with 2 first-tier mid-grade magic weapons, 1 offensive and 1 defensive, wouldn't have been difficult. Unfortunately, the first-tier mid-grade defensive magic weapon Zhou Chun originally used was damaged in the previous battle with Li Han of the Li family. Furthermore, after the Zhou family of Nine Peaks Ridge experienced a split, most of their assets were taken by Yu Jinghua, a golden core cultivator, to establish the Spirit Beast Manor. Now, they simply couldn't afford to casually replace magic weapons for their family members. Normally, even if the family didn't replace magic weapons for free, Zhou Chun could have purchased them from the family at a discounted price using spirit coins. However, the problem was that since hatching the rock earth turtle, Zhou Chun had used most of his spirit coins to buy pills for nurturing spirit pets from the family. Otherwise, even though the initial growth rate of demonic beasts was much faster than that of cultivators, the rock earth turtle couldn't have become a first-tier mid-grade demonic beast in just 2 years after hatching. It just goes to show that plans never keep up with changes. Zhou Chun, who had assumed he would be safely cultivating within his family for the next few years, could never have foreseen such a perilous situation. Fortunately, the rock tortoise hadn't wasted its many pills and hadn't disappointed Zhou Chun's kindness. Sensing its master's danger, it glared angrily at the middle-aged man in yellow and slammed its fist on the ground, causing 5 or 6 stone spikes to simultaneously erupt from the earth around it. This was the chain earth spikes spell it had awakened and mastered after becoming a mid-grade first-tier demon beast. It was the middle-aged man in yellow who had been careless, or perhaps overconfident in his own strength and experience, failing to erect a protective shield spell like Zhou Chun had from the start. Now, faced with several stone spikes appearing simultaneously, even though he had sensed the danger beforehand with his divine sense, he couldn't dodge in time. One of the spikes grazed his left thigh and pierced through it, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Ah! It hurts like hell. The middle-aged man in yellow, his left leg injured, collapsed to the ground, letting out a shrill scream of agony. He clutched his thigh in agony, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared at the rock tortoise, "Damn beast, I'll boil you alive." While uttering these harsh words, he swiftly produced a diamond shield talisman, activating it to create a protective barrier around himself. He then hurriedly retrieved hemostatic and healing powders and ointments from his storage bag for first aid. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's eyes lit up with joy. He inwardly praised the rock tortoise, then quickly stored it in his spirit beast bag and used his wind control technique to escape. Now was the time to run. Taking advantage of the yellow-robed middle-aged man's inability to pursue while he was healing, he could escape this calamity once he was out of the man's sight. Chapter 20, Compensation from the Mu family, Return to the family. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in yellow, having chosen to pursue Zhou Chun, meant that Mu Ziyang had escaped danger. Knowing the urgency of the situation, despite her worries for the Mu family cultivators and Zhou Chun, she spurred her horse and galloped towards Bian Mountain. After nearly 2 hours of rapid travel, changing horses along the way, she finally returned to the Mu family. Without waiting for the cultivators guarding the mountain gate's protective array to inquire about the situation, she hurriedly recounted the perilous encounter of the Mu family cultivators and Zhou Chun. Upon hearing that several Mu family members were in danger, and that Zhou Chun, the family's honored guest, was also in peril, the Mu family cultivators guarding the mountain gate's protective array immediately realized the gravity of the situation and quickly sounded the alarm bell to awaken the several Foundation establishment cultivators of the Mu family who were cultivating. Quickly, Ziyang, you and I will go rescue fellow Taoist Zhou. Elder, you go to Wild Wolf Ridge to check the situation first. We'll make a decision after we meet up on Bian Mountain. After hearing the whole story from Mu Ziyang, Mu Zuanfeng, the head of the Mu family, immediately made a decision to rescue them, his expression changing drastically. Then, he and Mu Jiang, the eldest elder of the Mu family, split up and quickly flew away from Bian Mountain. The speed of a Foundation establishment cultivator, flying at full speed, is far beyond that of a key refining cultivator. A distance of 200 or 300 miles can be covered in less than an hour. Therefore, following Mu Ziyang's guidance and with the advantage of a high vantage point, Mu Zuanfang quickly discovered a charred corpse of the ink scale steed, and the bloodstains left on the ground by the middle-aged man in yellow. The bloodstains are not yet dry, and there are no signs of burning the corpse on the ground. It seems fellow Taoist Zhou has escaped. Mu Zuanfang looked at the bloodstains on the ground and glanced at the traces left by Zhou Chun when he left, quickly making a judgment. Then, he raised his hand and released a burst of magical power, scooping up a handful of bloodstains oil from the ground. He then formed hand seals and chanted an incantation, using the scent of blood on this oil as a medium to unleash a tracking technique. This kind of technique, which tracks based on the residual scent of hair, clothing, and other items, is considered a measure of the depth and strength of a cultivation family or sect. Those cultivation families and sects that possess this technique can usually find the culprit if a member is murdered while away, provided a Foundation establishment cultivator finds the scene in time and uses the remaining scent of the murderer. Of course, this is on the premise that the murderer has no means of countermeasures. Once the technique was used, Mu Zuanfang quickly sensed the murderer's direction. He went that way. He turned his gaze to the direction the murderer had left in and immediately led Mu Ziyang in pursuit. After chasing for dozens of miles, Mu Xuanfeng's eyes turned coldly to a certain mountain peak below. HMPH, you think you can escape danger by hiding in this desolate wilderness? How naive! With a cold snort, Mu Xuanfeng landed with Mu Xiang outside a hidden cave on a mountain peak, then strode into the cave. A short while later, the middle-aged man in yellow robes, his clothes stained with blood and unconscious, was carried out of the cave by Mu Xuanfeng. Once outside, Mu Xuanfeng turned to Mu Xiang, who was following behind, and said, "Xiang, you heard it just now, fellow Taoist Zhou should be alright now. You'll have to trouble yourself to call out and search for him in the mountains. I'll go to Wild Wolf Ridge to meet the Grand Elder." "Yes." Xiang obeys, Mu Xiang responded, and then saw Mu Xuanfeng carrying the middle-aged man in yellow robes take to the air, quickly disappearing from her sight. Watching Mu Xuanfeng disappear into the distance, remembering his instructions, she immediately began walking through the surrounding mountains, calling out Zhou Chun's name as she went. According to the middle-aged man in yellow, after bandaging his wounds, he chased Zhou Chun for a while but lost track of him in these mountains. Because of his injuries and fearing he might encounter Mu family reinforcements on his way back to Wild Wolf Ridge, he hid in these mountains. He never expected the Mu family to value Zhou Chun so much, with their patriarch, Mu Xuanfeng, personally coming to find and rescue him. Hiding in the cave, he was trapped, with nowhere to run. Knowing this, Mu Xuanfeng deduced that Zhou Chun must have used some method of concealment to hide in the nearby mountains. That's why Mu Xiang was now calling out for him all over the mountains. Although the method was clumsy and arduous, it was undeniably effective. Under a pile of earth and rocks formed by a landslide, Zhou Chun heard Mu Xiang's familiar voice and quickly asked the rock tortoise covering him to move aside, then crawled out of the pit. It turned out that he had been hiding in this pit, using the rock tortoise's innate ability to conceal its aura to avoid the yellow-robed middle-aged man's search. The range of a key refining cultivator's divine sense is limited, and its effectiveness is greatly reduced when encountering obstacles like soil and rocks. Once the rock tortoise enters its tortoise-like state, it becomes like a still rock, completely devoid of any life characteristics. Even a foundation establishment cultivator might not be able to detect it with their divine sense if they're not paying attention. Therefore, a key refining cultivator could only possibly spot a rock tortoise in its tortoise-like state if they saw it with their naked eye at close range. However, Zhou Chun's hiding place was at the bottom of a cliff, surrounded by weeds and shrubs. Even if the yellow-robed middle-aged man had normal mobility, let alone his own, it was impossible for him to walk all the way to the end of the cliff to see a pile of rocks. Emerging from his hiding place and listening intently, Zhou Chun immediately responded loudly to Mu Xiang's call. Not long after, he saw Mu Xiang, dressed in purple, appear on the cliff. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, it's so good you're alright. The guy who was chasing us has been captured by the clan leader. He specifically instructed me to search for you in these mountains, on the cliff." After Zhou Chun used his wind control technique to reach her, Mu Xiang, covered in fragrant sweat, smiled at him and recounted what had happened. Hearing her explanation, Zhou Chun felt relieved and nodded slightly, saying, "I see. It must have been hard work for you, fellow Taoist Mu. It's nothing. If you hadn't lured that person away, fellow Taoist Zhou, I'd probably be ashes by now. I should be thanking you, fellow Taoist Zhou," Mu Xiang said, bowing deeply to Zhou Chun in gratitude. Zhou Chun had no choice but to accept her bow. Then, the two walked back to Betrayal Mountain together. When Zhou Chun and Mu Xiang returned to Betrayal Mountain, they quickly noticed a change in the atmosphere within the Mu family. Every Mu family cultivator they encountered wore a somber expression, as if burdened by something, and even fewer people greeted them. This immediately made him realize that the situation at Wild Wolf Ridge was likely far more serious than he had imagined. It was very likely that the Mu family's strength was insufficient to resolve the matter. Sure enough, upon learning of his and Mu Xiang's return, the Mu family patriarch, Mu Xuanfeng, personally summoned him. This time, fellow Taoist Zhou was caught in danger, which is truly a failure of the Mu family's care, a breach of our promise to Patriarch Zhou. On behalf of the Mu family, I apologize to fellow Taoist Zhou. In the Mu family patriarch's office, upon seeing Zhou Chun, Mu Xuanfeng, without further ado, immediately rose and bowed to express his apology. Zhou Chun dared not accept an apology from a mid-foundation establishment cultivator as readily as he had with Mu Xiang. He immediately stepped aside, waving his hands repeatedly, saying, "Senior Mu, You are too kind. How could I possibly accept such a courtesy? Seeing this, Mu Zuanfang didn't press the matter further, simply nodding slightly and saying, "The mistake has been made, an apology is indeed useless now." He then looked at Zhou Chun with a relieved expression and sighed. Fortunately, fellow Taoist Zhou is blessed with great fortune and skillful means, preventing the Mu family from making a grave error and giving me and the Mu family the opportunity to apologize and make amends to you in person. These words resonated deeply with Zhou Chun. A verbal apology is merely a formality, it's nowhere near as effective as genuine compensation. However, he naturally couldn't reveal his inner thoughts. Instead, he feigned lingering fear and said with relief, "This junior was indeed lucky this time. If that person hadn't been careless and allowed my spirit pet to injure his legs, I'm afraid he might not have been able to hold out until senior arrived." Hearing this, Mu Zuanfang's eyes flashed coldly, and he said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, rest assured, that fellow is currently imprisoned in the Mu family's dungeon. If you are willing, the Mu family will allow you to personally behead him to avenge yourself." Then, with a wave of his hand, a storage bag flew from a storage shelf in the hall into his hand, which he handed to Zhou Chun. "Furthermore, this storage bag belongs to that fellow, containing all his wealth. Consider it compensation from me and the Mu family for the fright you suffered this time, fellow Taoist Zhou. Please do not refuse." Refusing was impossible. After experiencing the previous battle, Zhou Chun deeply felt a gap between his strength and wealth and those of late-stage key refining cultivators. The magical artifacts possessed by the middle-aged man in yellow had left a deep impression on him. They were undoubtedly rare and valuable items. Now that these things were his, how could he refuse? He even forgot about modesty, grabbing the storage bag and bowing deeply to Mu Zuanfang, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Mu. I am truly unworthy of your praise." As for dealing with the middle-aged man in yellow, Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't overstep his bounds. He was confident that the Mu family would not let that fellow get away with it. "It's good that fellow Taoist Zhou is willing to accept." Mu Zuanfang waved his hand, then fixed his gaze on Zhou Chun and slowly said, "The Mu family may have encountered some issues recently. If fellow Taoist Zhou continues to stay in the Mu family, the Mu family may not be able to take good care of you. Therefore, I would like to ask fellow Taoist Zhou to return to the Zhou family first. As for the matter of teaching the art of beast taming, the two families can discuss that later. Thank you all for your rewards, votes, and support." During the new book period, there are only 2 updates per day. The author is helpless. I also want to update more, but if it exceeds 200,000 words, it won't be able to stay on the new book chart. The new book chart lasts for a month, greatly increasing the exposure of a new book. So please be patient for now. After it's officially released, I'll update 10,000 words per day so you can enjoy it. Chapter 21 Elixirs and Magical Artifacts. Although Mu Zuanfang spoke politely, essentially asking Zhou Chun to leave the Mu family, Zhou Chun understood the true meaning of that please and dared not object to his kind intentions. Thus, before he could even settle into his seat at the Mu family, and before he could even greet Mu Zidang, Mu Yunqing, and other Mu family cultivators with whom he had a relatively good relationship, Mu Zuanfang personally led him to the Zhou family at Nine Peaks Ridge. Upon arriving at Nine Peaks Ridge, Zhou Chun, a Zhou family cultivator, was left waiting outside the Honping Hall. He waited for nearly half an hour before seeing the Zhou family patriarch, Zhou Daoai, smilingly escort Mu Zuanfang out of the hall and all the way to the mountain gate before returning. Once back in this Honping Hall, Zhou Daoai summoned Zhou Chun, who had been waiting outside, and explained his arrangements for him. "Fellow Taoist Mu Zuanfang has already told me about what happened in the Mu family. Zheng Chun, you have indeed worked hard this time. I and the family will remember your contributions. Later, take my token to the 100 Herbs Peak and ask the Grand Elder for a bottle of Spring Sun Pill, and 3 bottles of Beast Spirit Pill, as the family's reward for your mission. Now, stay in the family and cultivate diligently. If there are other missions, I will summon you again." This arrangement was not unexpected for Zhou Chun. It was a very normal arrangement. Moreover, the reward he received was excellent, containing all the items he needed. He immediately bowed and thanked the clan chief, saying, "Thank you for the reward." Then, he left Pagoda Peak with a token given to him by Zhou Daoai. Afterward, Zhou Chun did not rush to the 100 Herbs Peak where the Grand Elder resided to collect the pills, but instead returned to his residence on Baosi Peak. Having not returned for more than a year, many withered branches and leaves had fallen in Zhou Chun's residence, and a layer of dust had settled on the tables and chairs. Seeing this, he opened the doors and windows, made a hand seal, and used a dust removal spell to shake off all the dust that had settled on the tables and chairs, which was then blown out into the courtyard by a gentle breeze. Seeing the room now much cleaner and brighter, Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction, closed the doors and windows again, and began to take stock of his spoils. He opened the storage bag Mu Zuanfang had given him and emptied its contents. To Zhou Chun's surprise, there was quite a lot inside. Besides the few magical artifacts he was interested in, there were also talismans, books, spirit coins, clothing, and various other items used by cultivators. This meant that Mu Zuanfang really hadn't touched anything in the storage bag. Indeed, for the Mu family patriarch, this amount of stuff is nothing to him. Why be so stingy and make a fool of himself? After realizing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but chuckle, knowing he had been a little petty. Shaking his head, he immediately began to inventory the pile of items on the ground. Besides the magical artifacts, there were 7 talismans on the ground, including 5 low-grade first-tier talismans and 2 mid-grade first-tier talismans. There was also a cultivation technique manual and personal cultivation notes, as well as several books recording knowledge about spiritual herbs and demonic beasts. There were also 57 spirit coins. As for the magical artifacts, there were 4 in total: the bamboo leaf flying artifact Zhou Chun had seen before, the jet black iron shield artifact, the silver white short sword artifact, and a black longsword artifact. Of these 4 artifacts, the bamboo leaf flying artifact was equivalent to a mid-grade first-tier artifact, the iron shield artifact and the short sword artifact were both mid-grade first-tier artifacts, and the black longsword artifact was only a low-grade first-tier artifact. After examining the artifacts, Zhou Chun immediately began refining the 3 mid-grade first-tier artifacts. For cultivators to wield their magical artifacts effectively, they must first imprint their divine consciousness within the artifact and refine it with their magical power. The original owner's spiritual imprints on the 3 magical artifacts in Zhou Chun's hands had been erased, likely done by Mu Zuanfeng, the head of the Mu family. This saved him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, with his 7th level key refining cultivation, erasing the spiritual imprint of the yellow-robed middle-aged man would have taken him at least several days of focused effort. Now, he only needed to use the refining technique to leave his own spiritual imprint within the artifacts, then infuse them with his own mana to cleanse away the residual aura of the previous owners. In this way, the refining of the 3 artifacts took Zhou Chun less than 2 days. Zhou Chun was also very satisfied with the power of the new artifacts. The silver short sword was exceptionally sharp. When wielded, it could unleash a sharp sword light to kill enemies. It was difficult for any artifact of equal grade to withstand its sharpness. The jet black iron shield was even more mysterious. After being refined, it could circle and fly around its owner at will, providing protection. While it couldn't provide full-body protection, its defensive power far surpassed the first-tier mid-grade spell Diamond Shield. Crucially, the magical artifact could be used indefinitely as long as it wasn't damaged, whereas spells and talismans had limited lifespans. As for the flying artifact, it was too conspicuous, so Zhou Chun didn't dare try flying it high in the sky. He simply flew it a few times in an open space outside the courtyard and found it quite good. This item was actually more useful to him than to any other key refining stage cultivator. Other key refining stage cultivators worried about mana depletion and dared not use it for travel. However, he could easily meditate and recover mana in the wild without worrying about mana consumption. However, using it for travel was indeed somewhat conspicuous, and Zhou Chun's current cultivation level was probably insufficient to deter bandit cultivators. Therefore, his intended use of this item was similar to that of the middle-aged man in yellow, only to be used in certain emergency situations. After refining and testing his newly acquired magical artifact, Zhou Chun suddenly remembered something he hadn't done, so he quickly went to do it. He carried a stone jar filled with purifying spiritual water to the courtyard and fed half the jar to the rock tortoise sleeping by the gate. Interestingly, the rock tortoise rarely drank water, relying solely on tree bark and leaves for hydration. However, the purifying spiritual water was an exception. This water, which Zhou Chun couldn't taste, seemed to be able to detect flavors Zhou Chun couldn't. And it drank it without hesitation. Zhou Chun was pleased with this. Although, according to the research of previous cultivators, demonic beasts weren't as greatly affected by the turbid energy as cultivators, they were still affected. Therefore, Even without cultivators feeding them various pills and spiritual items, demonic beasts raised in places free from turbid energy were faster, more docile, and even more intelligent than those in the wild. In such situations, cultivators who tame spirit pets generally try to prevent them from absorbing spiritual energy in the wild, lest they become tainted by impure energy. However, demonic beasts are not as controlled in this regard as cultivators. Even with their master's orders, low-level demonic beasts will passively absorb spiritual energy to replenish their mana after using spells and expending it. This is their innate bloodline instinct, which they find difficult to control. Zhou Chun's rock tortoise had previously fought in the wild and naturally absorbed spiritual energy tainted by impure energy. Although the amount of impure energy was relatively small, he still didn't want the rock tortoise to be affected, so he gave it purifying spiritual water to remove the impure energy from its body. After ensuring that the impure energy in the rock tortoise's body was completely purified, Zhou Chun patted the rock tortoise's head, which conveyed his joy and satisfaction, and left the courtyard. Next, he needed to go to 100 Herbs Peak to collect the pills that clan chief Zhou Daowei had rewarded him with. Located 12 miles south of Pagoda Peak, 100 Herbs Peak is a mountain with exceptionally rich spiritual energy, second only to Pagoda Peak. Compared to the other peaks of Nine Peaks Ridge, the soil environment of 100 Herbs Peak is more suitable for cultivating various spiritual herbs. Therefore, after the Zhou family occupied Nine Peaks Ridge, they designated this peak as their future spiritual herb garden and appointed the family's grand elder, Zhou Mingshan, to oversee it. As the grand elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Mingshan is an elder whose seniority and cultivation level are second only to the supreme elder Zhou Mingde, holding an extremely high position. Moreover, he is currently the most skilled alchemist in the Zhou family, and most of the spiritual pills consumed by the Zhou family's cultivators and pets are made by him. Unfortunately, according to Zhou Chun, this elder of the Zhou family has very little lifespan left and may pass away within 10 years. Therefore, unless it is for particularly important matters, the Zhou family members rarely see this grand elder leave 100 Herbs Peak. When Zhou Chun arrived at 100 Herbs Peak, after explaining his purpose, a refining apprentice who had received him informed the grand elder, Zhou Mingshan. While waiting outside, Zhou Chun took the opportunity to observe 100 Herbs Peak. He had worked in the peak, turning the soil, when the medicinal fields were first established. 2 years later, the fields were planted with medicinal herb seeds, and many already had tender green shoots emerging from the soil. Some of the faster-growing varieties were even over a foot tall. At a glance, Zhou Chun easily recognized common herbs such as ginseng, polygonidum, hisho-wu, and poria. These herbs looked no different from those in ordinary pharmacies, but they were actually superior spiritual seeds selected and cultivated by cultivators. Their mother plants being high-quality, century-old spiritual herbs. After growing in the fields for 20 or 30 years, they could be used as medicinal herbs. After 100 years, they became extremely valuable century-old spiritual herbs. For any long-established cultivation faction, the Spirit Herb Garden is one of its greatest treasures and most important locations. When the Three Absolute Sect withdrew from Fen Kingdom, the 1,000-year-old Spirit Herb Garden was a priority for relocation. However, looking at the tender seedlings in the various fields on 100 Herb Peak, Zhou Chun knew that the rare spirit herbs taken from the Three Absolute Sect were likely divided up by those three factions with Golden Core cultivators in charge. In this light, although the Zhou family is nominally a cultivation family with over 1,000 years of history, apart from their inherited beast-taming techniques and some cultivation manuals, in terms of spirit herb resources and mineral resources, they are no different from a newly established family. Everything must start from scratch and accumulate resources anew. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22: The Elders of the Zhou Family. On 100 Herbs Peak, just as Zhou Chun was observing the various seedlings of spiritual herbs in the herb garden and reflecting on the Zhou family's lack of resources in certain areas, a young man dressed in a gray-blue robe suddenly emerged from the main hall. The young man was slightly shorter than Zhou Chun, about 1.78 meters tall, and his skin was rather dark and reddish, perhaps due to his long hours by the furnace, resembling that of a blacksmith. After emerging from the hall, he smiled and beckoned to Zhou Chun, saying, "13th brother, Master already knows why you've come." Come with me to pay your respects to him." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately bowed and thanked him, saying, "Thank you for your trouble, sixth brother." It turned out that this young man was also a member of the Zhou family's Zheng generation, the sixth in line, named Zhou Zhengyun. 8 years ago, he had been studying alchemy under the Zhou family's first elder, Zhou Mingxian. Therefore, despite his unassuming appearance, he held a very high position in the Zhou family, even comparable to some core members. After Zhou Chun followed Zhou Zhengyun into the palace, they quickly arrived at a hall where they met Zhou Mingxian, the eldest elder of the Zhou family. Because his lifespan was nearing its end, Zhou Mingxian looked like an elderly man in his 70s, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, exuding an air of age. After Zhou Chun entered and bowed, he merely glanced at the young junior before saying in a gentle tone, "Since the clan leader sent you to collect the medicine, I will naturally obey his orders." He then instructed Zhou Zhengyun, who was attending him, "Zhengyun, go and fetch the medicine for him." "Disciple obeys," Zhou Zhengyun replied, immediately going to the pharmacy at the back to retrieve a bottle of Spring Sun Pill, and 3 bottles of Beast Spirit Pill, which he handed to Zhou Chun. After Zhou Chun received the pills and verified their authenticity, Zhou Mingxian waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Zhou Chun, seemingly oblivious to his gesture, bowed again after putting away the pills, saying, "Elder, I have another spiritual item here that I would like to ask for your appraisal." Hearing this, Zhou Mingxian's brows twitched, but he didn't refuse. He simply looked at Zhou Chun and said calmly, "Oh? What spiritual item? Let me see it." "It's a 100-year-old spiritual ginseng, which I obtained from abandoned cultivator." Zhou Chun then took out the wild spiritual ginseng he had bought from the Red Cliff market. He had always planned to find an opportunity to sell it when he returned to the market. However, his experience at Wild Wolf Ridge made Zhou Chun realize that he needed to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. The cultivation world was unsafe everywhere. Without sufficient cultivation and strength, even a casual trip could cost him his life. Therefore, he should use anything that could be quickly converted into cash to enhance his strength. At this moment, Zhou Mingxian, after receiving the wild ginseng from Zhou Zhengyun, examined it briefly and nodded slightly, saying, "The quality is quite good. It looks like it's over 130 years old, perfectly suitable as the main ingredient for refining the Spring Sun Pill." "Only 130 years old?" Zhou Chun was immediately disappointed. He naturally didn't doubt Zhou Mingxian's judgment. So the old man selling the medicine must have exaggerated the age. But this was common in the cultivation world. In a street market, sellers could exaggerate whatever they wanted without consequence. Buying in a street market truly tested the buyer's judgment. A misjudgment could lead to complete financial ruin. At least the wild ginseng Zhou Chun bought wasn't fake. Its effects just weren't as strong as the seller claimed. In the end, he still made a profit. Therefore, after a brief moment of disappointment, he quickly rallied and looked at Zhou Mingxian, saying, "This junior wishes to offer this item to the family. I wonder if Elder could exchange it for some pills." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingxian pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, "A 100-year-old spirit ginseng should be worth over 60 spirit coins on the market. 1 Spring Sun Pill is worth 20 spirit coins. If you wish to exchange it for pills, I can give you 3 Spring Sun Pills in exchange." He didn't inquire further about how Zhou Chun obtained the wild spirit ginseng. This left Zhou Chun, who had originally come up with several reasons, feeling both frustrated and delighted. "Then this junior will thank Elder in advance." Zhou Chun bowed and immediately agreed. Not long after, Zhou Chun bid farewell to Zhou Mingxian and his disciple Zhou Zhengyun, and returned to Baozi Peak. Upon returning to his residence, Zhou Chun immediately took out all the pills he had received. A bottle of Spring Sun Pills contained 5 pills, and he exchanged the wild spirit ginseng for 3 more, making a total of 8 pills. Beast Spirit Pills come in bottles of 10, so 3 bottles contained 30 pills. Zhou Chun had fed Beast Spirit Pills to the rock turtle before and knew how to administer them to maximize their effect. Therefore, he fed the rock turtle 3 Beast Spirit Pills at once, then let it enter a state of tortoise breathing to slowly digest the medicinal power. He himself went into his meditation room, took out a Spring Sun Pill, and swallowed it. The thumb-sized, yellowish-brown pill filled his mouth with a faint sweetness of honey and the taste of Chinese medicine. Zhou Chun swallowed the still undissolved pill whole, then silently circulated the cultivation method of the 5 key rising sun scripture, using the medicinal power to cultivate. This cultivation was completely different from his usual meditation. When he usually meditated by inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the spiritual energy seemed like cotton candy. It looked plentiful, but in reality, very little of it could be converted into magical power after refinement. However, the pure medicinal power contained within the spring sun pill was as dense as mercury, of extremely high quality, and very easy to absorb and refine. It took Zhou Chun in nearly 3 days to completely refine the medicinal power of one spring sun pill. And this one spring sun pill directly saved him 2 or 3 months of cultivation time, helping him open an acupoint. This powerful effect surprised and delighted Zhou Chun. He seemed to have seen a shortcut to rapidly improve his cultivation. No wonder among the 4 great cultivation techniques of pills, artifacts, talismans, and arrays, pills are ranked first, if we don't consider the special nature of the spirit purification array. For cultivators, the role of pills is indeed far more important than artifacts, talismans, and arrays. Zhou Chun couldn't help but feel a deeper understanding of the importance of pills. However, even though pills are good, one should not overindulge. As the saying goes, every medicine has its side effects. While pills can save cultivators a lot of time spent meditating and cultivating, even the most skilled alchemist cannot completely remove the toxins from them. Therefore, even cultivators like Zhou Chun, who may have acquired a large number of pills at once, dare not take them consecutively in a short period to avoid the accumulation of toxins and irreparable damage to their bodies. According to the research and experiments of senior cultivators, pills like the Spring Sun Pill, suitable for cultivators in the mid to late stages of key refining, can be taken by mid-stage key refining cultivators every 1 or 2 months without worrying about the toxins. Therefore, even though Zhou Chun still had 7 Spring Sun Pills, he did not continue taking them. On the other hand, demonic beasts and spirit pets have far fewer concerns in this regard, probably because they are physically strong and have followed the path of bloodline sublimation, giving them a much greater ability to self-remove toxins than human cultivators. Several days later, Zhou Chun had some free time and went to Flying Stone Peak again. Zhou Chun's visit to Flying Stone Peak wasn't to browse the library, he came specifically to pay his respects to Zhou Daoquan, the 3rd elder of the Zhou family. Each of the 3 elders possessed a unique skill. The eldest elder, Zhou Mingshan, was a master alchemist, responsible for most of the Zhou family's elixirs. The 2nd elder, Zhou Chongshan, was an expert in formations, having studied under a Purple Mansion stage cultivator from the Yu family, specializing in formations. He was responsible for setting up the Zhou family's protective mountain formation and purification formation. The 3rd elder, Zhou Daoquan, inherited the Zhou family's beast-taming techniques, achieving a level of mastery comparable to the supreme elder, Zhou Mingde, and single-handedly raising 2 second-tier spirit pets. The clan leader, Zhou Daoyi, was said to possess excellent talisman-making skills, and his mastery of beast-taming was second only to the 3rd elder, Zhou Daoquan. Zhou Chun's visit to Elder Zhou Daoquan at Fishy Peak was to ask him to examine the mysterious snake egg he had obtained from the Mu family, to see if the beast-taming master knew anything about it. Oh, such a strange thing? Bring the snake egg out for me to see. On Fishy Peak, Zhou Daoquan received Zhou Chun and, after hearing his purpose, immediately showed surprise and asked him to bring out the snake egg. Elder, please look. Zhou Chun reached into his storage bag and took out the jade box containing the snake egg, handing it to Zhou Daoquan with both hands. Zhou Daoquan took the snake egg and, first closing his eyes, used his divine sense to examine it. Then, he used hand seals and several secret techniques, some familiar and some unfamiliar, to test and identify the snake egg. Strange, this is truly the first time I've seen something like this. Frowning as he stared at the snake egg in his hand, Zhou Daoquan thought for a moment, then looked at Zhou Chun and said, "This snake egg is indeed very valuable for research. If you agree, leave it with me for now, and I will conduct my research and experiments on it. If I can develop a method to hatch it, I will naturally invite you to come and subdue it through a contract. If my research causes it to be damaged, I will compensate you with 500 spirit coins. What do you say?" Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't refuse such a good deal. He immediately agreed. "Elder, please rest assured and conduct your research." This junior has no objections whatsoever. Zhou Daoquan was satisfied with his answer and nodded, saying, "Well, then you may leave now. I will inform you of the results." Yes, this junior takes his leave. Zhou Chun bowed and immediately left Flying Stone Peak. By the way, For those readers who still have investment opportunities in the new book's investment section, feel free to add your investment. It seems that once we reach 500 people, we'll advance to the next level of exposure, and I see we are almost at 200 already. Thank you all for reading as usual. Chapter 23 Zhou Hengyong's Request. After entrusting the mysterious snake egg to Zhou Chun, the third elder of the Zhou family and the most skilled in beast taming, for research, Zhou Chun didn't dwell on the matter. It would be best if Zhou Chun could figure out a way to hatch the egg. Even if he couldn't, and the mysterious snake egg was destroyed, Zhou Chun could still receive up to 500 spirit coins as compensation. Either way, he wouldn't lose out. For the next 6 months, Zhou Chun's life returned to the rhythm he had before going to the Mu family. However, because more and more rogue cultivators came to Nine Peaks Ridge to cultivate, the time these Zhou family cultivators spent guarding the cleansing spirit pavilion decreased. For many rogue cultivators with low cultivation levels and weak combat skills, the safest way to earn spirit coins was to guard the cleansing spirit pavilion for various cultivation sects, families, and markets. Compared to venturing out to adventure and fight monsters for spiritual resources, guarding the cleansing spirit pavilion was more arduous and yielded less reward, but it was safe and stable. And safe and stable jobs are always sought after by most people in any world. If it weren't for the necessity of supervising these rogue cultivators, and also to save some spirit coins, the Zhou family could have completely outsourced the task of guarding the cleansing spirit pavilion to them. It was precisely because of the participation of these rogue cultivators in this arduous task that Zhou family members like Zhou Chun had more time for meditation, cultivation, and learning other cultivation techniques. In the past 6 months, Zhou Chun had taken one spring sun pill approximately every 50 days, and within 50 days of each pill's consumption, he could open one acupoint. It was basically certain that after he finished taking all 8 spring sun pills, his cultivation would definitely advance to the 8th level of the key refining stage. At the same time, his spirit pet, the rock tortoise, was also rapidly improving its cultivation after continuously consuming beast spirit pills, and it was estimated that in another year and a half, it might catch up with its master. On this day, Zhou Chun was returning from reading in the library on Flying Stone Peak when he saw his cousin, Zhou Hengyong, waiting outside his courtyard gate. Upon seeing him return, Zhou Hengyong immediately stood up with a joyful expression and said, "13th brother, you're finally back, brother Yuang. What brings you here?" Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Hengyong with slight surprise, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Judging from Zhou Hengyong's demeanor, it was probably not about official business. "It's like this," Zhou Hengyong said. "Yesterday, while I was on duty, I was chatting with a rogue cultivator when he mentioned seeing a group of red-tailed monkeys in a certain place. 13th brother, you also specialize in beast-taming techniques, so you should know that wherever groups of red-tailed monkeys appear, there's a high probability that something exists there that can purify their bloodline and improve their cultivation. My red-tailed monkey has been stuck at the mid-level of the first rank for several years, consuming many beast spirit pills, without any breakthrough, most likely because its bloodline isn't pure enough. So this time, I'd like to ask you for a favor, 13th brother. To accompany me to that place to see if we can obtain a spiritual item to help our spirit pet break through." Zhou Hengyong looked at Zhou Chun expectantly as he finished speaking. He had indeed come for personal matters. Zhou Chun understood, and facing Zhou Hengyong's expectant gaze, he hesitated for a moment before nodding and replying, "Brother Yuang, since you've come to me, given our relationship, I naturally have no reason not to help." Having agreed, before Zhou Hengyong could express his gratitude with joy, he continued, "However, Brother Yuang, you've only heard about this from others and haven't seen it with your own eyes. In my opinion, it's best to find out more about the situation first, understand the details of those red-tailed monkeys, before taking any action." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Hengyong's joy faded slightly, and embarrassment and shame appeared in his eyes. Zhou Hengyong took a deep breath, quickly adjusting his mindset and calming his emotions. He then looked at Zhou Chun earnestly and nodded, saying, 13th brother, you're right. I came to find you as soon as I received the news. It was indeed a bit too hasty," he then said in a deep voice, "then I'll come back to you for help after I've investigated thoroughly." Hearing this, Zhou Chun sincerely advised, "Brother Yuang, please be careful too. There might be people who previously cultivated here among those rogue cultivators who come to the family to cultivate. Thank you for your reminder, 13th brother. I will be careful." Zhou Hengyong nodded and left immediately. Watching Zhou Chun's departing figure, Zhou Chun couldn't help but think of his rock turtle. In terms of potential, the rock turtle was clearly stronger and more outstanding than Zhou Chun's red-tailed monkey. Basically, with proper training and sufficient investment, it wouldn't be impossible for it to advance to a first-tier high-grade demon beast within 5 years. However, by then, the rock turtle's bloodline potential would have reached its limit. If he wanted the rock tortoise to advance to the second tier in the future, he would inevitably have to do what Zhou Chun did, try to find some spiritual objects that could purify or mutate its bloodline. However, that was something he should consider after his own cultivation reached the foundation establishment stage. There was no need to think about it too much now. Zhou Chun was undoubtedly a man of action. The next day, Zhou Chun heard that he had taken leave from the family. Then, 7 days later, Zhou Chun, who had just returned from outside for less than a day, found Zhou Chun's residence again. 13th brother, I have personally gone to scout and observe the area. I have confirmed that there is a group of red-tailed monkeys there, numbering about 12 or 13. The Monkey King is a first-tier high-grade demon beast, and the rest are first-tier mid-grade and first-tier low-grade demon beasts. Moreover, I have also clearly seen that there are indeed exotic fruits growing in the valley where the monkeys live. If I am not mistaken, they should be Zuyang fruits. In the living room, after being welcomed in by Zhou Chun, Zhou Chun had barely sat down when he hurriedly began to tell about his discoveries over the past few days, without even bothering to drink tea. His impatience left Zhou Chun speechless. But upon reflection, it seemed quite normal. Cultivators specializing in beast taming generally share similar personalities with their spirit pets. Since Zhou Chun chose the impetuous red-tailed monkey as his spirit pet, his own personality was likely similar to its. Zhou Chun's previous spirit pet, the wind shadow leopard, and his current spirit pet, the rock earth turtle, both seemed to align with his cautious and steady nature. Suppressing his urge to offer advice, Zhou Chun echoed Zhou Chun's words, saying, according to what you've said, Brother Yang, I'm afraid the two of us alone aren't enough to deal with so many red-tailed monkeys. We'll probably need a powerful elder to provide support. Hearing this, Zhou Chun frowned and sighed softly. Yes, we need to invite another elder with late-stage key refining cultivation to accompany us and ensure safety. But which elder should we invite? He frowned, considering the Zhou family elders with whom he had a relatively good relationship. Asking for help for personal matters like this is something you can only do with people you have a good relationship with. This way, not only is the reward easier to negotiate, but it also reduces the likelihood of conflicts during the operation. Therefore, after pondering for a full quarter of an hour, Zhou Chun finally looked up at Zhou Chun, who was quietly waiting for him, and said, how about Uncle Zhou Jiapen, the 27th? His spirit pet is the flying demon beast Iron Feather Eagle, which he has cultivated to high-grade first rank. It can carry one person. With him here, this trip will definitely be safe. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately nodded and replied, if it's Uncle Zhou, then naturally there's no problem. Uncle Zhou Jiapen, the 27th, is considered a relatively well-known figure among the Jia generation of cultivators. His own cultivation level isn't particularly outstanding. He's currently only at the 10th level of key refining. However, his spirit pet, the Iron Feather Eagle, is a rare type that can carry people and fly, and its combat power is also quite good. With this Iron Feather Eagle by his side, unless ambushed, almost no one in the key refining realm could stop him. Even with a flying artifact, a key refining stage cultivator's magical power and flying speed are far inferior to a flying beast like the Iron Feather Eagle. Zhou Chun was quite surprised that Zhou Chun had managed to get this uncle's help. However, when he recalled Zhou Chun's background, he seemed to understand why. Unlike his family's ancestors who had been mortals for generations, Zhou Chun's father was also a cultivator from the Zhou family, but he died in an accident while on a mission. If his father were still alive, he would be a cultivator of the family generation, and might have had a connection with his 27th uncle, Zhou Jiapen. Of course, Zhou Chun didn't need to investigate further. After making this plan, Zhou Chun immediately went to find his 27th uncle, Zhou Jiapen, while Zhou Chun prepared the things he would need for the trip. Chapter 24 The Mischievous Monkey. Lanzhou, Red Peach Ridge. Red Peach Ridge is located in the southeast of Lanzhou, Jingguo, more than 700 li away from Jilfang Ridge, where the Zhou family is located. This mountain range stretches for more than 200 li, with complex terrain, teeming with poisonous insects and ferocious beasts, and many demonic creatures. It is a treasure hunting and adventure destination for many rogue cultivators in Lanzhou. At this moment, Zhou Chun, Zhou Zhenggang, and Zhou Jiapeng, who had left the Zhou family in Jilfang Ridge, were outside a valley deep in Red Peach Ridge. It's that valley ahead. The red-tailed monkeys usually live in the valley, along with many ordinary beasts, under a large tree with a canopy like a canopy. Zhou Zhenggang pointed to the valley ahead, which was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and had only one entrance that was 20 or 30 zang wide, and softly recounted the situation he had previously discovered. However, after hearing his words, Zhou Jiapeng shook his head slightly and said, "Nephew Zhenggang, what you said is about what happened a few days ago. As for the current situation inside, let's wait for Uncle to have the Iron Feather Eagle investigate before we can say anything." Without waiting for Zhou Zhenggang's reply, he reached into his spirit beast pouch and released his spirit pet, the Iron Feather Eagle. As a first-tier high-grade demon beast, the Iron Feather Eagle was several times larger than the golden eagle Zhou Chun had seen in his previous life, with a wingspan of 13 feet. Its feathers were like those cast from refined iron, radiating a metallic luster. After emerging from the spirit beast pouch, it first sharply scanned Zhou Chun and Zhou Zhenggang with its eyes, then opened its beak and let out a low growl at Zhou Jiapeng. Once Zhou Jiapeng communicated with it and gave the command, it immediately flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that propelled it forward several feet before leaping into the sky. Seeing this, Zhou Zhenggang couldn't help but say with envy, "Uncle Peng's Iron Feather Eagle is truly magnificent. If it can produce offspring in the future, you must consider me. I'll sell everything I own to buy one and raise it." Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Jiapeng sighed dejectedly. It's better if you don't mention it. Just thinking about it makes me sad. More than 2 years ago, I had already found out that a female Iron Feather Eagle was appearing in a certain place in Fen Kingdom. I originally planned to take Taipeng there to find that female Iron Feather Eagle for breeding, but before we even set off, that incident happened. Now, I don't know when we'll be able to find a suitable female Iron Feather Eagle for breeding. Zhou Zhenggang didn't know what to say. In fact, breeding spirit pets was indeed a long-standing problem that plagued beast-taming families like the Zhou family. Aside from a few rare species of spirit pets, most of the Zhou family cultivators' spirit pets were captured from the wild or purchased from other cultivators. Making them breed and produce offspring after they grew up was no easy task. Generally, they either inquired around to find cultivators who also kept the same type of spirit pet and then approached them for paid breeding services. Alternatively, they sought out wild beasts of the same species and either used seduction or forced mating. In these situations, the rarer the spirit pet, the harder it was to find a suitable mate. As a result, when they couldn't find a mate of the same species, the Zhou family cultivators often had to try to find suitable partners within the broader category. Just as lions and tigers could breed, Iron Feather Eagles could breed with some falcon-like beasts. However, the offspring produced in such cases couldn't guarantee survival or potential. Most of the time, because the two beasts' inherent power attributes were incompatible, even if offspring were born, they were difficult to raise. Or, even if they did survive, the conflicting bloodlines within them offered little potential for development. Such a breeding resulting in a perfect inheritance of the power of both parents, producing a powerful bloodline, is extremely rare. Therefore, Zhou Zhenggang didn't know how to comfort his uncle Zhou Jiapeng and could only remain silent to cover his embarrassment. As for Zhou Chun beside him, he didn't say much either. He wasn't familiar with his uncle Zhou Jiapeng and had only come here because of Zhou Zhenggang. It wasn't appropriate for him to rashly participate in this topic. After waiting in silence for about 15 minutes, the Iron Feather Eagle that had flown away circled and landed on the treetop above them, relaying its reconnaissance findings to Zhou Jiapeng. Having received the information from the spirit pet, Zhou Jiapeng quickly said, "All right, Taipeng has confirmed it. There are indeed only those red-tailed monkey demon beasts in the valley, and no other demon beasts or cultivators have been seen within several miles. We can proceed with peace of mind." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhenggang couldn't hide his excitement and bowed deeply to him, saying, "I entrust everything to you, uncle." With that, the three of them, led by Zhou Jiapeng, immediately entered the valley. Upon entering the valley, Zhou Chun looked around and saw that it was quite large, probably 200 or 300 acres, filled with fruit trees and various kinds of wild fruits. Therefore, besides the monkeys, it was also home to some small mammals and birds that also fed on wild fruits. As the three human cultivators entered, the monkeys and birds in the valley, upon discovering them, immediately let out piercing cries as a warning. Some of the bolder and fiercer monkeys even stood on the treetops, grabbing wild fruits and branches to attack the three. These mischievous monkeys, Zhou Chun, the leader, frowned. He immediately formed a hand seal, raised his hand, and flung out thin, bluish-green needles at the monkeys. Any monkey struck by the needles screamed and fell from the treetops. In an instant, more than a dozen monkeys were hit. This immediately terrified the remaining monkeys, who screamed and fled into the depths of the valley. So this is what they call killing the monkey to warn the monkeys? Zhou Chun chuckled inwardly as he watched this scene. After venturing several dozen feet deeper into the valley, the group soon spotted the troop of red-tailed monkeys. The monkeys had already been alerted, and the two sides had essentially met halfway through their journey. Upon seeing the three human cultivators, the Monkey King and the troop roared and launched the first attack. Fireballs and rockets rained down on the three from all directions, creating a formidable display. Seeing this, the three either summoned magical artifacts to defend themselves or activated talismans to form protective shields. At the same time, Zhou Chun and Zhou Zhengyang both reached into their spirit beast pouches and released their respective spirit pets. But in this situation, Zhou Chun's rock tortoise was of little use. At most, it served as a meat shield to draw fire. After all, the rock tortoise's main attack methods couldn't reach the red-tailed monkeys that were merely leaping from treetop to treetop. The red-tailed monkeys were obviously not foolish enough to charge at it and engage in hand-to-hand combat. While the rock tortoise was useless this time, Zhou Chun's magical artifacts proved invaluable. He channeled his magic power, and a silver short sword and a pale gold throwing knife struck from either side, each targeting a red-tailed monkey. These monkeys, perhaps lacking experience fighting cultivators, failed to dodge the attacks after several leaps, and then, in a fit of rage, swung their claws to strike. One monkey's claw was severed by the sword light emanating from the silver short sword, and it died instantly, its chest pierced by the blade. Another monkey's hand was pierced by the pale gold throwing knife, and it fell from the treetop. Simultaneously, Zhou Chun's iron-feathered eagle descended from the sky, swooping down on the Monkey King, its claws unleashing black claw energy as it engaged the Monkey King in fierce combat. After about a quarter of an hour of this battle, nearly half of the dozen or so red-tailed monkeys had perished under the combined attacks of the three Zhou family members. This greatly alarmed and enraged the Monkey King, who was still locked in combat with the iron feather eagle. It suddenly let out a shriek, and the remaining red-tailed monkeys immediately abandoned their attack and scattered in all directions. Then, it itself breathed fire, forcing the iron feather eagle back, and leaped away swiftly towards the forest outside the valley. The iron feather eagle, seeing this, initially wanted to give chase. But Zhou Chun stopped it, saying, "Don't chase them, let them go." He then admonished Zhou Chun and Zhou Zhengyang, who were standing nearby. "Our Zhou family has established itself through the art of beast-taming. Our ancestors often said that wild beasts don't grow easily, and unless there's a conflict of interest, we shouldn't engage in such ruthless extermination, lest future generations find it difficult to find suitable spirit pet contracts. Killing these red-tailed monkeys won't yield much benefit, it's better to keep them here to breed. Perhaps in the future, when my nephew's Hangyong's red-tailed monkeys need breeding, we'll need them again." Hearing this, the two men both looked thoughtful and then withdrew their magical artifacts. Seeing this, Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand and said, "Let's go, let's check on the treasure guarded by the monkeys in the valley. We can't let those mischievous monkeys get there first." Some readers have said the plot is a bit bland, lacking the thrill of intense conflict. That's quite true, but it's a common problem in the early stages of most mortal cultivation novels. Because of the slow build-up and progression, the pacing and excitement can compare to books that create a sense of crisis and anticipation through intense conflict. However, please be patient and read on. Trust me, I will definitely write a story worth reading. And if you settle down and read, you'll gradually become immersed in it. I believe you can. Like our protagonist, slowly enter this world of cultivation and look forward to tomorrow's changes. Please, it's free now anyway, there's no loss in reading it. Chapter 25 King Kong Monkey. Red Peach Ridge, Monkey Valley. Following the direction the red-tailed monkeys had come from, the Zhou family of three quickly arrived at the monkeys' usual habitat. It was at the foot of a cliff overlooking the mountain, with few trees nearby. Judging from the various burn marks on the ground, The monkeys had probably burned down the surrounding trees while playing with fire. About 3 zang, approximately 10 meters, above the ground, a fruit tree resembling an orange tree was firmly rooted on the cliff face, bearing more than a dozen fruits of various sizes, red, yellow, and green. It is indeed a vermilion sun fruit, but unfortunately, not a single one is fully ripe. Looking at the dozen or so round fruits on the tree, Zhou Chun first nodded, then shook his head, sighing with regret. The vermilion sun fruit is a rare fruit that flowers and bears fruit irregularly, often taking 10 or even decades to mature. Only ripe vermilion sun fruits can purify the bloodline and enhance the cultivation of demonic beasts, like the red-tailed monkeys. The ripe spiritual fruits on the Zuyang fruit tree had all been eaten by the red-tailed monkeys. The last remaining fruit, the one closest to maturity, would take at least another year or 2 to ripen. This blow was clearly significant for Zhou Chun, and his face immediately showed extreme disappointment. Zhou Chun suddenly spoke up. I remember reading in the ancient texts that Zuyang fruit can be transplanted. As long as we transplant the tree back to the family, it won't matter if you wait another year or 2, Brother Yong. It's better than working for nothing. Hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyes lit up, and hope returned. However, Zhou Chun quickly shook his head, pouring cold water on the idea. Transplanting the fruit tree is certainly not a problem, but after transplanting, I'm afraid the red-tailed monkeys will abandon this place. Moreover, the transplanting process will cause considerable damage to the tree's vitality. Whether these spiritual fruits can be saved is uncertain. This, Zhou Chun's brows furrowed again, his face full of worry. Seeing this, Zhou Chun gently patted his shoulder and whispered comfortingly, Brother Yong, don't worry. Even if you can't keep the spirit fruits after transplanting the fruit trees, it will still add to the family's foundation. The clan leader and elders will definitely reward you, he added softly. When the time comes, Brother Yong, just explain your intentions, and the clan leader and the others will definitely be willing to help you. Hearing this, not only did Zhou Chun regain his confidence and show a relaxed and happy expression, but even Zhou Chun looked at him with slight surprise and couldn't help but nod in agreement. That's a very insightful statement. I didn't expect you to be so insightful at such a young age, Zhang. In fact, with Zhou Chun's experience and wisdom, he would have realized this sooner or later. However, because Zhou Chun was eager for his spirit pet to break through, he only focused his attention on the Zuyang fruit and didn't think about other aspects. Zhou Chun, however, was a clear-headed observer and immediately saw the implications, coming up with a roundabout solution. This quick wit immediately made Zhou Chun look at this junior of the family with higher regard. Recalling the magical artifacts and tamed spirit pets Zhou Chun had used in his previous battle, which were all quite impressive, he silently memorized Zhou Chun's name, and his attitude quickly changed. After some discussion, the three decided that Zhou Chun would ride the Iron Feather Eagle back to the family to find a family elder to transplant the vermilion sun fruit tree. Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun would stay behind to guard the fruit tree, preventing the red-tailed monkeys from returning and also guarding against other cultivators who might intrude and reap the rewards. The distance of over 700 li was only half a day's journey for the Iron Feather Eagle to carry Zhou Chun back to the Zhou family. Even including the time it would take for the Zhou family elders to travel there, a full day would be sufficient. Therefore, Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun didn't feel any danger while waiting in Monkey Valley. However, to their utter surprise, just over 2 hours after Zhou Chun left, the red-tailed monkeys returned. And not only did they return, they brought reinforcements. Inside Monkey Valley, 6 red-tailed monkeys, including the Monkey King, surrounded Zhou Chun and his companion, a golden-haired ape, their imposing aura palpable. This is bad. It's the Tier 1 high-grade demonic beast, the Vajra monkey. The two men stared intently at the golden-haired ape, their faces darkening, inwardly cursing their misfortune. Although both were Tier 1 high-grade demonic beasts, the Vajra monkey was far stronger than the red-tailed Monkey King. It was like comparing the 9th level of key refining to the late stage of key refining, or the 12th level. Moreover, compared to the red-tailed monkeys, whose combat power was only average, the Vajra monkey was a fighting monkey, highly skilled in combat, its strength far surpassing that of ordinary demonic beasts of the same rank. In short, this single Vajra monkey would require the combined efforts of Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun to defeat. There's no other way. I'll try to hold off that King Kong monkey for a while. Brother Yong, you lead the red-tailed monkeys away from the valley, and then find a way to escape. I'll also have my own way to get away then. Zhou Chun's mind raced, and before the King Kong monkey and the 6 red-tailed monkeys could even fight, he hurriedly stated his plan. The demon monkey was powerful, and they had no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. They could only try to escape with their lives first. Therefore, after stating his plan, Zhou Chun didn't wait for Zhou Zhenghaiong's response. He threw the silver short sword magic weapon into the air, and with the power of his magic, he made the sword transform into a silver streak that shot straight at the King Kong monkey. At the same time, the rock tortoise lying beside him slammed its paw on the ground, and several sharp stone spikes burst out of the earth, instantly piercing the belly of a mid-grade first-level red-tailed monkey and pinning it to the ground. This ferocious display indeed attracted hatred instantly. A flash of rage appeared in the King Kong monkey's eyes, and it let out a shrill roar. A layer of protective golden light instantly erupted from its body, and it raised its paw to strike the incoming silver dagger. The golden and silver light collided, producing a crisp metallic clang. The silver dagger quickly lost its strength and was sent flying with a mournful cry. The King Kong monkey, however, was unharmed. It simply shook its paw and then charged at Zhou Chun with a ferocious expression. Only then did Zhou Zhenghaiong come to his senses and shout to Zhou Chun, "13th brother, be careful. I'm off." With that, he and his red-tailed monkey fled towards the edge of the monkey valley. As Zhou Chun had expected, the red-tailed monkey king, seeing Zhou Zhenghaiong's attempt to escape, immediately led the remaining red-tailed monkeys in pursuit. At the same time, facing the charging King Kong monkey, Zhou Chun gave a command, and the rock tortoise, with its thick shell, stepped in front of them. The golden monkey, extremely confident in his own strength, didn't even consider teetering when the giant tortoise blocked his path. He leaped directly onto the tortoise's back and struck at its head with his palm. But the tortoise seemed to have eyes in the back of its head, instantly retracting its head back into its shell. Zhou Chun, at this moment, channeled his magic power back into the silver short sword that the golden monkey had knocked away, and slashed at its head with his sword. Seeing this, the golden monkey could only continue to strike at the silver short sword, not daring to let the weapon actually land on him. In this way, with the help of the tortoise, Zhou Chun managed to fight the golden monkey to a standstill for a time, not falling far behind. However, this intense battle was consuming his magic power very quickly. With his current magic power, he estimated that such a fierce battle would be exhausted in less than a quarter of an hour, making it impossible for him to fight for long. Therefore, after fighting the Vajra monkey for nearly a quarter of an hour, Zhou Chun estimated that Zhou Zhenghaiong should have gone far away, so he immediately took out a mid-grade first-tier magic talisman, the Thorn Entanglement Talisman, and threw it at the Vajra monkey. The talisman burned in the air, instantly transforming into several wrist-thick, bluish-black thorns that bound the Vajra monkey in place. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Chun quickly moved forward and put the rock tortoise into his spirit beast pouch, then waved his sleeve and summoned his bamboo leaf-shaped flying magic artifact, directly stepping onto it and soaring into the sky. Bang bang bang. Just as Zhou Chun had flown less than 30 feet into the air, the Vajra monkey exerted its strength, breaking free of all the thorns binding it, then roared and swung its palm at him, a pale golden blade of light slashing through the air towards him. But at that moment, a jet-black iron shield appeared out of thin air, blocking the pale golden blade of light attack. Zhou Chun then took the opportunity to increase his flight altitude, quickly climbing to a height of over 100 feet. At this altitude, even if the golden monkey's ranged attacks were within reach, they couldn't lock onto Zhou Chun. Simultaneously, the distance allowed Zhou Chun to dodge more easily. Therefore, after reaching this altitude, Zhou Chun didn't continue flying higher. He had tried before. The flying artifact could carry him to a height of several hundred feet. However, at such high altitudes, maintaining a normal flight path amidst strong winds required constant use of magical shields to resist the gales, consuming a great deal of mana. At a height of 100 or 200 feet, unless encountering extremely windy conditions, no additional magical shields were needed. Seeing Zhou Chun flying away from the valley, the golden monkey, enraged, chased after him wildly through the forest, displaying a spirit akin to Khufu chasing the sun. But the terrain of Red Peach Ridge was complex. How could the flightless monkey catch up with Zhou Chun? Zhou Chun deliberately flew over treacherous places with undulating mountain streams and canyons, and soon shook off the golden monkey. He then landed on a mountain top to rest. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.